Chapter 808. From then on, the one with us was the fake Wang Ye, while the real Wang Ye left with Miss Gowing and Brigade Commander Su. At this time, the news that we arranged for Wang Ye to act alone had not spread, and it was much safer for Wang Ye to act alone than with us. After that, we arrived at Xiangqing, and Wang Ye, under the escort of Gowing and Brigade Commander Su, passed through Luyang Pass first. Because Wang Ye's health was not good, and he couldn't take a carriage or a horse, he was too big of a target, so he hid after passing Luyang Pass according to my previous arrangement. The Wang Ye you saw in the inn in Lushan County was still Miss Gu. After that, I allowed everyone to go out on the streets, giving the traitor a chance to send the news. I pretended to go with Miss Gu to buy the medicine needed for the disguise, but in fact, I was secretly watching the most suspicious people among you. At this point, Yang Fan smiled at Huang Xuchang, who had an ugly expression on his face, and teased, "Of course, I told Commander Huang that he and the inner guard should keep an eye on the suspicious ones among you, while Miss Gu and I went to buy the disguised medicine. Brigade Commander Huang, you didn't expect that I was behind you when you were watching others and secretly informing your spies, right?" Huang Xuchang angrily said, "Bullshit! If I was a traitor, why would I risk my life in Gusui Town? I killed several assassins who rushed to Wang Ye's bedroom." Yang Fan leisurely said, "Of course, at that time, you knew that Wang Ye had been moved by me, and only I was waiting in the room. Would you choose to expose your identity? They are not your blood brothers. In order to protect yourself, what can't you do?" Huang Xuchang angrily stared at Yang Fan, and after a long time, suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Smart, really smart. I can't believe that you've been telling me everything and discussing it with me. In the end, even I've fallen into your scheme. Yang Fan, you're really smart." As soon as Huang Xuchang said this, there was no doubt that he admitted his identity. Everyone suddenly burst into an uproar. Yu Ziqin, Zhang Shitong, Wei Yong, and the others suddenly burst into an uproar. Tian Yen, whose arm was cut to the bone and was likely to be disabled, even glared at Huang Xuchang with tears in his eyes. "Hello? Hello. I called you Big Brother in vain, followed you through life and death. You beast in human form." Huang Xuchang suddenly shouted crazily, "Shut up! I bathed in blood on the battlefield and went through life and death several times. So what? Am I not just a little brigade commander? As long as I complete this task, Wei Wang will promise to make me a general. Being a great general, bringing honor to your ancestors, and bringing good fortune to your descendants. If you were me, would you be willing to say no to such benefits?" What answered him was a heavy thump. Tian Yen spat on his face. Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked, "Are you someone sent by King Wei?" Huang Xuchang sneered and said, "Now that I've already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want of me. Why are you still asking so much?" I lost what? Wang Ye on, Lu Commander. Ling Wang has sent on saying, Wang on you, Wang Ye has, Wang Ye is. They already know the truth. The Prince of Luling can't escape. Once he dies, all of you will die. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'm just one step ahead. Everyone was furious. Wei Yong and Zhang Shitong were about to draw their sabers and cut him down when Yang Fan raised his hand to stop them. He sneered at Huang Xuchang. "I'll have to disappoint you on this point. I still have to thank you for sending out the news, letting them know that the Prince of Luling is not with us. This way, we can protect His Highness safely on his way back to the capital." Huang Xuchang was dumbfounded, and his expression slowly changed. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan smiled. "As I said, His Highness is not in good health and can't ride a carriage. He won't be able to travel long on horseback, so after passing Luyang Pass, he went into hiding according to my arrangements." Yang Fan smiled and pointed at a cluster of buildings in the distance. His Highness is currently hiding in Yi County. We'll immediately go pick him up and travel day and night to Luoyang. By the time your people are still searching for traces of His Highness's party of 3, we'll have already safely arrived at Luoyang. You treacherous villain! Huang Xuchang's hopes were dashed, and he madly charged at Yang Fan. With a pop, Gu Zhuting, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, stabbed him in the chest and kicked him into the air, sending him rolling down a grassy slope. Those who sold their brothers for riches and glory were only fit to be buried in the wilderness and fed on the bellies of wolves. Yang Fan sneered and said to Gu Zhuting, who had just wiped the blood off her saber, "I'll have to trouble you next. Continue to disguise yourself as His Highness, and show yourself in a few places from time to time. They should be completely convinced by Huang Xuchang's news, and with your occasional appearance, it should be enough to attract their attention. When they want to find you, just remove your disguise. I believe they won't be able to find you then." Gu Zhuting nodded. "In that case, there's no need to have people follow me. Too many people will make it inconvenient to move around. When needed, I can hire 2 people to help me put on an act. This will only confuse them even more." Yang Fan pondered for a moment, and then said with concern, "Then be careful." Gu Zhuting nodded and smiled sweetly. The Prince of Luling's sweet smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. By the time Yang Fan's group arrived at Yi County, the city gates were already closed. Yang Fan's group was now ignored by dogs and was not worried that the assassins would cause trouble for them. Moreover, the louder they made a ruckus, the less suspicious the assassins would be. As a result, they changed their usual low profile and directly flashed the turtle talismans of the guards and guards, telling them to open the city gates and break into the city. Upon hearing the news, the county magistrate of Yi County hurriedly came to welcome them. The group didn't state the purpose of their visit and just stayed in the county's inn. After taking a hot bath and a hot meal, they relaxed to their heart's content. After entering the city, Yang Fan left with Lan Yiqing, Wei Yong, and Zhang Shidong. Led by Yang Fan, they shuttled through the alleys of the county. It was unknown what marks Gowing had left behind, but Yang Fan led them here and there until they finally found the Prince of Luling, Su Yang, and Gao Ying at the end of a small alley. Yang Fan brought the 3 of them back to the inn. Only then did everyone settle down. After breakfast, the next morning, Yang Fan gathered everyone and solemnly said, "Although we used a trick to deceive the assassins and eliminate the traitor, a long night is fraught with trouble. We have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. As long as Your Highness doesn't arrive at the capital, we can't relax. I've already asked Yi County to prepare fast horses for us. All the injured will stay here and recuperate. The rest will follow me to escort Your Highness to the capital." Gowing cheerfully said, "Good. It's a distance of 300 li from Yi County to Luoyang. If we rapidly march, we can travel 150 li in 1 day and 2 days to reach Luoyang." Wei Yong interrupted her. "Commandant Gao, with His Highness's health, I'm afraid he won't be able to travel that fast." Gowing said, "In that case, 100 li a day should be possible. If we travel 100 li a day, we can reach Luoyang by the 3rd day, at the latest." Yang Fan shook his head. "Do you think those assassins are idiots for us to march at such a rapid pace? Within 100 li, we'll still move ostentatiously and confuse them. We'll march this 100 li in 2 days. On the 3rd day, we'll pick up speed and travel at a speed of 150 li a day. On the 4th day, we'll reach Luoyang by noon. This way, Your Highness's body should be able to endure it. Moreover, the assassins won't be able to react in time. Even if they realize that they've been tricked, they won't be able to give chase." Everyone nodded in agreement. Prince Luling said gratefully, "For the sake of Li Xian's life, these warriors have gone through fire and water and risked their lives. Li Xian, I really don't know how to thank you." Li Guo smiled. "In the future, if father can win the favor of imperial grandmother and be entrusted with a great task, at that time, don't forget these warriors who have sworn to follow you to death." Prince Luling repeatedly said, "Of course, don't dare to forget." The group of people had decided on a plan and immediately set out. They arrived at Wuyang on the same day and Xiangqing on the next. They bypassed Mount Lu and Longxing counties and went straight from Jia City to Luoyang. Along the way, they moved slowly and deliberately showed off. They stayed one night in Wuyang and one night in Xiangqing. On the third day, after leaving Xiangqing, they suddenly sped up and passed through Jia City as fast as lightning, heading straight for Ruzhou. In order to prevent others from figuring out their current whereabouts, they spent the night outside Ruzhou. The next morning, they suddenly entered the city and urgently replenished some food and water. They immediately left without stopping, bypassing Yingyang on the same night. At this time, on their left was Dragon Gate, Ek, on their right was Dangfeng, and in front of them was the eastern capital, Luoyang. With victory in sight, everyone was extremely excited. However, because they had been hurrying all the way, they were tired, and their horses were tired. In addition, the moon and stars were dim tonight. One of the horses had already broken its leg due to exhaustion and the unclear path. It was really difficult for them to continue. Everyone gritted their teeth and continued for a while. Wei Yong couldn't help but say to Yang Fan, "Erlang, we really can't go on. Now that we have arrived here, there shouldn't be any more danger. Why don't we find a place to rest and continue tomorrow morning? We will reach Luoyang before noon." Yang Fan also urged his horse to move forward. The horse's legs were heavy as if it had sunk into a swamp. The horse's breathing was heavy and sweat was dripping down its mane. Hearing Wei Yong's words and seeing that everyone really couldn't move, he could only nod his head in agreement. Yang Fan looked around and saw that it was a vast wilderness. There was only a flash of light in front of them on the left. He wasn't sure if it was the Yi River or a tributary of the Luo River. He pointed with his horsewhip and said, "Let's spend the night there." Everyone was already exhausted. Hearing that they could finally rest, they cheered up and struggled to the riverside. Some of them fell off their horses and lay there motionless, not even bothering to take off their sleeping bags. Li Guer had been sitting in the carriage for a day, but her whole body was sore and numb. She wanted to jump on the ground and run 2 laps to relieve her fatigue. When the carriage stopped, she jumped down. Seeing Yang Fan standing beside the flowing water and looking ahead, she slowly walked to his side and said in a low voice, "You are really good." Yang Fan smiled and didn't say anything. Li Guer bit her lip and said gently, "My man is capable. My heart is very happy." Chapter 809. Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm very tired, so let's rest early. The closer we are to Luoyang, the more we can't let our efforts go to waste. We'll set off when the sky is barely bright, and we'll reach Luoyang by noon." After saying that, Yang Fan crouched down to wash his face before walking away. Li Guer lightly curled her lips and muttered, "What's there to be proud of? When I become a princess?" Humph! Before she could finish, Li Guer had already turned around and walked toward the carriage. In front of the carriage, the Prince of Luling had just gotten off the carriage with the help of Su Liang and Gaoing. He was currently stretching his arms and legs. Yang Fan looked at them from afar and chuckled softly, an unfathomable expression on his face. In the deep of the night, the sleeping Wei Yong suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Opening his eyes, he saw a black figure squatting in front of him. Startled, Wei Yong reached out to touch the steel saber under his pillow, but that person stopped him and shouted, "It's me." Startled, Wei Yong exclaimed, "Erlang!" Looking around, it was still dark, and the sky was still dark. Wei Yong asked, "What are you doing in front of me instead of sleeping?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "It won't be too late to sleep somewhere else. Wake up now." Bewildered, Wei Yong sat up. Yang Fan had already walked away and was patting the second person awake. Originally, after a day's journey, everyone was extremely tired. At this time, their bodies had not yet recovered and were sore all over, but they were woken up by Yang Fan one by one. Everyone was a little baffled. Yang Fan said, "Let's leave this place immediately and sleep somewhere else." Li Guer opened her sleepy eyes and poked her head out of the carriage, grumbling, "Why do we have to leave all of a sudden?" Yang Fan didn't reply, only urging everyone to saddle up their horses and carriages and get ready to move. About half an hour later, everyone was finally ready. Yang Fan said, "Follow closely, we're leaving now." No one knew where he was going, so they could only follow him. Yang Fan walked along the riverbank. After walking for about 2 miles, the sky had already begun to brighten. A small bridge appeared in front of him. The bridge was very narrow, only allowing one person and one horse to cross. Yang Fan smiled and said, "It's here," abandoned the carriage, and crossed the river. Zhang Shitong was startled. "Lieutenant, crossing the river is the road to Dragon's Gate." "That's right," Yang Fan said. "Let's go back through Dragon Gate. Wang Ye is returning to the capital. It's a good omen." Wei Yong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "A good omen? I say, Erlang, you still have the mood to be so carefree at this time. We have to walk dozens of miles from here to the Dragon Gate." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt 2 hard things pressing against his waist. When he turned around, he saw Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing standing behind him, smiling at him, but their eyes were cold as ice. The smile on Wei Yong's face froze. The group crossed the bridge, and Yang Fan ordered, "Destroy the bridge completely." Immediately, 200 cavalry rushed forward and completely destroyed the small bridge that the villagers had built to cross the river. Many people hadn't noticed Wei Yong's abnormality. Wei Yong stood there stiffly and didn't have any reaction. He only used a frightening gaze to follow Yang Fan slowly. The torches were like spots of starlight dancing in the distant night sky as they got closer and closer. Not only were there torches on the road from Luoyang, there was also a large group of torches from Yingyang. The 2 groups were getting closer and closer, and it was obvious that they were galloping. Li Daong led his men and was out of breath from running. When he saw a group of people coming from afar, he immediately raised his guard and ordered his subordinates to be on guard. The 2 groups stopped a stone's throw away and shouted a few words from afar. Only then did he realize that it was the people who were coming from Luoyang to provide support. Li Daong was relieved and led his men to continue forward. At the same time, he was secretly puzzled. The 2 groups had already met, but he still hadn't seen Yang Fan's group. Could it be that they had grown wings and flown into the sky? If they were to stop in the forest halfway, their actions would probably be seen by them, and they would alert the enemy. Seeing that the 2 groups were about to meet, Li Daong suddenly pulled on the reins and bent down to look at the ground. "Light up," Li Daong ordered. A few of the cavalry lowered their torches and saw a belt on the ground. It was pointing diagonally at the grass by the side of the road. Li Daong revealed a sinister smile and shouted, "Go down and search along the riverbank for me." After Li Daong finished speaking, many of the wolf-like imperial guards rushed down the road, while Li Daong quickly rode to meet the people on the other side. "Brother Zhang." Li Daong cupped his hands at the person coming up to meet him. This person was tall and had broad shoulders, fierce eyebrows, and leopard-like eyes. He looked very fierce, and his name was Zheng Yu. He was also one of Wu Sanxi's fierce generals. Zheng Yu cupped his hands at him and returned the greeting brotherly. Li Daong said, "Your Highness received this little brother's messenger pigeon?" Zheng Yu said, "I received it. This young fan is too cunning. He mixed the truth with the lies and made us exhausted. His granny. But don't worry, this time he definitely won't be able to enter Luoyang. Not only did your Highness send me here, but he also ordered people to guard the city gates. He won't let them take a single step in." Just as he was speaking, there was a loud shout from the riverside. Li Daong and Zheng Yu quickly rode their horses to the riverside. They saw that the ground was a mess, and there were many sleeping bags that they didn't have time to put away. Li Daong said, "They must have rested here last night. They shouldn't have gone far." Zheng Yu excitedly said, "Chase, once this merit is made, you and I will enjoy endless riches and honor in our lives." There were weeds and footprints on the riverside. These people searched carefully and followed the traces all the way. Soon, they arrived at the small bridge. At this time, the sky was already bright. Although the sun had not risen from the horizon, it was early summer, and the earth was already bright. Their torches had been extinguished, and only wisps of smoke were still curling up from the torches. These people held the smoking torches and stared at the broken bridge in front of them. Zheng Yu gritted his teeth and said, "He's really as cunning as a ghost and as cunning as a fox. This bastard went to Dragon Gate." Li Daong said with a gloomy face, "No matter how cunning he is, he won't be able to enter Luoyang. Brother Zheng, immediately send a message back. I will bring people to find a way to cross the river. Let's let that person die on Dragon Gate Mountain." Dragon Gate Hot Spring Supervisor. Yang Fan soaked in the hot spring for a full hour. His fatigue was washed away. He felt refreshed and refreshed. Yang Fan came out in a bathrobe. As soon as he saw Xue Tangcheng waiting there, he smiled and nodded. "Xue Tangcheng, thank you for your trouble." Xue Tangcheng, who was dressed in a green robe, had a hooked nose, 2 fleshy cheeks, and a mustache, quickly said to his old superior, "Captain is too polite. Captain, you brought hundreds of cavalry and internal guards here in a hurry. Is there something important?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said with a deep meaning, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that it's better for Xue Tangcheng not to know about this matter." Xue Tangcheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shut his mouth. Yang Fan said, "The people I brought with me are the 100 cavalry and the inner guards." This time they left the palace on an imperial edict. After a long and arduous journey, it was not easy for us to return to the capital. Mayor Xue Tangcheng, please prepare some fine wine and food for them. As for the Sinong Nong Temple, I will inform them. Xue Tangcheng quickly said, "No need to tell me. Your humble officer has already arranged it." Feeling uneasy, Xue Tangcheng casually said a few words and excused himself. After changing his clothes, Yang Fan went to the outer room. He saw Wei Yong sitting at the table in a daze, like a wooden statue. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing stood on his left and right, still standing behind him. As soon as he saw Yang Fan come in, Wei Yong slowly raised his head and looked at him with a somewhat sluggish gaze. Yang Fan said to Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing in a friendly manner, "You 2 ladies have worked hard. Go take a bath and rest." Gao Ying pouted her lips at Wei Yong. Yang Fan smiled and said, "No problem." The 2 ladies also believed that with Yang Fan's skill, Wei Yong will not be able to do anything to him. Thus they complied and left. Yang Fan slowly sat down in front of Wei Yong. A difficult smile slowly appeared on Wei Yong's face. "How did you discover me?" he asked quietly. Yang Fan said, "Because you were too careless after Commander Huang's death. We stopped at Wuyang City and Xiangqing City for a night each. You didn't forget to send a message to both places. It's hard for me not to discover you." Wei Yong sighed softly and silently closed his eyes. Yang Fan looked at him with a pained expression. "Brother Wei, I really don't want to see our old friends end up like this." Wei Yong said in a stupefied voice, "I never thought that the struggle for the world would cause us brothers to meet on the battlefield. When I accepted King Liang's benefits, I never thought that this day would come. Actually, I've only accepted benefits from King Liang all this time. I haven't done anything else. This time, I didn't know what you were after when you brought us south. I didn't contact King Liang either. It was only when something happened in Fangling and I was thrown into prison that I learned your goal. Ever since I joined King Liang's side, I became one of King Liang's people. I couldn't just watch him fall. At that time, I didn't have any way to contact King Liang, so I took the risk of using a military relay station to send a message to the capital. Fortunately, no one made things difficult for them when they heard that it was a letter from the Liang manor. Only after that did I receive an order from King Liang on the way back, and I obtained a way to contact others." Yang Fan said sadly, "One wrong step, and I became a thief in the end." Wei Yong's face twitched a few times. He became agitated. "Thief? Who's a thief? If I succeed, I'll be a king. If I fail, I'll be a thief." Yang Fan shook his head. "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Wei Yong sneered. "How do you know that your path is correct? Huang Xuchang is a brigade marshal, and his rank is higher than mine. Wasn't he bribed by King Wei in the end?" Yang Fan fell silent for a moment. Then he said slowly, "Brigade Marshal Huang is not a traitor." Wei Yong's body trembled. His eyes widened in shock. His voice trembled as he said, What did you say?" Yang Fan raised his voice and enunciated every word clearly. "I said, Huang Xuchang is not a traitor." Wei Yong stared at Yang Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan said, "What I told you on the mountain in Yi County was almost all true, including the fact that I was spying on Brigade Marshal Huang. Only one thing was false, and that was that I discovered that Brigade Marshal Huang was a traitor. You hit it very well, very well. I tried to bait you again and again, but I couldn't fish you out. But with a traitor by your side, we couldn't complete our mission. That was why after the plan to lure the snake out of its hole failed, I discussed it with Brigade Marshal Huang and set up a trap. I already found out that the person staying in the inn is King Liang's man. You don't need to ask me how I know. Most of the local officials are fence-sitters. They don't dare to go too far in any aspect, so they want to leave a way out for themselves. In any case, I know that King Liang has already sent someone to stay in the inn. Why is he staying there? To wait for that traitor, of course. That's why I asked Brigade Marshal Huang to pretend to be King Wei Qingxi's spy." Wei Yong sneered. "You really dare to take such a risk? Aren't you afraid that we'll find something amiss when we confront each other?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. "Are King Liang and King Wei on good terms? Are they a pair of scheming enemies, or are they brothers in love?" Wei Yong was immediately at a loss for words. Yang Fan continued, "Those maidservants of the internal guards are too impatient. Ever since they found out that there was a traitor, they've been looking at people with strange expressions. I reckon that this cunning traitor has long since sensed that I'm already suspicious. This act of mine will make the traitor think that he's not the only traitor. Once we get rid of this traitor, he will no longer be suspected. We'll kill the traitor, Huang Xuchang. Then let Miss Gu leave first. She can continue to strut around as the Prince of Luling, while we escort the real prince of Luling back to Luoyang. Ha ha! This plan was meant for you, the traitor. Actually, the prince of Luling we picked up in Yi County was a fake. It was Miss Gu who arrived at Yi County before us. Wei Yong's face twitched a few times. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing, Yang Fan said. After that, everyone thought that the traitor had been eliminated, and the traitor let down his guard. I knew that this traitor would definitely spread the news. And sure enough, I found you. They thought that I was escorting the real prince of Luling this time, so they threw everything aside to chase after me. That way, the real prince of Luling would be able to enter Luoyang safely. Wei Yong's face froze for a long time before he slowly said, "So you couldn't find the traitor, so you used him." "I have been used by you all this time." Yang Fan looked at him sympathetically and nodded. "That's right. The dead commander Huang also left after we left to escort the real prince back to Luoyang. Everyone thought that the prince was with me, and everyone thought that Commander Huang was already dead. A dead man was protecting a non-existent man, so I believed that no one would bother him along the way." Wei Yong stammered, But I saw Miss Gu kill Huang Xuchang with my own eyes." With a flick of his wrist, Yang Fan took out a sharp dagger from his sleeve. Yang Fan used his fingertip to lightly touch the tip of the dagger, and the blade shrank back and forth. With flagging interest, Yang Fan said, "It's just a small toy. If the hilt is first filled with blood, it'll look even more like it. On the way to Fangzhou, I learned it from that old man who plays with illusions. What do you think?" Yang Fan's thumb lightly flicked the hilt, and the dagger fell on the table. With a bang, the end of the dagger vibrated. Yang Fan said, "Only after flipping this switch can the dagger really kill." Wei Yong slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the dagger. He slowly pointed the tip of the dagger at his heart, just like how Gu Zhuting had pressed the dagger against Huang Xuchang's chest on Yi County's mountain. He knew that regardless of whether or not Yang Fan felt pity for him, he would not let him off today, whether it was because of those dead cavalrymen and inner guards or because of the importance of this matter. Since Yang Fan had told him the answer to this riddle before the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital, he could only die. Since he could only die, why should he beg for mercy? With a force of his wrist, the sharp dagger pierced into his heart. Wei Yong only let out a soft hum, like a sigh. Chapter 8:10. Li Daong saw that the river was not very wide, and the bridge was still there, so he thought it would be easy to cross the river. Unexpectedly, he found some trees and tried to build a bridge, but he failed again and again. If they were to cross the river on foot, with their skills, most of them would be able to cross, but it would be difficult for the horses. One of Li Daong's subordinates was a brother. Usually everybody called him Xiao Wa. He was thin, with a quick-witted look on his face. Seeing this situation, he said, "Dage, my grandmother said that anyone with 4 legs can swim. Let's ride a horse and swim across." Li Daong looked at the surging river, pulled his beard, and said, "You try?" Xiao Wu immediately mounted the horse, kicked the horse's belly with both legs, and shouted, "Go! Go!" The horse was very obedient and jumped into the river. After walking for a while, its whole body sank into the water and then floated up again. Xiao Wu was delighted. "Ha ha! Big brother, look, my grandmother was right. It's really passable. Go, 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 whoa, whoa. Ah, ah." Though the channel was not wide, the water was rapid and deep. Xiao Wu's horse thrashed forward a few times, but it had no feet to stand on and was carried downstream by the rapid current. Xiao Wu reined in the reins and stirred the stirrups, which made the horse so agitated that it nearly threw him off its back. Xiao Wu had no choice but to give up struggling. He grabbed the horse's neck with both hands and shouted, "Big brother, help!" Li Daong was so angry that his eyes turned white. The brothers next to him quickly untied their belts, and by the time the belts were connected to a long rope, Xiao Wu had already floated up and down the river. Li Daong unhappily ordered one of his men to take the rope made from the belts and ride down the river. Then he led 8 or 9 of his brothers who were holding up their pants and looked at the rolling river in a daze. They did not know how to build a bridge, so they had no choice but to send people to a nearby village to hire people. Li Daong anxiously stood guard at the bridgehead. After Zheng Yu learned that Yang Fan and the others had crossed the river, he immediately turned back and ran all the way. When he was about to reach Luoyang, there was a fork in the road ahead. There was a stone bridge on the road, which led to the direction of Dragon Gate. Zheng Yu did not think about it, and led his men down that road. He only ordered 2 people to rush back to Luoyang and warn his companions who were guarding the city gate. There was only one road from Luoyang to EK Dragon Gate. On both sides of the road, there were all kinds of green crops, some of which were as tall as the waist, and some of which were as low as the knees. Zheng Yu and the others ran all the way to EK, but they did not see Yang Fan and the others along the way. Seeing that there were already people working in the fields, they asked the farmer about it. The farmer was standing in the field with a hoe in his hand. Listening to their explanation, he nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, there is a group of people. They look like they are in a hurry. They look very distressed. They are running towards the mountains." Thief. Zheng Yu sneered, whipped his horse, and charged into the mountains. It was spring now, and there were many pilgrims coming in and out of the mountains. In fact, Wu Zetian worshipped Buddha, and there were countless temples in Luoyang. However, some believers always felt that the more devout they walked, the more efficacious the bodhisattva built in the mountains. The temples in the city smelled of money, so there was a constant flow of pilgrims coming to Dragon Gate. Some of them came late and stayed in the temples until the next day. When Zheng Yu and the others entered the mountains, they saw some pilgrims coming out of the mountains one after another. Zheng Yu asked these people again. The target of Yang Fan and the others was too obvious and could not be hidden. Before these pilgrims went down the mountain, they had already seen them halfway up the mountain. Listening to the inquiry of this group of rich people in fresh clothes and furious horses, the pilgrims kindly pointed out that the first batch of pilgrims on horseback went around to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was Hot Spring Mountain, the territory of the Hot Spring Soup Supervisor. It was the forbidden area of the royal family, and ordinary people could not go there. Zheng Yu thought that he was doing things for Liang Wangu, and in the entire court, other than the emperor, their Wangya was the most powerful. He did not care and led his men and horses to kill their way to Hot Spring Mountain. Zheng Yu reined in his horse at the bottom of the winding stone path and raised his head to look up. He heard the sound of horses, neighing coming from the top of the mountain. Zheng Yu sneered and said, "Dismount, go up the mountain." The group dismounted one after another, tied their horses to the top of the mountain, pulled out their blades, and aggressively climbed up the mountain along the bluestone path. Just as they climbed to the front of the first memorial arch, they heard a loud shout in front of them. From behind the memorial arch, a group of people jumped out with a whooshing sound. These people were agile, and their movements were agile, although the direction they jumped out from was different. The way they jumped out was also different. Some flashed, some jumped, some somersaulted in the air, but when they stood in a straight line. Just this uniformity was enough to make people look at them in a new light. Zheng Yu was startled. He saw that these people were all wearing gray robes, bamboo hats on their heads, straw sandals on their feet, and leggings on their trousers. In their hands was a black whistle stick. The tip of the stick pointed to the ground. His gaze followed the tip of the stick, and thus he could only see a little bit of their chin. Zheng Yu shouted, "Who are you people?" One of the gray-robed men said in a deep voice, "The forbidden area of the royal family. What is your intention?" Zheng Yu was at the foot of the emperor. So, of course, he could not admit his identity. Besides, they were used to being arrogant and always kept their word. How could they let others interrogate them about their origins? If they did not agree with each other, they would immediately give the order to attack. Since they could not go up the mountain smoothly, then they would fight. After this exchange, Zheng Yu knew the origin of this group of people. When they fought, some of the gray-robed men had their bamboo hats knocked off, revealing a big bald head with 2 lines of scars on the top of his head. Only then did Zheng Yu know that these people were martial monks from an unknown temple on Dragon Gate Mountain. This group of bald donkeys had nothing to do every day. When they were full, they chanted scriptures and treated it as breathing practice. The rest of the time, they waved their spears, played with sticks, and practiced their fists and feet. Each of them was as strong as iron, and their qi and blood were extremely strong. When they fought, they could fight better than these Jianghu people who prided themselves on their fighting skills. The most hateful thing was that this group of bald donkeys had helpers. Seeing that they had the advantage in numbers, one of the monks let out a shout, and a group of martial monks seemed to jump out of the thicket. Another group of martial monks carrying heavy black sticks rushed out and joined the battle. One shouted senior brother, another called junior brother, and the other brandished their sticks like a wheel. Zheng Yu and his group were beaten until their heads were bleeding and their noses were bruised and swollen. They could not resist anymore and could only retreat down the mountain while fighting. When Zheng Yu reached the foot of the mountain, the group of martial monks did not chase after him. In an instant, they disappeared into the forest. Zheng Yu was angry and hateful. Just as he was feeling helpless, another group of people on horses came from afar. The group of people who had just arrived was Li Daong and his group. They found the villagers to help build a bridge. Since there was a handsome reward and the bridge was convenient for the villagers to travel, they naturally worked very hard. When the simple bridge was hurriedly built, Li Daong and his group led their horses carefully across the river and then went straight to Dragon Gate. They asked along the way and arrived at the foot of Hot Spring Mountain. They just happened to see Zheng Yu and his group coming down the mountain with their faces covered in dirt. Some were limping, some had bloody noses and swollen faces, as if they had just been beaten up. Li Daong hurriedly went up to ask Zheng Yu and immediately became angry. He said fiercely, "This group of bald donkeys must be martial monks from several monasteries on the mountain. Just one monastery can't gather so many people. Damn it, they are actually standing together with Yang Fan against us. Let's go, now that we have joined forces. Let's go up the mountain." Zheng Yu said with lingering fear, We can't. We don't know how many people there are in that group of bald donkeys. When they fight, it's like they are playing around. They also have the geographical advantage and look down on us. It's not that I look down on you, but even if you and I join forces, it will be difficult for us to win against them. Li Daong said angrily, "So what? Are we going to just watch them stay on the mountain?" Zheng Yu sneered and said, "As long as he doesn't enter the capital to see the emperor, it can't be considered settled. Don't worry, I have already sent someone back to report. When His Highness gets the news, he will definitely make a decision. You and I will guard the foot of the mountain and not let them escape. As for other matters, we will wait for His Highness to arrive before making a decision." Li Daong had no choice but to rest at the foot of the mountain with him. On the mountain, Yang Fan saw Zheng Yu and his group retreating down the mountain in a sorry state. He put his palms together and said to an old monk next to him, "Thank you for your help, Zen Master." This monk was about 60 years old. His face was ruddy and his skin was without wrinkles. However, the corners of his eyes were slightly loose and he had a beard on his chin. He was wearing a yellow robe and a pair of straw sandals. He was not wearing a kasaya, a monk's hat, or prayer beads. He was only holding a string of prayer beads in his hand. He was dressed casually in a meditation room. This old monk was F.A. Zheng. He was one of the 10 eminent monks of Rodu who created the great cloud scripture and was given a purple kasaya by Wu Zetian. He was the leader of the various monasteries in Yik Dragon Gate. F.A. Zheng smiled and said, "Benefactor has received the emperor's secret edict and is accompanied by hundreds of cavalry and internal guards. What you are doing is naturally proper. This group of people acted openly and did not dare to reveal their identity. You can imagine what they are doing. The various monasteries in Dragon Gate are often rewarded with incense oil by the royal family. This hot spring mountain is a forbidden area for the royal family. Since we are neighbors, how can we just stand by and watch?" However, F.A. Zheng glanced at Yang Fan and said, "Why these people came and why Benefactor Yang is guarding, shouldn't this old monk know?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "This disciple's trip is to protect a noble person." F.A. Zheng's eyes lit up, but his voice was still calm. "How noble?" Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Which Buddha is the most noble in Buddhism?" F.A. Zheng smiled and said, Since you have become a Buddha, you have achieved perfection. Since you have achieved perfection, there is naturally no distinction between nobility and inferiority. Why would there be a ranking?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Zen master, please don't argue with me. Between Buddhas, even if there is no distinction between nobility and inferiority, there must be a ranking, right? Let me put it this way: the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future, which Zen master respects the most." F.A. Zheng said, "This old monk lives in the present, and the one I respect the most is the Buddha of the present." Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, then the one I am protecting is the Buddha of the future." He slowly turned towards the direction of Luoyang and said lightly, "The Buddha of the present is there." The prayer beads that F.A. Zheng was twirling suddenly stopped. After pausing for a moment, he resumed twirling, but at a much faster speed. Yang Fan said seriously, "Zen master, do you have any regrets?" F.A. Zheng shook his head gently and said, "Benefactor Yang is carrying the imperial edict. This old monk is protecting the Tao. What is there to regret? It's just that." He frowned slightly and said, "It's just that since this noble person is so noble, this old monk's cultivation is limited. I'm afraid I can't protect him for long." Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Zen master, don't worry. This disciple has long expected that the journey will be difficult and dangerous. To be able to arrive here safely is already somewhat beyond my expectations. However, since I'm here, then the Skanda Temple, the demigods and 8 divisions, and the guardians of the various factions should also be here." Chapter 8:11. Yang Fan had gone to Fang Province to pick up the Prince of Luling. At first, it was a huge secret that no one in the capital knew about. When Wei Yong sent back the news, Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong found out. When Brigade Commander Jia discovered the Prince of Luling's disappearance on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, Wu Qingxi found out as well, followed by his strategist Zhang Jiafu. Then Wu Qingxi called for a clan assembly, so everyone in the Wu clan knew about it. These people had relatives, friends, trusted aides, and subordinates. At this time, the secret was no longer a secret. The Wu brothers wanted to mobilize the entire Wu clan's power to deal with the Prince of Luling, so they announced the news to the Wu clansmen. These clansmen were a mix of good and bad, and many of them were profligate, so it was very difficult for them to keep the secret. Moreover, the assassins sent by the Wu brothers wanted to find traces of Yang Fan's group, but relying on their own strength was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although they had an informant by Yang Fan's side, if they couldn't grasp Yang Fan's movements in time, it would be too late by the time the information arrived. Therefore, they had to borrow the local powers, and these local powers, whether they were loyal to the Wu clan, inclined to the Wu clan, or forced to submit to the Wu clan, all of them had their own factions and friends. Thus, when they found out about this, it meant that their small group also knew about it. The current situation was that this matter had already become an open secret. In the bureaucracy, as long as they had some connections, everyone knew about it. Only the wise and far-sighted Wu, Zhou Emperor, was still in the dark. Because she lived deep in the palace, no one told her about this. Those who wanted to kill the Prince of Luling wouldn't say anything, and those who wanted to protect him couldn't say anything. Evidence? No, it was only hearsay. Moreover, the assassins had already been sent. Even if Wu Zetian believed it, it was too far for her to do anything. The Prince of Luling's life was no longer dependent on the major figures in the capital. The result would be that he would completely expose himself and break off all relations with the Wu clan. If that happened, if the Prince of Luling really died, he wouldn't be far from it either. Even if the Prince of Luling managed to make it to the capital alive, he would still have a few years to live as a humble crown prince. During this period of time, he still wouldn't be able to protect them from the Wu clan's crazy counterattack. They would not do meaningless things. None of these people in the officialdom were hot-blooded people who did things regardless of the consequences. Even if everyone knew about this battle, it could only be carried out below the stage. But below the stage, they could only be a group of anxious spectators. When this matter had already begun, the fate of the nation and its future would be decided by those ordinary people who were bathed in blood and killing each other, and not by these high-ranking officials. However, they still sent out eyes and ears. They needed to know first-hand information in time, so that they could respond in time. Therefore, the news that Yang Fan had protected the Prince of Luling and successfully fought his way out of the encirclement and escaped to Dragon's Gate Mountain was only known to them a little later than Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi. The Prince of Luling was already in the capital at the feet of the Son of Heaven, so they had a place to use their skills. The various gods and Buddhas immediately began to move. The officials of the Luling sect were burning with anxiety. They were like a group of dragons without a leader. The leader of their sect, Di Renjia, was suffering from a serious illness. Sometimes he was lucid, sometimes he was muddle-headed, and he was no longer able to manage matters. But without Di Renjia, no one had the prestige or the qualifications to lead them and make a decision that would decide the future of all of them. Helpless, they could only rush to Prime Minister Di's estate. No matter what, they had to get an idea or a decision from this imperial elder. The officials of the Prince of Xiang's faction were in extreme conflict. On one hand, the Prince of Luling had clearly returned to the capital to replace the Prince of Xiang. Everyone could see this. In his years in the Eastern Palace, the Prince of Xiang had suffered the open and hidden attacks of the Wu clan. The Prince of Xiang's crown princess and secondary concubine had both died because of the schemes of the Wu clan, and the Prince of Xiang's sons had been born from the crown princess and secondary concubine, who had died unjustly. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be resolved. Wu Zetian's decision to appoint a descendant of the Li clan as heir apparent had been forced by the circumstances and the will of the people. In this case, her best choice could only be the Prince of Luling in the distant Fang province. She was not willing to let the Prince of Xiang ascend the throne. Once the Prince of Xiang ascended to the throne, he would very likely become the gravedigger of the Wu clan. But if the Prince of Luling really did die on the road, once Wu Zetian hardened her heart and insisted on appointing a member of the Wu clan as heir apparent even if the world fell into chaos, what would happen then? Perhaps after Wu Zetian's death, there would be a nationwide war to decide who the country belonged to. Moreover, it was fine if the Prince of Luling had not yet arrived at the capital. It was fine to feign ignorance and impotence, but now that he was at Dragon's Gate Mountain, if they did not do anything, Wouldn't they be scorned by the people of the world? Thus, Yao Chong, Wei Jigu, and the others hesitantly wanted to help the Prince of Luling return to the city. But a large number of officials in the Prince of Xiang's faction opposed this. They believed that if the Prince of Luling returned to the capital alive, he would assuredly be made crown prince. The Prince of Luling was the Prince of Xiang's elder brother and also a descendant of Li Tang, so the people of the world did not care. As long as he lived, the Prince of Xiang would never have a chance to aspire to the throne, nor would he have any reason to rebel against his imperial brother. The throne would essentially be handed over to the Prince of Luling. But if the Prince of Luling died, the Prince of Xiang would at least have a 50-50 chance of retaining his position as crown prince. Even if Wu Zetian was determined to make a nephew of the Wu clan crown prince, once Wu Zetian died, the Prince of Xiang could use the hearts of the people and Li Tang's prestige to rebel against the new emperor, giving him a 50-50 chance of recapturing the empire. Based on this calculation, if the Prince of Luling died, the Prince of Xiang would have a 75% chance of ascending to the throne. If the Prince of Luling lived, the Prince of Xiang would not even have a 10% chance. This argument had a great deal of support in the Prince of Xiang's faction. Although Yao Chong and Wei Jigu were the leaders of this faction, they did not dare to go against the will of the majority, so the matter was dragged on. But there was another faction in the capital that was paying close attention to this matter, the Taiping Party. Princess Taiping did not care which of her brothers became emperor. As long as they were descendants of Li Tang, she would support them. She had long ago learned that Yang Fan had secretly welcomed the Prince of Luling back to the capital, and that the two Wu clans had mobilized all their forces to stop him. Although she was burning with anxiety, she could do nothing at the time. Even if she charged into the palace and told the truth to the emperor would not have enough time to think of a countermeasure. And if the Prince of Luling died on his way back, she would have to face the all-out counterattack of the Wu clan. If she waited patiently, once the Prince of Luling really did die, she could still use the dual opportunities of Princess Li Tang and the Wu clan's daughter-in-law to create as many opportunities as possible for her brother, the Prince of Xiang. After weighing the pros and cons, Princess Taiping could only clench her teeth and endure. But now that Yang Fan had escorted the Prince of Luling to the capital, she could no longer endure it. Her elder brother was on Dragon Gate Mountain, and so was her lover. If she acted now, there was a high chance that she could save them. Thus, Princess Taiping immediately dispatched all her people to Yike and the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, she quickly rode to the imperial palace to see the emperor. The horse was waiting outside the palace gate. Once she saw the empress, she would immediately go to the Dragon Gate. By this time, the Luling clique had already arrived at Prime Minister Di's estate. Di Renjie was sleeping, his son attending to him by his bed. Upon hearing the purpose of these officials, he knew that the matter was urgent and could only wake his father. Di Renjie was still relatively clear-headed, and when he heard these officials explain their purpose, he immediately grew anxious. He had no time to reprimand these officials for being muddle-headed. He immediately had his family carry a soft sedan chair to Dragon Gate Mountain. The protector had come, so the demon had naturally come as well. Wu Sanxi rose early in the morning. When he heard that the Prince of Luling had been found on the road from Yingyang to Luoyang, he was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that the Prince of Luling was truly lucky. Even after being surrounded and intercepted, he had still managed to reach the vicinity of Luoyang. He was delighted that now that his tracks had been found, this distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. As long as he could kill him first, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry his aunt was, there was nothing she could do. Wu Sanxi immediately arranged for his men to strengthen the surveillance on the road from Yike to Luoyang, while he himself rode to the Dragon Gate. Before leaving, Wu Sanxi sent someone to deliver a message to Wu Qingxi as well. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. If he dragged this sickly man along, he would have more confidence in dealing with his aunt's displeasure. When his men arrived at King Wei's mansion, they found nothing. It turned out that Wu Qingxi had already received the news and was rushing to the Dragon Gate in a carriage. The two brothers were of one mind this time. Before leaving, Wu Qingxi also sent someone to deliver a message to him, but the two messengers found nothing. Wu Qingxi, on the other hand, ran into Wu Sanxi along the way. Wu Qingxi was lying sickly in the carriage. The jolting of the carriage made him drowsy until a guard's cry came from outside. "Someone is coming." "Ah, it's King Liang's flag." When Wu Qingxi heard this, he immediately called for his men to stop the carriage. Wu Sanxi stopped in front of the carriage and asked curiously, "King Wei, I even sent someone to your mansion to send a message, so you've already received the news." Wu Qingxi was so agitated that his face turned red. First, he let out a heart-wrenching cough, then said while gasping for breath, "Reconsider. You must reach the Dragon Gate as soon as possible. You don't have to worry too much. Just charge up the mountain and kill Luling. As long as he's dead, cough, cough, cough. In front of Aunt, it's up to you and me to talk. What's done can't be undone. And Aunt can't, cough, cough, do anything. Cough, cough, cough." Wu Sanxi cursed in his heart. "You've already become like this. I'm afraid you'll cough to death on the road before Li Xian dies. Yet you're still thinking about the throne." However, he put on a smile and comforted him. "Don't worry. The enemy is right in front of us. You and I will work together. No matter what, we can't let the Wu Empire fall into the hands of outsiders." Wu Qingxi's eyes glistened with tears. He said emotionally, "Reconsider. The future of the Wu clan is in your hands." Wu Sanxi felt like vomiting, but he replied emotionally, "Don't worry, elder brother. I'll be going now." Wu Sanxi whipped his horse and led a group of guards towards the Dragon Gate like a gust of wind. The horse's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, and Wu Qingxi coughed violently again. Fortunately, he didn't choke to death. Chapter 8:12. Yao Chong and Wei Zhigu stood with their hands behind their backs, their faces gloomy. Ever since Di Renjia became seriously ill, too many official duties had been placed on them. Their desks were now full of documents, but neither of them was in the mood to deal with them. Because of the depressing atmosphere in the hall, the eunuchs stayed far away from the door. They didn't know why the two prime ministers were so preoccupied. If they were not careful, they might ruin their plans. Outside the hall, Zhao Jianing of the Hall of Governmental Affairs walked in with hurried steps. The courtyard outside the hall was silent. His arrival startled away a few small birds that were looking for food. They flapped their wings and flew into the tall and dense forest, disappearing. Zhao Jianing was young and proud. He became a jinshi at the age of 19. He was the first jinshi of the imperial court and could be considered a disciple of the emperor. But he was born in Li Tang's era and grew up in Li Tang's time. He was also loyal to Li Tang's empire. After becoming an official, he was very close to the officials who had the same ambition. Because of this, he was ostracized and sent to Hanlin Academy, becoming a noble but powerless scholar. Ever since the Khitans and Turks used the excuse of protecting Li Tang and rebelling against the Zhou, Wu Zetian, who was too old to rectify the situation, had to use many of Li Tang's old officials to stabilize the political situation and the people. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong became prime ministers one after another. After they gained power, they immediately transferred Zhao Jianing out of Hanlin Academy and appointed him as the secretariat renderer. He was young but was already in the center of a confidential department. Obviously, the two prime ministers wanted to train him. Zhao Jianing was on the same side as the two prime ministers, so he did not regard himself as an outsider. As soon as he entered the political affairs hall, he cupped his hands in greeting and said to Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong in a hurry, "Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Yao." Master D went to Dragon Gate. Yao Chong was shocked and said, "Master D went to Dragon Gate? He has already recovered?" Zhao Jianing shook his head and said, "Master D's body is sick, and he's getting weaker day by day. He can't even withstand the jolting of an ox cart or carriage." He was carried to the Dragon Gate in a soft palanquin, but before he could leave the Ding-Ding Gate, he fainted again. His son was by his side, and there was also a doctor carrying a medicine box. Wei Zhigu stopped and stroked his beard as he murmured, "This old fox is so unyielding. He's going to sacrifice his life to protect Prince Luling." Yao Chong circled around the hall twice and suddenly stomped his foot heavily. "I can't hesitate anymore. Duke Wei, we can't pretend to be deaf and mute at this time. We have to stand up for him. Otherwise, everyone in the world will criticize us." Wei Zhigu hesitated, but those officials, Yao Chong said, "We can't care about that anymore. Let's go to Dragon Gate first. We'll explain the pros and cons to them later." Wei Zhigu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He crossed his fist and palm and said in a low voice, "Fine. Master D is already in such a state, but he still wants to go to Dragon Gate. Even if we consider our lifelong friendship, we still have to go. Let's go." Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Zhao Jianing immediately said, "I'll go first. Prepare a horse outside the palace." At this time, Princess Taiping had already entered the palace through the Gate of Light. Following the long corridor formed by the red walls and roof tiles, she was hurrying toward Wu Zetian's lovely spring terrace. Her dress fluttered like water, and her belt fluttered in the wind. The golden ornament on her head trembled with anxiety. After borrowing the spy, Yang Fan now used the entire court's civil and military officials. He lived on Dragon Gate Mountain in a flashy manner, bathing in the hot spring and eating fresh fruits. He quietly waited for people to come, like a burning torch that attracted all the moths. If the Taiping Party, the Prince of Xiang Party, and the Luling Party still did not know that he was protecting the Prince of Luling at EK Dragon Gate, they could have packed up and retired long ago. How could they fight against the two princes of the Wu clan? As long as they knew the shock, anxiety, and hesitation they showed when they did not know anything was enough to dispel anyone's doubts and make them believe that the Prince of Luling was at Dragon Gate. Only when the Dragon Gate was lively could Luoyang be quiet and the Prince of Luling be safe. He rested for a night in Yi County, and then only traveled 50 li each day, staying one night in Wuyang and one night in Xiangqing. This period of time was enough for Huang Xuchang to protect the prince and travel far ahead of him. Even if he sped up on the third day, unless something happened to Huang Xuchang and the Prince of Luling on the way, they would have already reached Luoyang. Entering Luoyang was the last hurdle. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened at this last hurdle, he appeared at Dragon Gate. The crafty and cunning monk Fajing returned to his temple in his high-toothed wooden clogs to enter seclusion. He had lent the monk to Yang Fan, but he didn't know why Yang Fan wanted to receive him. He was in seclusion. He was a monk and did not concern himself with worldly affairs. The reason why he was willing to lend Yang Fan was that Yang Fan had the imperial edict. What he did must be in line with the way of heaven and the law of the country. As a highly virtuous monk, and a monk who had been blessed by the emperor for a long time, he naturally had to contribute to the royal family. This was the first time Li Bauer had bathed in a hot spring. She had only ever heard of this kind of steaming hot spring water that came from the ground. Her mother had said that after bathing in this spring water, one's skin would become as tender as cream, as smooth and comfortable as if it had been smeared with a layer of talcum powder. This was also the first time she had seen such a magnificent palace-like building since she was born. Before, she had only seen bamboo and wood roofs and yellow mud roofs. She had never even seen a tile-roofed house, not to mention such a magnificent and huge house with giant stone carvings. And such a beautiful and huge house was actually just a bathroom. She happily soaked in the bath and was not even willing to come out. Gu Zhuting also had a very pleasant hot spring bath. Not only did she wander from place to place, but cleanliness was also a problem. This was the biggest worry for a girl. Now, she could finally take a bath to her heart's content. But what could make a beauty more beautiful? Light, moonlight, wine, colorful clothes, fresh flowers, cosmetics, and even a bath. A real beauty not only had beautiful facial features, but also a graceful figure. Their skin was also excellent. When a beauty came out of the bath, her cheeks would not be unnaturally flushed. Instead, it would be a bright red, even and natural. Her beautiful black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her long and elegant neck. Her fair face had a touch of blush, and her delicate collarbone was exposed. Her delicate white skin was like a freshly peeled egg white. It was an enchanting scene. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene was only a flash in the pan. After Gu Zhuting came out of the bath, she sat in front of the dressing table and picked up not rouge and face powder, nor was it a fine brush for drawing eyebrows and lips, but a box of herbal paste that was light yellow in color. She still had to continue playing this Prince of Luling. Slowly, the beautiful girl who had just bathed for the first time disappeared. What appeared in the dressing mirror was the image of a haggard and old middle-aged man. There was no beard under his chin, and his wrinkles were piled up, making him look like a eunuch. The eunuch revealed a helpless smile to the mirror and began to stick his beard strand by strand. When Gu Zhuting finally turned into a completely different person and even changed her clothes, the sun was setting in the west, and there was already a trace of twilight on the mountain. Gu Zhuting opened the door and walked out. To her surprise, she found Yang Fan standing outside her door, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned around and smiled at her. Done. Yes. Facing Yang Fan's burning gaze, Gu Zhuting somewhat unnaturally raised her hand, wanting to tidy up her hair. Only when she raised her hand did she remember that she was playing the Prince of Luling. Such an action was too strange, and she couldn't help but smile in surprise. Yang Fan gazed at her and suddenly said softly, "You've really worked hard." He didn't say much, just this one sentence, as if everything was said without words. Gu Zhuting's heart suddenly trembled, as if someone had suddenly plucked the strings of a zither that had been left empty in the corner for a long time. Her eyes turned a little red, and she hurriedly turned around and slowly walked to Yang Fan's side. Pretending to be tranquil, she smiled and said, "It's nothing. Being together with Alang, the things we do are much more interesting than before. It's not fighting and killing, but it's more difficult and fun than fighting and killing. I've been bathing and changing my appearance for more than 4 hours. The sect leader has been waiting here all this time just to thank me." Gu Zhuting pretended to look around naturally. She thought carefully in her heart and suddenly felt warm all over her body. "Hey, Brother Yang. Ahem, Lieutenant Yang." Suddenly, a girl's voice as clear as the chirping of an oriole came from afar. Feeling the unnatural atmosphere between the two of them quietly enshrouded, the two of them felt relieved. Looking into the distance, they saw Li Guo, jumping between the flowers and grass and running towards them. She was wearing a light red, narrow-sleeved, short-sleeved jacket with dark patterns and a pleated silk skirt with a slim waist. She bought it in a small shop in the alley when they were in Wuyang. Wearing a set of very ordinary civilian clothes, she looked very charming. Ouch! Seeing that she was about to run in front of them, Li Guo suddenly tripped and stumbled forward. Yang Fan could see that she was not sincere. She really tripped on a protruding rock on the ground. Just when he was hesitating whether he should go forward to help her, Gu Shooting's figure flashed and flashed in front of him. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks. Gu Shooting gently bent down and grabbed Li Guo'er's arm. She said lightly, "Princess, please be careful." Li Guo'er did not care about this person who looked exactly like her father, but spoke with a soft female voice. She twisted her waist and dodged Gu Shooting. She smiled at Yang Fan and said, "I soaked in the hot spring for too long, so I feel a little dizzy. It's really good here. So gorgeous, like heaven." Yang Fan smiled and said, "When you go to the palace, you will know what gorgeous is. This place is far worse than the palace. It can only be said to be shabby." "Really?" Li Guo'er's eyes sparkled. "Then when can we go to the palace?" Yang Fan said, "Soon. No matter what, it should be delayed until tonight." As he said, Yang Fan looked up at the sky. When he looked down, he suddenly fixed his eyes on the mountain road in the distance. He slowly smiled and said, "Someone is coming." Li Guo'er immediately became nervous. She subconsciously moved closer to him and said timidly, "Is it the Wu family?" Yang Fan said, "Don't worry, their target is not you. In any case, they will not attack a woman." Speaking of this, Yang Fan turned his head and smiled a little childishly at Gu Shooting and Li Guo'er, as if he had done some kind of prank, and said, "My last plan is called the Fire Beacon to play with the feudal vassals. Guess, which feudal vassals will come first?" Chapter 8:13. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. Li Guo'er's heart was thumping wildly. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Her thin lower lip had already turned white from biting it. But when she looked at Yang Fan and saw that he was calm and composed, Li Guo'er's heart calmed down. "Ah, so it's them," Yang Fan softly exclaimed, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Li Guo'er stared at his expression and cautiously asked, "They are not enemies, right?" Yang Fan turned his head and smiled at her. "They are your aunt's people." "My aunt." All the relatives in Li Guo'er's mind were just abstract names. She had never seen any of them. After thinking for a while, she exclaimed, "Princess Taiping." Yang Fan said, "That's right, Princess Taiping." The characteristics of the guards sent by Princess Taiping were too obvious. 8 plump and strong female sumo wrestlers almost crushed the majestic warhorses. Each of them had 2 horses behind them. The distance from Luoyang to EK Dragon Gate was so short that they had to change horses in order to not crush the horses to death. The climb up the mountain was even more strenuous. These 8 fat women were astonishingly heavy, and they could only walk a few steps before gasping for breath. Although Princess Taiping had ordered them to rush to the Dragon Gate as fast as possible and protect the Prince of Luling, they really could not move fast enough. When they stopped, their huge and plump bodies blocked the entire mountain path. The ordinary guards behind them could only stop and wait for them to catch their breath. On the hillside, Li Guo'er's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, These are my aunt's people? They can't even walk. How can they protect us?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "If a top expert who doesn't know how to swim falls into the river, a village urchin who knows how to swim can also take his life. All abilities were relative and could only be displayed in a suitable environment. They can't climb a mountain. If it's a fight on flat ground, I can deal with one of these 8 people. I can barely deal with 2. 3 I will lose, for I will die. If the 8 of them come at me together, I won't be able to escape, even if I want to." Li Guo'er swallowed with difficulty. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Your aunt only has a total of 8 sumo masters. In the past, no matter where she went, she would bring at least 2 of them with her to protect herself. Now that she has sent all 8, your aunt really treats you guys very well. Li Guo nodded silently. The 8 female sumo wrestlers finally climbed up the mountain. After panting for a while like sleeping tigers, they asked someone about the whereabouts of the Prince of Luling. The martial monks on the mountain had already received orders from Yang Fan and did not stop them from climbing the mountain. They even sent a martial monk to lead them to Yang Fan. Commandant Yang. The 8 female sumo wrestlers had all met Yang Fan before, and some of them had even heard of Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. Since they were all familiar with each other, there was no need for formalities. The 8 women cupped their hands in greeting to Yang Fan. One of them took a step forward and said straightforwardly, "May I ask which one of you is His Highness, the Prince of Luling?" As she spoke, her eyes were already on Gu Zhuting. She was the only one who had been by Yang Fan's side, and was of a similar age and appearance. Yang Fan took a step back and solemnly said, "This is the Prince of Luling." The 8 women and the armed guards behind them immediately cupped their hands in greeting to Gu Zhuting. "The guards of Princess Taiping's residence greet your highness." "Good, good. Warriors, rise. Sister Taiping, is she well?" Gu Zhuting's face was filled with surprise and joy. She perfectly imitated the expression and reaction that the Prince of Luling should have. It was the leader of the 8 women who answered on behalf of everyone. "The princess is well. When we were ordered to rush to the Dragon Gate, the princess had already entered the palace. I believe she will be here soon." "Good, good, good." Based on the principle of saying too much was bound to make mistakes, Gu Zhuting did not say much. In any case, the Prince of Luling had been locked up in Huangzhuling for 16 years. No one knew what kind of personality he had now. Yang Fan said again, "This is the youngest daughter of your highness, Princess Bao." Now that Li Guo's official identity was brought up, it was not appropriate to tell others her maiden name. However, this princess was born on the road where her father was sent to Fang province. The imperial family did not care about her and did not even give her a title. They could only use her name for the time being. Everyone bowed to Li Guo again. Li Guo's beautiful face was flushed with excitement. It was only at this moment that she truly felt the nobility of her identity. Although Yang Fan and the others had been very respectful to her before, that was when they were fleeing for their lives. She had never felt such a respectful attitude. Dispense with the formalities. Li Guo was so excited that she even stuttered a little. She only managed to say one sentence, but she quickly regained her composure and quickly adapted to this new identity. She was no longer a lowly prisoner, but a princess of the imperial court. While they were talking and greeting each other, people shouted and horses neighed in the distance. At this time, the sun was about to set and dusk had already arrived. It was quiet at the foot of the mountain, and there were no pedestrians. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a group of people stood out. Because the people of Princess Taiping's residence were all present, Yang Fan did not joke with Gu Zhuting and Li Guo this time. He only looked at the approaching group of people and muttered to himself in his heart, "Who are these second feudal vassals?" Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong came from the political affairs hall and did not bring many family warriors with them. However, they were the prime ministers. According to the rules of the Tang dynasty, the prime minister was in charge of the 16 imperial guards of the southern Yamen, while the imperial guards of the northern Yamen reported directly to the emperor. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, the direct guards of the eastern palace, led by the crown prince, were reduced, and the power of the prime minister was also weakened. He no longer had the power to directly mobilize troops. However, the prime minister was still the supreme commander of the southern Yamen imperial guards in name. Therefore, when they went out, the imperial guards were equipped with a guard force. Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong led their guards out of the Dingding Gate as fast as lightning. Today, the old soldiers guarding the ding-ding gate had their eyes opened. One after another, big shots led a large group of people and rushed out as if they were fighting a fire. They did not know what was happening outside the city. Wei Jigu and Yao Chong urged their horses and rushed towards the Dragon Gate. Suddenly, they saw a group of people and a soft sedan in the middle. Wei Jigu's heart suddenly sank, and he thought, "Master D?" The group heard people shouting and horses neighing behind them. They turned around and saw the flag they raised. They knew who was coming and had already informed Di Renjia. The group of people waited by the roadside. Wei Jigu and Yao Chong drove their horses to the front. They got off their horses and quickly walked to the side of the soft sedan that had been lowered. At a glance, they saw Di Renjia lying on the sedan. He looked haggard and had sunken eyes. He used to be such a humorous, tough, and lively person, but now he had been tortured by illness. Wei Jigu and Di Renjia had been ministers in the same palace for many years. Even though they had different supporters in the end, they had always been on the same side in the political upheavals. They could be considered like-minded old friends. Seeing Di Renjia in such a state, Wei Jigu felt a lump in his throat and cried out, "Master Di!" Yao Chong had not interacted much with Di Renjia, but he greatly admired this old minister of the nation. Seeing Di Renjia like this, he could not help but sigh. He silently bowed to Di Renjia and stood to the side, with Zhao Jianing, the renunciator of the Secretariat of Government. The corner of Di Renjia's mouth twitched a few times. He seemed to want to smile at his old friend, but in the end, he couldn't. His eyes dimmed, and he tried to open his mouth to say something with a trembling voice. His voice was too soft, although no one around dared to speak. Wei Jigu still didn't hear it clearly. He bent down and pressed his white-haired head against Di Renjia's mouth. Only then did he hear a very faint voice. "Duke Wei, please, please." Wei Jigu's tears that had just stopped gushed out like spring water. He straightened his body and nodded to Di Renjia. He choked and said, "Don't worry, Master Di. This time, I will go, even if I have to give up my life. I will protect Luling." Di Renjia nodded gently. A hint of gratification flashed through his eyes. Wei Jigu wiped away his tears and said to Di Renjia, "This matter is urgent. This servant will hurry over right away. Master Di, please do not be anxious. Travel slowly, and your health is more important." He didn't try to persuade Di Renjia to go back. He knew that Di Renjia wouldn't be at ease until he saw the king of Luling with his own eyes. There was no need to say such useless words. Wei Jigu had his family help him onto a horse. He whipped the horse, and it galloped in the direction of the Dragon's Gate under the setting sun. "It's King Liang's men." Yang Fan could already see the flags at the foot of the mountain. His eyes narrowed. "Who is it? Are they here to help us? Or—" Li Guo didn't hear Yang Fan's mutterings. She was rather short, and there was only a short tree in front of her. She stood on her tiptoes and could only make out the figures on the mountain, but not their flags. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "It's your uncle Wu Sansi." Li Guo's face immediately paled. The trauma of being imprisoned in the mountains for so many years resurfaced in her mind. Yang Fan suddenly smiled. These Wu clan kings were obviously not to be trifled with. However, wasn't his goal precisely to draw these people here? If Wu Sansi was here, then Wu Qingxi shouldn't be too far away. The more people that came, the more smoothly his plan would go. Yang Fan turned around to take a look. Princess Taiping's 8 female sumo wrestlers had their hands clasped behind their backs. They were dressed in sumo attire, and they stood there in high spirits. Only now did Yang Fan notice that they were actually equipped with weapons today. The 8 of them were each equipped with a pair of blades. The blades weren't very long because they were sheathed at their waists. The hilts of the blades could be seen on either side. If the blades were of normal length, even with their burly backs and bear-like waists, there should still be a blade on either side of their thighs. In the distance, there were a few monks wielding heavy black cudgels. Their appearances were imposing and indomitable. The inner guards and 100 cavalrymen, who had rested for an entire day, rushed out when they heard the news. Every one of them had sharp blades in their hands, and they were brimming with killing intent. Yang Fan smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hand at the 8 sumo wrestlers and said, "Escort the king and the princess back to their rooms to rest." The king of Luling gave him a worried look and asked, "Then what about you, Officer Yang?" Yang Fan tightened his belt, dusted off his robes, and said indifferently, "I'll go down the mountain to meet him." Chapter 8:14. Li Guerre sat cross-legged on the couch, her head slightly tilted to the side as she bit her pinky finger. Gu Zhuting sat peacefully in front of the mirror. She seemed to be scrutinizing her own reflection, trying to see if there were any flaws. Li Guerre bit her pinky finger for a while. She couldn't help but ask Gu Zhuting, "Guard Gu, what do you think? Officer Yang will do when he meets that King Liang?" Gu Zhuting glanced at her. It was a very feminine look, but she did not say anything. Li Guerre didn't seem to mind. She continued, "King Liang has always wanted to kill my father, and Officer Yang is my father's protector. Do you think that they will immediately start fighting when they meet?" Gu Zhuting glanced at her again, but still didn't say anything. Li Guerre was getting more and more excited. She began to speak faster and faster. "Say, if they fight, King Liang is just a prince who has been pampered all his life. I don't think he's that good. Will Officer Yang kill him with a single slash?" Gu Zhuting sighed, interrupting Li Guerre's daydream. "Princess, even if he knows that those assassins were sent by King Liang, and even if he has concrete evidence, Officer Yang still won't make a move against him. Officials have their own rules." Li Guerre couldn't help but feel nervous. Then wouldn't Officer Yang be at a disadvantage? Officer Yang can't make a move, but King Liang can do it without any reservations. What do we do? Even though Li Guerre was smart, she had grown up in the mountains, and her knowledge in many aspects wasn't much better than that of a country bumpkin. Gu Zhuting could only patiently explain, "Even though King Liang is completely unrestrained, this is just how the bureaucracy works. Even if 2 people fight to the death, even if everyone knows that they are like fire and water, they still have to pay attention to face. King Liang could send people to assassinate the king of Luling, but he wouldn't do it himself, nor would he allow his people to do it in front of him. It was just a thin layer of paper, but it couldn't be pierced through no matter how hard he tried. This is how it works in the bureaucracy and the great clans." Li Guerre still didn't understand. The 2 of them were clearly fighting to the death, so why was there still a need for such a fake mask? She asked in confusion. "Then what do you think will happen when Commander Yang meets King Liang?" Gu Zhuting's fingers that were stroking her cheeks paused for a moment. She revealed a curious expression and replied leisurely, "I also want to know, Your Highness, this subject, Yang Fan, greets Prince." Alone, Yang Fan quickly went down the mountain to welcome him. Wu Sansi had just dismounted from his horse and was about to go up the mountain when he suddenly saw Yang Fan walking down the mountain as if he was flying. He could not help but snort heavily and halted his steps, coldly looking at him. Yang Fan lifted the sleeves of his robe and jogged over to Wu Sansi's side. He bowed and said, "This subject, Yang Fan, greets Your Highness. Your Highness, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Wu Sansi laughed angrily and said coldly, I wouldn't dare. Yang Fan, you are truly capable. How could this prince dare to take offense at His Majesty's trust in you." Yang Fan's face tightened. He said in a terrified voice, "This subject is the Emperor's subject, and also your Highness's disciple. Your Highness's words have truly terrified me." Wu Sansi was so angry that he began to laugh. He pointed his horsewhip at him and shouted angrily, "Yang Fan, you still dare to say that you are this prince's disciple? The Emperor ordered you to bring Luling back to the capital, but this prince was actually kept in the dark all this time. You really are my good disciple. You still dare to say such things to mock this prince." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject does not dare. This subject is filled with difficulties. Your Highness, please step aside for a moment." Wu Sansi forcefully lashed out with his horsewhip and strode towards a small pentagonal pavilion next to a stream. Yang Fan immediately tiptoed and followed behind him, looking like a treacherous subject. Wu Sansi sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. He coldly stared at Yang Fan and said, "What else do you have to say?" Yang Fan bowed and said, "This subject has nothing to say. I only wish to ask for forgiveness from your Highness." "Huh," Wu Sansi sneered. He suddenly stood up and was about to walk out of the pavilion. Yang Fan immediately said, "When His Majesty secretly summoned Yang Fan, he once issued a decree. If Luling survives, Yang Fan survives. If Luling dies, Yang Fan dies. Yang Fan's family, young and old, are all in the Emperor's hands. This subject dares to ask your Highness, what do you think this subject should do?" Wu Sansi abruptly stopped in his tracks. His leopard eyes coldly swept over Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were faintly glistening with tears. Wu Sansi couldn't help but become silent. These days, there weren't many single-minded death warriors like those of the pre-Qin era. Even if they were death warriors of that era, how many of them didn't entrust their wives and children with their lives in order to repay their masters? He treated Yang Fan well, but was it worth it for him to abandon his wife and children? Even those family warriors in his residence, if they knew they were going to die and still wanted to spare the lives of their family, would they be willing to work for him without hesitation? Yang Fan said, "Your Highness's kindness to Yang Fan is as heavy as a mountain. Even if I have to repay it with my life, this subject will not refuse. However, this subject has lost everything at a young age. Now, I only have my wife and children left. They are all in the hands of the imperial experts. This subject really has no choice. Moreover, although this subject is the leader of the people sent to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital, the Emperor still trusts the internal guards the most. Ever since the Prince of Luling was brought out, this subject has only been in charge of the overall plan. The one guarding the Prince of Luling has always been the High Commandant of the internal guards. Your Highness also knows that the High Commandant's rank is even higher than mine. There are many things that I cannot decide." Yang Fan still didn't want to publicly break off relations with Wu Sansi, even if the latter didn't trust him as much as before. As long as there was a shred of hesitation in his heart, it would still be beneficial to him. Thus, he spared no effort to draw a clear line between himself and Wu Sansi. As Yang Fan spoke, he even wiped the corners of his eyes. In the end, perhaps because he felt too wronged, he couldn't hold back his tears. For a moment, his face was covered in tear stains. Seeing his tears fall like rain, the hatred in Wu Sansi's heart lessened somewhat. Yang Fan thought to himself, "Damn, if I put too much of this mustard on, it's so spicy that I can't even open my eyes." Wu Sansi steadied himself, his face cloudy, for a moment before he coldly said, "Is the Prince of Luling on the mountain?" "Yes." No, not. The Prince of Luling coldly stared at him. Yang Fan lowered his head, doing his best to endure the spiciness of the mustard. His face was twisted, and in Wu Sansi's eyes, It looked like he was struggling inside. Seeing this, Wu Sansi increased his strength and softened his voice, saying, "You've already escorted Luling to the capital. Although you haven't sent him to the emperor yet, you've already done your duty. Under these circumstances, as long as this prince is willing to protect you, I believe that even if something happens to Luling, His Majesty won't do anything to you. Ha! What's more, this prince is openly going up the mountain today. I won't do anything to Luling in front of everyone, right? Right now, this prince only wants you to tell me the truth. Is Luling on the mountain or not?" Yang Fan lowered his head and gradually got used to the mustard's irritation. Only then did he slowly raise his head. With a hesitant expression, he said, "His Majesty kills people like mowing grass. Towards Prince, His Majesty naturally won't go to war. But towards this subject, can Prince really protect this subject's life and the safety of this subject's family?" Wu Sansi boldly said, "A gentleman keeps his word. Don't tell me you don't believe what this prince says." He raised 3 fingers and said sternly, with the yellow sky above and the thick earth below, "I, Wu Sansi, hereby swear that if Yang Fan tells me the truth, and this prince turns a blind eye to Yang Fan and his family, breaking my own promise, heaven and earth will curse me." Yang Fan hesitated for a long time before saying with difficulty, "Prince of Luling is not on the mountain." Wu Sansi's people had already received Wei Yang's secret report, so Wu Sansi naturally also knew. Wei Yang's secret report clearly stated that the one Yang Fan was escorting was the real Prince of Luling, which was the most reasonable. Would Yang Fan risk handing over the Prince of Luling, whose life and death were closely related to him, to someone else to escort him back to the capital? But now, Yang Fan said that the Prince of Luling he was escorting was a fake. Although he knew that Yang Fan was trying to protect his family and was not loyal to the Li family, Wu Sansi still hated and was furious. He squinted at Yang Fan and sneered, "Is this true?" Yang Fan nodded forcefully and said through clenched teeth, "Absolutely true." Wu Sansi shouted sternly, "Look me in the eyes when you speak." Yang Fan shivered, and his fleeting gaze met Wu Sansi's. Wu Sansi stared at him with a fierce gaze and said word by word, "Is the real Prince of Luling on the mountain or not?" Yang Fan only hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Your Highness's kindness in grooming is something this subject does not dare to forget. This subject has entrusted the lives of my family and my entire family to your Highness. The Prince of Luling is really not on the mountain. The real Prince of Luling has already been secretly escorted back to the capital by 100 cavalrymen who faked his death. This subject does not know where they are or whether they have reached the capital." Wu Sansi stared coldly at him for a long time before suddenly laughing 3 times. "Good. Follow this prince up the mountain." Yang Fan asked in surprise, "Why is your Highness going up the mountain?" Wu Sansi's gaze turned cold. "Didn't you say that the Prince of Luling really isn't on the mountain? So what if this prince goes up the mountain? Why are you panicking?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject is not panicking. This subject only feels that your Highness doesn't seem to believe this subject's words." Wu Sansi sneered, "I believe. Of course I believe. Only, although this prince isn't familiar with the Prince of Luling, we have met several times in the past. This prince is curious and wishes to go up the mountain to take a look. Is this not allowed?" "Yes. Then this subject will accompany your Highness up the mountain." Wu Sansi took large strides in front, and Yang Fan followed closely behind as they ascended the mountain. The Liang estate's guards followed behind them. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance back. Wu Sansi, who had been paying attention to his movements, grew even more suspicious. He couldn't help but ridicule. "Don't worry, they are this prince's guards. They can't be assassins." But does this prince not need someone to protect him when he goes out? Yang Fan hurriedly said, "How could this subject dare to suspect your highness? This subject is only taking a casual look. A casual look." Wu Sansi snorted coldly and sped up the mountain. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and followed closely behind, whispering, "Does your highness have a spy among us?" Wu Sansi was moved. He coldly snorted and said, "If this prince had a spy among you, would this prince have been fooled by you?" Yang Fan made an "oh" sound and muttered to himself, "In that case, he is Prince Wei's man." Wu Sansi suddenly stopped and stared at Yang Fan. "What did you say? Who is Prince Wei's man?" Chapter 8:15. It's like this. Yang Fan spoke word by word. Wu Sansi slowed down his pace, listening to what he was saying. Monk Fa Zhang, who was in seclusion, stealthily circled around from the front of the mountain and watched from a high vantage point. He saw Yang Fan gesticulating as he walked, while the overbearing Liang Wang and Wu Sansi listened with rapt attention. From the looks of it, it was as if Wu Sansi had just arrived at Dragon's Gate and Yang Fan was acting as a guide, introducing to him the historical sites and legends of this place. Fei Zheng shook his head, put his palms together, and said, "Amit Ba." With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to his seclusion. Yang Fan told Wu Sansi in detail what happened on Yi County's mountain. Wu Sansi gave him a deep look. He already knew about these things, but he didn't know that Huang Xuchang was faking his death, nor did he know that this was a scheme to deceive the traitor. He really thought that Huang Xuchang was Wu Qingxi's man. Wu Sansi said coldly, "You've really exhausted all your schemes." With a bitter face, Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, please understand. This idea was actually thought up by the inner guards. After coming up with it, they went to me and Commander Huang to discuss it. This subject wanted to protect the safety of my family, so I couldn't let anything happen to the Prince of Luling. Naturally, I agreed to this plan." Wu Sansi suddenly interrupted him, saying, "Since Huang Xuchang is a fake traitor, then you just said that he was Prince Wei's man. Who are you talking about?" Yang Fan said, "This subject is talking about Wei Yong." Wu Sansi's heart thumped when he heard this, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Wei Yong? Who is he? What happened to him?" Yang Fan said, "Wei Yong is also one of the imperial bodyguards who went to Fangzhou to welcome the Prince of Luling. He believed that we were escorting the real Prince of Luling. Seeing that we were about to arrive at Luoyang, in a moment of desperation, he actually wanted to assassinate the Prince of Luling in the middle of the night. In the end, he failed and was killed by Miss Gao and Miss Lan, who were guarding the prince." Wu Sansi's heart sank when he heard this. The reason why he insisted on going up the mountain was because he didn't believe Yang Fan's words. He also wanted to find Wei Yong and ask him about it. He believed that as long as he went up the mountain, Wei Yong would definitely find an opportunity to report to him. The benefits that he promised Wei Yong was something that Wei Yong couldn't obtain, even if he worked hard for a lifetime. He wasn't afraid that Wei Yong wouldn't give up on him, but he didn't expect that Wei Yong was already dead. Wu Sansi's pace was getting slower and slower. He thought to himself, was it a ruse on Yi County Hill? I really didn't know about this. Could it be that Yang Fan was telling the truth when he said that the Prince of Luling was a fake? He shot another glance at Yang Fan, but the Prince of Luling's words had been alternating between truth and falsehood. False and true, sometimes true and sometimes false, sometimes true and sometimes false, making it impossible for him to tell whether Yang Fan's words were true or false. Yang Fan said in a very relieved tone, "When we said that Huang Xuchang was King Wei's spy on Yi County Hill, it was just a casual remark. We never thought that Wei Yong was actually King Wei's spy. Fortunately, Wei Yong wasn't sure if King Wei had bribed anyone else." No, fortunately, only now did Yang Fan seem to recall that this King Liang wanted nothing more than for the Prince of Luling to die. He awkwardly changed his words and pretended to be considerate as he said, "I didn't expect King Wei to have already bribed a spy among us. From this, it can be seen how meticulous he is. Such a person will definitely be a formidable opponent for your Highness. Your Highness, you must be careful." Wu Sansi snorted coldly, but he didn't expose the fact that Wei Yong was his spy. No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't confirm whether Yang Fan was telling the truth or not. In the end, he could only stop and call out, "Men!" Zheng Yu immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. Wu Sansi turned to Yang Fan and asked, "How does that guard surnamed Huang look like?" Yang Fan gave a detailed description, and Wu Sansi said to Zheng Yu, "Did you hear that? Immediately take the men back to the city and increase the security on land and water to prevent that person from sneaking in. That person should be accompanied by someone like the one Yang Fan described. But there might not necessarily be such a person accompanying him." Wu Sansi didn't know whether he should believe Yang Fan's words or not, so he simply waved his hand and said in annoyance, "Don't worry about this person's appearance. Just go back and interrogate anyone suspicious." Zheng Yu was stunned. "That person, isn't he on the mountain?" Wu Sansi rebuked, "Idiot, how do you know he didn't disguise himself and take a shortcut to go down the mountain? Remember, you must increase the security in Luoyang. It's one thing if he's on the mountain, but if he enters the city right under your nose, you can forget about your head." Zheng Yu's heart trembled. He hurriedly agreed and led his group down the mountain. Wu Sansi sighed. He couldn't tell the truth from the lies of Yang Fan's words, so he could only place his focus on Dragon Gate. Actually, after learning of the Prince of Luling's appearance at Dragon Gate, he didn't remove the security in Luoyang. He just strengthened it a little more. Luoyang was the emperor's capital after all, so he couldn't seal the city even if he wanted to. Such a big city had an astronomical number of people entering and exiting every day. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to find a person among so many people. If he kept a close eye on Dragon Gate, as long as the Prince of Luling here was real, the chances of success were not small. If he blindly believed in Yang Fan's words and transferred the main forces to keep an eye on Luoyang. If this turned out to be another one of Yang Fan's schemes to lure the tiger away from the mountain, once the palace reacted and took the Prince of Luling away, the situation would be over. The more Wu Sansi thought about it, the heavier his thoughts became. He no longer had the imposing manner from before and just slowly climbed up the hot spring mountain step by step. When Wu Sansi reached the top of the mountain, he was slightly out of breath. With a gloomy expression, he asked, "Where is this fake Prince of Luling?" Yang Fan hurriedly led the way, saying, "Your Highness, please come this way. In the past, there used to be a residence on this mountain that belonged to the Prince of Luling, but now it's not owned. Any imperial prince or duke can stay there, but the Prince of Luling, since this fake Prince of Luling has come up the mountain, it'll be arranged there." Yang Fan seemed to have said the wrong thing because it was a slip of the tongue, but Wu Sansi had the mentality of when one loses one's axe, one suspects one's neighbor. Even normal words and actions were suspicious in his eyes, not to mention saying the wrong thing. Wu Sansi's suspicions of this fake Prince of Luling immediately increased. Yang Fan led the Prince of Luling to the side of a palace room and gently stopped, saying with shame, "Your Highness, please don't reveal in front of the inner guards and the 100 cavalry that I've said to your Highness, cough, cough. What did I say? In a while, if Yang Fan does anything disrespectful to your Highness, it's because I have no other choice. I hope your Highness can understand." Wu Sansi had just increased his suspicions of his words, but now that he heard him mention in a very natural manner not to let the inner guards and the 100 cavalry sense anything but not the Prince of Luling, he couldn't help but think, could it be that this Prince of Luling is fake? Otherwise, Why would he only worry about the inner guards and the 100 cavalry, and not worry about exposing the secret to me in front of the Prince of Luling? Wu Sansi thought to himself, then said impatiently, I know. Will this prince violate the oath I made to heaven and earth? Go and invite the Prince of Luling to meet him. Say that this prince went up the mountain to bathe in the hot springs and was shocked to hear that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital. So I came to pay my respects. Yang Fan replied, Yes, Your Highness, please wait a moment. Yang Fan quickly stepped forward and explained to the 100 cavalry guards in front of the door. Meanwhile, Wu Sansi secretly shot a glance at Li Daong and the others, an ominous glint in his eyes. At this moment, another group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain. The neighing of horses could be heard clearly in the quiet valley. Wu Sansi frowned and asked, Who is it? Li Daong sent someone to the front of the mountain to take a look, and a moment later he reported, Your Highness, it seems like a husband from the Political Affairs Hall has arrived. Judging from the banner, it should be him. However, we still don't know which husband it is. Wu Sansi frowned. If these people were allowed to ascend the mountain, it would be difficult for them to commit a crime. Wu Sansi immediately rushed forward. When he saw that Yang Fan was still explaining something to the 100 cavalry, he glared at them and shouted, How dare you? This prince wishes to meet the Prince of Luling. Do you dare to stop me? Hurry up and send the message in. The 100 cavalry didn't dare to openly contradict King Liang. When they saw Yang Fan secretly shoot them a glance, they immediately complied. The others continued to guard the door, and only Zhang Shitong dashed into the courtyard. Wu Sansi grew impatient. Just as he was about to barge in, Zhang Shitong ran back out and said while gasping for breath, Your Highness, please, the Prince of Luling is already waiting for you in the hall. Wu Sansi was furious. The Prince of Luling is putting on airs. This prince has come to see him, yet he doesn't come out to welcome me? Zhang Shitong said, Your Highness, the Prince of Luling has been in a hurry on his way back to the capital. His legs have been worn down by the saddle, so he can't even take a single step forward. As such, he can only wait respectfully in the hall. Wu Sansi snorted coldly and began to walk in. Li Daong and the others were about to follow, but they were stopped by the 100 cavalry. Wu Sansi's face darkened. What? Even this prince's guards are not allowed to enter. Do you think this prince will harm the Prince of Luling? Zhang Shitong replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Your Highness, these subjects are acting on His Majesty's decree. As long as the decree is not delivered, we must risk our lives to protect the Prince of Luling. If Your Highness wishes to meet the Prince of Luling, we naturally do not dare to stop you. However, it would be improper for your guards to enter. There are naturally guards in the hall who can ensure Your Highness's safety. I would like to ask Your Highness's guards to remain outside. Wu Sansi domineeringly said, Other than entering the palace to see the emperor, this prince has guards following me everywhere. No one has ever stopped this prince. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly said, Then I would like to ask Your Highness's guards to surrender their weapons. As he said this, he repeatedly signaled Wu Sansi with his eyes. Wu Sansi proudly said, Surrender their weapons. Are you telling them to protect this prince with their bare hands? As he said this, he was about to force his way in. Those 100 cavalry were the emperor's subordinates. Although they respected him as a prince, they only obeyed the emperor's orders. As soon as they saw that he was about to force his way in, they immediately drew their weapons, and the two sides entered a deadlock. Wu Sansi sternly said, You dare to attack this prince? Zhang Shitong calmly said, These subjects are only lowly guards. How could we dare to disrespect Your Highness? It's just that as 100 cavalry, we must obey His Majesty's orders. if we have offended your highness. Please forgive us." Wu Sansi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Yang Fan hurriedly tried to mediate. "How about this? Your highness will only bring 2 guards in. There's no need to surrender your weapons. If there are too many people in front and behind, this will indeed be somewhat inexcusable." Wu Sansi was helpless, but he was also afraid that those people at the foot of the mountain would quickly ascend the mountain. With a cold snort, he waved his hand at his subordinates and strode into the courtyard. Chapter 8:16. Yao Chong hurriedly climbed up the mountain, followed by a group of imperial guards of the southern office. On the mountain, Wu Sansi had already barged into the residence of the Prince of Luling. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw many spirited and energetic monks holding heavy black cudgels standing in the middle of the courtyard like stakes. Wu Sansi thought of those imperial bodyguards who were beaten black and blue, and his face immediately darkened. But those monks just stood there with their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, as if they were arhats cast in the courtyard. They did not even blink. They only obeyed the orders of their own abbot, and other people really disdained them. With a flick of his sleeve, Wu Sansi rushed into the main hall. As soon as he saw the valiant and formidable-looking female guards armed with sharp blades, he couldn't help thinking, this defense is really impenetrable. There are 100 horsemen outside, monks in the middle, and internal guards inside. Even if I really wanted to force my way in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to succeed. Those female guards who were standing there like a beautiful screen had no intention of getting out of the way when they saw Wu Sansi barging in. However, when they saw Yang Fan step forward and wave his hand, they moved to the left and right, opening a path for Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi focused his eyes and saw a man standing shakily in the middle of the hall, easily held by 2 female sumo wrestlers who looked like mountains of flesh. Next to these 2 female sumo wrestlers stood 3 other female sumo wrestlers, making a total of 8 mountains of flesh. At first glance, a suffocating feeling immediately assaulted one's senses. The man standing between them was actually not short, but compared to them, he looked like a fragile quail. Princess Taiping's 8 personal female guards were well known in the capital, so Wu Sansi naturally recognized them. As soon as he saw them, Wu Sansi's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, why did Princess Taiping also send people here? Even if I use all my men to force my way in, I definitely won't be able to kill him. Right now, I can only find out if he's real or not before thinking of a way. Real or not? Taiping is Li Xian's sister. She can't possibly not know the truth, right? If she sent people, then this Li Xian in front of me, as Wu Sansi thought to himself, he put on a surprised and happy expression and hurried toward the Prince of Luling. Ayaya, Qilam, you really came back. Third thinking was going to climb the Dragon Gate to bathe in the hot spring. Unexpectedly, he heard that Qilong had come back. Congratulations! Congratulations! As Wu Sansi spoke, he walked forward, carefully sizing up Li Xian's appearance. Sure enough, he was 60 to 70% similar to the 7th son of the Li clan. It was just that Li Xian had been a young man in his 20s, elegant and handsome. His every movement had the air of royalty. As for the person in front of him, his temples were gray, his face was covered in wrinkles, his body was bloated, and his skin was pale. He stood there unsteadily. If not for someone supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Wu Sansi thought suspiciously, is this Li Xian really not Li Xian? Is there really such a so-called disguise technique in this world? Li Xian looked at him, a slightly humble expression on his face. He cupped his fists and said, Your Highness King Liang, it has been a long time. My legs are injured from the journey, and I am unable to welcome you. Please forgive me. Wu Sansi laughed and said intimately, We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Qilong, you can just call me as you usually do. What, King Liang or Your Highness? Isn't that a bit too distant? As he spoke, he intimately stepped forward to grab Li Xian's hand. His hand accurately grabbed onto a fleshy, fat hand. It was the hand of the female sumo wrestler on Li Xian's right, who had voluntarily offered it to him, blocking his hand from reaching out. Wu Sanxi's face darkened. What are you doing? The female sumo didn't care about him at all. She replied indifferently, This servant has come under Princess Taiping's orders to protect His Highness, the Prince of Luling. Before the princess arrives, no one is allowed to take half a step near the Prince of Luling. Otherwise, if anything happens to the prince, this servant will not be able to explain it to the princess. Wu Sanxi said angrily, You know who I am? The female sumo said, This servant is Princess Taiping's servant. I only recognize my master. Everyone else, regardless of who they are, has nothing to do with this servant. Wu Sanxi was furious. Li Xian hurriedly said, Hey, this girl really is a bit too cautious. Is there a need to be so guarded against King Liang? However, this girl has good intentions, so I can't refuse. King Liang, please don't get angry over this. When that girl of mine arrives, I'll have her apologize to King Liang. Wu Sanxi's anger turned into a smile. Forget it. How could this king bicker over such things? Ha, Qilong, you can just call me by my name. There's no need to be so courteous. Li Xian sighed. He slowly swept his gaze over the furnishings in the hall and said sadly, Things remain the same, but people have changed. All that happened in the past, if I bring it up, it will only make me feel sad. There is no need to bring it up. Wu Sanxi thought to himself, Is this guy a fake? Or is he just trying to mislead me because he's wary of me? It's a pity that with those 8-meat screens around, it won't be easy for me to get close to Li Xian. Wu Sanxi laughed and said, Regardless, Qilong has finally returned to the capital. Qilong must have returned to the capital on Aunt's orders. Why don't you immediately enter the palace to see Aunt? Why don't Sanxi accompany you back to the city? Li Xian raised his eyes. A trace of grief and indignation suddenly flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into a look of hatred and helplessness. I have been separated from Mother for 16 years. How could I not want to see her immediately? It's just that I have lived in Huangzhou for many years. These years, I have missed Mother day and night, causing my face to age and my expression to become haggard. Now, because I am in a hurry to return to the capital, I am in a hurry and injured my legs. If I were to enter the palace like this, I'm afraid that Mother will inevitably feel sad for her son. Mother is already old. No matter how unfilial Li Xian is, how could he dare to make Mother sad? Thus, I want to rest here for a few days before returning to the city. Wu Sanxi saw the trace of grief and indignation inadvertently flash through Li Xian's eyes. He somewhat believed that he was Li Xian. Wu Sanxi's eyes darted around. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a clear and melodious voice of a girl suddenly rang out. Father, look, my clothes are beautiful. The voice came to an abrupt stop, as if a string of ice beads had been smashed into a jade plate. The crisp sound was suddenly heard, as if someone had suddenly pressed down on it. Wu Sanxi turned around and saw a young girl running out of the side hall in a lively manner. Her cheeks were rosy like a blooming peach blossom, and her hair was dripping with water. She was carrying a pomegranate skirt embroidered with pleated white flowers. She looked like a happy little swallow. Just a single glance was enough to make one's eyes light up, as if a lantern had quietly exploded in the middle of the night. Wu Sanxi stared at this young girl in confusion. The young girl had rushed in excitedly, but when she suddenly saw that there was someone in the hall, she couldn't help but shrink back. She moved closer to Li Xian with the tip of her toes, looking at Wu Sansi with a timid expression. Li Xian coughed lightly and said, "This is my daughter, Guo, she was born on the way to Fang province. King Liang, you have yet to meet her. Guo, hurry up and pay your respects to King Liang." Guo, took a small step forward timidly. She lifted her skirt and quickly curtsied towards Wu Sansi. She said in a crisp voice, "Guo, pays her respects to King Liang." After she finished curtsying, she quickly hid behind Li Xian like a frightened little rabbit. Wu Sansi's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl was not very old, and she had been born and raised deep in the mountains. She was no different from an ignorant village girl. An innocent and naive young girl like her would easily give herself away. If the Prince of Luling was fake, they would never have allowed her to show herself to me. Moreover, judging from her appearance, the way she ran out, and the expression on her face, it was clear that she was unaware of my arrival. If I want to know whether this Prince of Luling is real or fake, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on her. Wu Sansi immediately laughed and said with a sincere smile, "Hee, your name is Guo, right? He's really a good child. He's so handsome, so fresh and lively. Just by comparing him to my maids, he's like a cloud compared to the others in my family. Guo, your entire family has returned to Luoyang with your father, right?" "No, my father only brought me back." Li Guo rolled up her clothes in an uneasy manner. Her little face was flushed, and she looked as if she could not bear to interact with strangers. Li Xian urged, "Guo, hurry up and return to your room. Look at how you are running out before you've even finished dressing yourself. This is not the mountains. Remember your father's words. You must behave yourself in the future. You can't be so wild anymore. Hurry up and go back." Wait, there's no rush." Wu Sansi hastily stretched out his hand to stop him. He said to Li Guo, with a smile, "Qilong, I have something to say to you. We are all family, so why are you acting so distant? Unfortunately, I did not know that Guo would come with your father, so I did not bring a greeting gift. Look, this is really..." Wu Sansi carelessly felt around his waist and took off a fine jade pendant. He handed it to Li Guo, and said, "Here, take this jade pendant as a greeting gift. Hurry up and take it." Li Guo looked a little hesitant. She subconsciously turned around to look at Li Xian. It was the same expression that many children would instinctively ask their parents for advice when they did not know what to do. Wu Sansi saw her reaction and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Fake? Humph! Would this little girl ask for his permission to visit the fake Prince of Luling? Does the fake Prince of Luling have the ability to deceive even his own daughter? Young fan, don't blame me for being merciless if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way. Wu Sansi said with a smile, "Hurry up and take it. There's no need to be polite. Our families are relatives, and we have always been close. You can ask your father if you don't believe me." Li Guo immediately turned around and looked at Li Xian with her large, watery eyes. A strange expression suddenly flitted across Li Xian's face. It was hard to tell whether it was anger or fear. He only waved his hand and said, "Since it is a gift from King Liang, just take it. Thank you, King Liang. Now, return to your room." Li Guo timidly accepted the jade pendant, bowed slightly to Wu Sansi, and said in a low voice, "Thank you, King Liang." After saying this, Li Guo ran towards the side hall. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, she seemed to recall her father's teachings. Now that you are a princess, you can't act like a wild girl in the wilderness. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and sneak a glance behind her. Only then did she lighten her footsteps, twist her waist, and slowly walk away like a graceful young lady. Wu Sansi smiled sinisterly and turned his head around. His eyes were like a pair of knives as he glared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's lips suddenly opened and closed. Then he helplessly pursed them and slowly lowered his head, revealing a look of wanting to argue but unable to speak. But in his heart, he laughed and sighed. That seductress even made me fall into her trap. If you think she's a little village girl who doesn't know the ways of the world, then you deserve to be unlucky. Chapter 8:17. Yao Chong arrived first, but Wei Zhigu was stopped by Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi was hurrying after Wu Sanxi when he heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. Turning his head, he saw their banners and knew that the officials from the Political Affairs Hall had arrived. Wu Zetian cleverly built a kind of balanced political relationship in the imperial court, although this kind of balance was actually abnormal and not equal with her forceful suppression and mediation. At any time, she was able to maintain a kind of delicate balance of power. That was, the political power was handed over to the ministers, and the military power was handed over to the Wu family. Ever since Wu Zetian failed to teach the civet and parrot to coexist peacefully, she once wanted to give the throne to someone with the surname Wu. In the end, she gave up because of the invisible opposition within the country, the stirring of foreign powers, and the fact that the Wu family members were a bunch of useless fools. Wu Zetian had now decided to pass the throne to her son, to someone with the surname Li, but she had usurped the Li family's empire and was worried that her son would restore Zhou to Tang after 100 years, preventing her empire from being passed down for generations. So she wanted to continue this balanced political situation. That was, after 100 years, the Li family would rule the empire, and the Wu family would control the military. The Li family would control the empire and could comply with the will of the people within the country. The Wu family would control the army and ensure that her son would not dare to act rashly. The Wu Zhou dynasty that she had created would continue. For this reason, none of the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall were from the Wu clan's side. Wu Zetian did not reveal this plan to anyone, but because of this, the power in the imperial court was clearly divided. She did not allow the Wu clan to interfere with the Political Affairs Hall. As a result, when Wu Qingxi saw that the people from the Political Affairs Hall had arrived, he knew that they were here to protect the Prince of Luling. He immediately ordered his men to move the carriage horizontally and block the road. When Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong arrived, Wu Qingxi smiled and cupped his hands. "Ah, Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Yao, you two seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going?" Wei Zhigu returned the greeting with a smile on his horse and said, "So it is your Highness, the King of Wei. I and Yuanji have been busy with official business and are tired." I suddenly remembered the hot spring water on Dragon Gate Mountain. It has the effect of relieving one's fatigue and refreshing one's mind. I heard that His Highness Wei Wang has been feeling unwell recently. Looking at Wei Wang's complexion, he is indeed ill. Instead of resting in the residence, where are you going? Wu Qingxi coughed twice and replied with a smile, "What a coincidence. This prince is also heading for Dragon's Gate. It was recorded in the commentary on the water classic, The Imperial Maiden Soup Can Cure All Diseases. This prince's illness is a chronic disease. I have tried to treat it with medicine, but there is no effect. Therefore, I want to go to the Dragon Gate to see if the hot spring water is effective. Since the two prime ministers are also going to the Dragon Gate, why don't we go together?" Wei Zhigu and Wu Qingxi both knew what the other party's goal was, but they didn't say it out loud. Shedding all pretense of cordiality was a big taboo in the officialdom. It was normal for people to stab you in the back while being friendly in front of you. As the saying goes, when one walks to the end of the line, one sits and watches the clouds rise. Who knows what will happen next? First, they are trapped in an irreversible situation. If the situation turns against them, they will be in a passive position. On the other hand, as long as this layer of cordiality is not shed, no matter how absurd your reason is, you can still insist on this reason when the situation is disadvantageous. Yao Chong laughed and said, "It is getting late. Why don't Duke Wei and I go first and inform the people up there to make some preparations in advance? This way, when Wei Wang reaches the mountain, he won't have to prepare meals and bedding in the dark." Wu Qingxi smiled and said, "No problem. This prince has already sent someone up the mountain. Someone come. Send another person to inform the people up there that Prime Minister Wei and Prime Minister Yao will be coming up the mountain today. They want the supervisor of the hot spring to make early preparations." Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong were secretly anxious. They looked at each other, but couldn't think of a reason to leave in a huff. Di Renjie was in a hurry on the soft sedan chair. Every time he traveled a certain distance, the burly and strong bodyguards would take turns to carry the sedan chair so as to ensure the speed. The officials would spur their horses to follow behind. There was nothing they could do. Based on their official positions, prestige, and qualifications, it would be pointless for them to go. Although Di Renjie looked like he was on the verge of death, as long as he was still breathing, this veteran of 4 dynasties would be able to control the situation. As they were traveling, they suddenly heard the sound of hooves. Di Renjie happened to wake up at this moment. Hearing the sound, he turned his eyes and saw a group of 3 horses passing by them without stopping. Di Renjie only saw that the 3 people seemed to be women, and they are wearing shallow dew on their heads. Di Renjie's lips opened and closed a few times. Di Guangyuan, who was accompanying him, hurriedly said, "Father, that woman is wearing shallow dew on her head and passed by in a hurry. I don't know who she is." The corner of Di Renjie's mouth lifted slightly, and his lips moved a few more times. Di Guangyuan hurriedly ordered everyone to stop. He bent down and placed his ear next to his father's mouth, and heard a sentence with a smile. "It's peace, peace has arrived, peace." Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong were being held back by Wu Qingxi and had no other choice but to follow him. Wu Qingxi purposely slowed down and let Wei Zhigu use the excuse that it was getting late to rush them. He refused to rest. Wei Zhigu was so anxious that his eyebrows were on fire. Suddenly, he had an idea and cried out, I forgot to remind you that I'm a vegetarian for the next few days. I can't eat meat, and I can't put any oil in my dishes either. UNG, I'll have to trouble you to go ahead and inform them on my behalf." As Wei Zhigu spoke, he signaled to Yao Chong with his eyes. Yao Chong understood and immediately whipped his horse. When the horse had already charged out, he shouted, "Don't worry, Duke Wei. Your Highness, I will go first." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Qingxi was so anxious that he started coughing before he could say a word. When he caught his breath, Yao Chong had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Wei Zhigu chuckled and said to Wu Qingxi, "Don't be anxious, Duke. This servant will follow Duke slowly. You and I will chat along the way." Wu Qingxi coughed anxiously and cursed in his heart, "This old man." On Dragon Gate Mountain, Wu Sanxi had used a clever scheme. From the reaction of the ignorant and innocent Li Gua, he found out that the Prince of Luling on Dragon Gate Mountain was the real Prince of Luling. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But on his way here, there were hundreds of cavalry, martial monks, internal guards, and the 8 female guards of Princess Taiping. How could he succeed even if he attacked by force? Just as he was hesitating, someone came to report, "Mr. Yao of the Political Affairs Hall is here to bathe in the hot springs at Dragon Gate Mountain. He was pleased to hear that the Prince of Luling has returned and specially came to pay his respects." Wu Sanxi cursed in his heart, "This Yao Yuanji copying my words." Li Xian happily invited him in. A moment later, Yao Chong entered the main hall. The moment he saw Li Xian, he immediately paid his respects. Yao Chong and Li Xian had never met before. This was the first time the two of them had met, so they didn't have much to say. It was just a normal greeting between officials. But once Yao Chong arrived, he didn't leave. He sat down with Wu Sansi and talked about all sorts of things, but he didn't lift his butt as long as the matter could be covered up. Even if he caused a huge disaster for the future of the Wu clan, his aunt would protect him, just like how she protected Wu Yizong. But if he publicly killed a prince in front of the prime minister, this matter wouldn't be able to be covered up. There wouldn't even be a piece of cloth to cover it up. Then Wu Zetian would have to sacrifice him. So even if Wu Sansi could openly kill his way in, he wouldn't be able to do it. Wu Sansi was filled with resentment. After a moment's deliberation, he cupped his hands and said to Li Xian, "Sansi just arrived at the mountain. I heard that the Prince of Luling had returned, so I came to visit. I haven't settled down in the palace yet, so I'll take my leave first. I'll hold a banquet tonight and enjoy myself with my 7th husband." Li Xian hurriedly had 2 female sumo wrestlers help him up and bid farewell. Yao Chong also stood up. Wu Sansi chuckled and turned to leave. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I'll send King Liang off in His Highness' place." Yang Fan followed Wu Sansi out. Wu Sansi ran as fast as he could, and Yang Fan quickly caught up to him. He whispered, "His Highness, please don't be fooled. That really wasn't the Prince of Luling. His Highness, His Highness." Wu Sansi strode out of the Prince of Luling's residence. With a flick of his sleeve, he swaggered off, completely ignoring Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood at the entrance in a daze, staring at Wu Sansi's departing figure with a dejected expression. When he slowly turned around and returned to the courtyard, the corners of his lips curled into a smile. With light footsteps, he walked back to the main hall. Li Daong chased after Wu Sansi and asked anxiously, "His Highness, how is it?" Wu Sansi said in a deep voice, "This Luling is the real deal. Immediately send some men back to the city. While the city gates are still open, bring over our most skilled men. Attacking by force is impossible. Luling doesn't dare to enter the city and is currently waiting for news from the palace. If we want to kill him, we have to do it tonight." Li Daong heard the urgency in his words and had no time to ask any more questions. He hurriedly agreed and went down the mountain to make the arrangements. Once Yao Chong left, Wei Zhigu was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely strolled along, chatting with Wu Qingxi about all sorts of things. Just as they were about to advance, 3 women wearing shallow headscarves suddenly rushed over on horseback. The 3 women were all dressed in palace robes with sharp swords hanging from their waists and black, shallow headscarves on their heads. They did not even stop as they sped past the group of people. Among the 3 female riders, when the one in the middle rode past them, she turned her head slightly and glanced at them. The night wind blew and lifted a corner of her veil. Her beautiful face flashed and disappeared again. Wu Qingxi's body shook, and he cried out, "Taiping!" Wei Zhigu narrowed his eyes and pressed his ears together, asking loudly, "What did His Highness say?" Wu Qingxi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at his subordinates, "What are you all dilly-dallying for? It's such a short distance from the city to Dragon's Gate, and you're still dilly-dallying? Faster, faster." Yao Chong had left first, and Wu Qingxi was already secretly worried. He only hoped that Wu Sansi would succeed before Yao Chong arrived. Now that Princess Taiping had also left, he did not know what the situation on the mountain was like, but he did not want to wait any longer. With the order, the troops immediately sped up like bulls. Wei Zhigu said, "AI, Prince Wei, why are you in such a hurry? Let's chat slowly. If it gets late, it will be a wonderful thing to hold a lantern and visit Dragon's Gate at night. Did you say that your coral tree was 6 feet or 7 feet tall?" His Highness! His Highness! Watching Wu Qingxi's carriage leave in a hurry, Wei Shigu chuckled and ordered his subordinates to speed up as well. At this time, the Empress of the Eastern Palace, Zhang Yiji, and the concubine of the Western Palace, Zhang Changzong, had just received the Emperor's edict and led a group of palace guards south along Dingding Street. They had just left Dingding Gate. Chapter 8:18. Yao Chang's purpose in coming up the mountain today was to ensure the safety of the Prince of Luling, with his status as the current Prime Minister. As long as he stayed by the Prince of Luling's side, Wu Sanxi would not be able to make a public move. Even if an assassination was made known to everyone, it was still an assassination. If it turned into a coup, it would be out of control. At present, Wu Sanxi did not have the courage to do so. Wu Sanxi left, but Yao Cheng didn't leave either. It was just that he really wasn't familiar with the Prince of Luling. While the two of them were chatting, 100 guards came in from outside the hall to report that Princess Taiping had arrived. Hearing this, Yao Cheng was even more relieved. Li Xian also put on a pleasantly surprised expression, hurriedly saying, "Quick, invite her in." Saying this, Li Xian struggled to get up and had two female sumo wrestlers support him toward the front of the hall. Princess Taiping's footsteps were hurried, and as soon as she arrived in the courtyard, she took off her light dew. At this moment, Li Xian was already standing in front of the hall, looking at her with an excited expression. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and quietly turned his face away. However, Princess Taiping did not notice him. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Li Xian standing in front of the hall, supported by two of her female guards. "Qilang, elder brother." Taiping only called out once before tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Zhuting had already received Yang Fan's orders. If they could hide it, then they had to hide it from Princess Taiping as well. This was to prevent Taiping from revealing any flaws in her expression after learning the truth. Therefore, she could only brace herself and pretend to be excited. Sighing, she said, "Taiping, I did not think that elder brother would live to see you one day." Taiping held his hands and carefully examined him, seeing that his face still had some of the charm of the past, but he was truly too old and haggard. She could not help but weep in sadness. Princess Taiping gently hugged him, sobbing, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Elder brother has suffered. You and I, brother and sister, have reunited and will never be separated again. This is a happy occasion. Sister, don't cry. Elder brother, don't be sad." Taiping lifted his sleeve and gently wiped away his tears. His heart suddenly sank as he suddenly thought of something. She was too carried away just now. Only now did she remember that her brother's hands were soft like cotton, but not broad. His palms were very delicate, just like a woman's palms. He was completely different from the brother in her memory. Gu Zhuting could disguise her appearance, and even her skin color very well. She could also use special drugs to imitate the folds on her palms. However, her hands were the most commonly used parts of her body, so she couldn't disguise them too much. Her size, fat, thin, and thin couldn't be disguised. A person who hasn't seen each other for many years can go through all kinds of changes, but no matter how much he changes, it's impossible for the thickness of his finger bones to shrink, right? Princess Taiping muttered to herself. Her heart was filled with suspicion. She couldn't help but look for Yang Fan while wiping her tears. Princess Taiping was not aware of the fact that along the way Yang Fan had deliberately deployed troops to mislead them and fought the assassins with fake and real moves. This matter was only known to Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, the two people who had learned the details from the spies. Taiping only knew that it must have been very difficult for Yang Fan to escort the Prince of Luling all the way to the Dragon Gate, but she knew nothing about the twists and turns. Fortunately, she didn't know anything. So when she saw Li Xian, she didn't arouse any suspicions at all. Otherwise, with her familiarity with her brother, and knowing that there was a fake Li Xian in the past, she would have already determined that this person was definitely a fake. But even though she couldn't come to a conclusion at the moment, because of the strange feeling when she held her brother's hand, she became suspicious. Turning her head, she saw Yang Fan's gaze. Looking at her gaze, Yang Fan knew something was wrong. Tai Ping was already suspicious. No matter how brilliant this disguise technique was, it couldn't fool people who were too familiar with it, especially after being in close contact with it. But at this moment, he had no way to explain it, so he could only give Princess Tai Ping a look. Princess Tai Ping couldn't tell what he was trying to tell her from his look, but she understood that there must be something hidden in it. Therefore, she remained calm and collected, still holding Li Xian's hand, and said softly, "Brother is injured? Why is it so inconvenient for you to move? Sister, help brother to sit down. Let's have a good chat." Princess Tai Ping helped Gu Zhuting to the center of the hall. She touched her hand and then caressed her wrist. Gu Zhuting was a woman after all, so her wrist bones couldn't be as thick as Li Xian's. Seeing the look in Yang Fan's eyes and caressing Gu Zhuting's wrist, Tai Ping had already concluded that this was a fake and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. She didn't know that there was such a marvelous disguise technique in the world. She only thought that Yang Fan found someone who looked similar to her brother Li Xian to pretend to be him. She couldn't help being surprised and thought to herself, "This is a fake. If he isn't Qilong, then where is my brother? Could it be that something happened to him?" Princess Tai Ping immediately panicked, but she immediately thought of Yang Fan's calm expression and steadied herself. "No." Looking at Fan Lang's expression, Qilong must be fine. So, Fan Lang deliberately found someone who looked like my brother to attract people who wanted to harm him. Princess Tai Ping's guess was almost correct. Although the process was 100 times more complicated and tortuous than she had imagined, it was exactly the purpose. After Princess Tai Ping made her judgment, she lost interest in this fake Li Xian. However, there was still Yao Chong in the hall, so she didn't want to reveal any flaws. She still helped Gu Zhuting to sit down while she sat down on the side. After exchanging a few polite words with Yao Chong, she began to chat with the fake Li Xian, asking him about his sister-in-law and his family, as if they were reuniting after a long separation. Gu Zhuting felt very uncomfortable. Other people couldn't see it, but as the person involved, she could clearly feel that Princess Tai Ping's expression had changed. She must have seen some clues and was only playing along with her. Perhaps what Princess Tai Ping wanted to do the most right now was to catch Yang Fan and ask him for an explanation. Gu Zhuting said, "Tai Ping, I came back to the capital in a hurry, so I didn't have time to bring my family back. I only brought my youngest daughter. Her name is Gua. She was born on the way to Fangzhou. As her aunt, you haven't seen her yet. She knows that she has an aunt like you and has always wanted to see you. Yang Xiaowei, accompany the princess to see Gua." Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, "Yes, your humble servant obeys." Yao Chong was slightly surprised. Although this little Junju grew up in the mountains, she was still a Junju. How could she let a man lead the princess to her bedchamber? He turned around and saw the few female sumo wrestlers who were still guarding Prince of Luling. He suddenly understood. Special times call for special treatment. Yao Chong consciously looked for an excuse for the inappropriateness of the situation. At that time, Yang Fan had already led Princess Tai Ping to the side hall. The palace pavilions here were surrounded and nested like a maze. It was not easy for people who entered for the first time to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Yang Fan led Princess Tai Ping around a small winding corridor and passed through a courtyard. There were also internal guards in the courtyard here, but the number was obviously less than the previous one. After all, Prince of Luling was the main focus of protection. The two flashed into a room and avoided the internal guards' line of sight. Princess Taiping immediately grabbed Yang Fan's hand and asked anxiously, "Erlang, isn't that my elder brother? Where did you hide my elder brother?" Silence. Yang Fan looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, "Prince of Luling is still in danger as long as he doesn't enter the city." Princess Taiping was enlightened by his words and tried to calm down. She stared at him while restraining her anxiety, waiting for him to reveal the truth. Yang Fan said, "Along the way, thousands of words can't be explained in a short time. I will tell you in detail when we get back. In short, we have gone through countless hardships and dangers to arrive here. Seeing that success is at hand, I dare not be careless. That's why I am protecting the imperial entourage here. Admittedly, it is because I have no choice but to block the front and the back, but also because I want your highness to be as safe as possible when entering the city." Princess Taiping's eyes brightened. She asked anxiously, "You mean?" Yang Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Princess Taiping was both happy and worried when she heard it. Wringing her wrist, she sighed and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have stayed in the city to take care of him when necessary." Yang Fan said, "If you didn't come, they would definitely be suspicious. You are Prince of Luling's younger sister. Now that you have come up the mountain, will they still be suspicious? Yes, Prince of Luling is not here, but the battlefield is here. The more lively the battle is, the safer Prince of Luling will be. At this point, the key to success is not how your highness enters the city, but whether we can successfully attract all of them here." Princess Taiping had calmed down. She nodded lightly and said, "I understand." Yang Fan said with a smile, "It's good that you understand. Then accompany me to put on a good show." Princess Taiping said gratefully, "Erlang, you are the great benefactor of my Li family. Your kindness is higher than the heavens. Thank you." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Whether it is public or private, there is no need to say thank you to me." Princess Taiping's heart warmed. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck. She planted a firm kiss on his lips. Yang Fan hurriedly raised his hand to wipe his mouth. Princess Taiping stared at him with her beautiful big eyes and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yang Fan said, "There is no room for mistakes at this crucial moment. Don't let anyone see through it." Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said snappily, "What does this matter have to do with my brother making a mistake?" Yang Fan was stunned and said, "That's right. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with it." He laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. "I am a little paranoid now." He wiped his lips again and said to Princess Taiping, "Come, I will take you to Sigua. She is real." Princess Taiping was very curious about this niece, whom she had never met before. She hurriedly followed Yang Fan forward. Yang Fan walked to Li Guo's residence. He stretched out his hand and was about to knock on the door when he was suddenly startled. He suddenly remembered the romantic debt between him and Li Guo on Huangzhuling. He had been extremely nervous along the way. Every day he had been plotting how to fight against the assassins. He had exhausted his brain power and energy to think about other things. It was only now that he remembered. Li Guo is Princess Taiping's niece. The hairs on the back of Yang Fan's neck stood up with a schwa sound. Princess Taiping saw that he was looking at the door without moving. She could not help but ask curiously, "What is it?" Nothing. I suddenly thought of something else." Yang Fan answered in a hurry. He stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. Yang Fan was afraid that Li Guo would suddenly call out Brother Yang when she heard his voice. So he knocked on the door and immediately explained the purpose of his visit in one breath. Knock, knock. Little Canton Princess, Her Highness Princess Taiping, is here and wants to see you. Chapter 819. Li Guo gently twisted her waist and looked at the mirror, behaving playfully. There was a full-length bronze mirror in her residence. The commoner girl's attire was actually far from being gorgeous, but for Li Guo, who lived on the yellow bamboo ridge and could only wear her older sister's old clothes since she was young, a new dress was enough to make her overjoyed. Not to mention, this style and color, to her, was already as beautiful as a fairy's dress. After successfully deceiving Wu Sanxi in the front hall, this young actor returned to the side hall where she lived and hung the jade pendant on her waist in high spirits. She twisted her waist in front of the mirror and admired the effect. Although the jade pendant was precious, it was not a ring pendant worn by a girl. Moreover, she was wearing a civilian girl's dress, so it was very incongruous on her body. Li Guo looked around for a long time and felt that it was not suitable, so she regretfully took off the jade pendant. Just as she climbed onto the couch and hid the jade pendant, Yang Fan's voice came from outside the door. Hearing Yang Fan's voice, Li Guo did not blurt out Brother Yang as he had feared. This little girl was far more scheming than Yang Fan had imagined. Although Yang Fan had experienced her fierceness because of her tender and pure appearance, he often thought that she was too simple, separated by a door, who knew who was outside, so she would not call out randomly. Yang Fan spoke very fast, but fortunately, he deliberately lowered his voice. At this moment, on the Dragon Gate Mountain, where the wind was blowing and the cranes were crying, Princess Taiping only thought that he was nervous and did not think much about it. Princess Taiping. Li Guo had naturally heard of this aunt and knew that she was the most favored daughter of the emperor's grandmother. When the emperor's grandfather was alive, he also doted on this daughter the most. It was said that when she got married, the torch even burned the trees along the way. In order to let the spacious wedding carriage pass, she even had to tear down the walls of the square. All of this made Li Guo yearn for it. She quickly got up from the couch and ran quickly to open the door. Princess Taiping stood in front of the door and looked at the little beauty in front of her. Her glossy black hair was combed into 2 buns. Her hair was combed into 2 large buns, thin, neat, and smooth. After it was combed into 2 symmetrical buns, a bundle hung down from each side, flowing over her shoulders, all the way to her chest. She was wearing a short jacket with narrow sleeves and light red and dark patterns, and a silk skirt with hundreds of pleated flowers, which accentuated her slim waist. Princess Taiping's eyes brightened at the sight of those picturesque facial features. Princess Taiping could not help but smile fondly. "You are Bao Er?" As expected of the daughter of my Li family, she is truly beautiful beyond compare. Li Guo was also looking at Princess Taiping. The woman in front of her had a noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Her hair was combed into a high bun. It was a hairstyle that she had never seen before. It looked incomparably complex and elegant. The pearls and golden phoenix ornaments on the bun made her look high and mighty, making people look up to her. Her long neck, her towering chest, the material was luxurious and bright, the colorful clothes that were so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Everything made Li Guo feel suffocated. Princess Taiping looked at her with a smile. Her eyes opened wider and wider, filled with envy. Princess Taiping smiled and called out, "Bao Er?" Princess, aunt." Bao Er was stunned by Princess Taiping's mature charm and noble temperament. She could not help but stutter when she spoke. That's right. I am Taiping, your aunt. Princess Taiping held Bao hand and looked at her from head to toe. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She nodded repeatedly and said, Beautiful, beautiful. At such a young age, you have already grown into such a beauty. When Aunt was young, people called me the peony of Luoyang. But after seeing your beauty today, Aunt cannot be compared to you. Our Li family has produced a peony of the world. Li Guerre blushed from her praise. She said obediently, Bao is only a silly little girl. How can I be compared to Aunt's beauty? When I saw you earlier, Bao was stunned. Bao is a woman, and she is already like this. I wonder how all the men in the world would fall head over heels for Aunt when they see her. If even a fairy-like person like Aunt says that she is old, are there still any beauties in the prime of their youth in the world? Princess Taiping was amused by Li Guerre's words and laughed. She pinched her pink cheeks and said, This sweet little mouth of yours is especially adorable. Aunt niece, Aunt, which side do I belong to? The difference in seniority. Yang Fan watched from the side. He broke out in cold sweat. He saw the two of them talking and laughing. He did not know whether to leave or stand. His throat felt itchy, and he could not help but cough. Princess Taiping thought that he was reminding her not to flatter Li Guerre. She could not help but roll her eyes at him. She straightened her pretty face and said, What? Yang Fan hurriedly said with a guilty conscience, Nothing. Oh, it's like this. Prince Liang just said that he wants to invite the Prince of Luling to a drink tonight. I am afraid that there is a trap. I hope that princess will be careful. Li Guo looked at the expressions and actions of the two people and thought to herself, looking at Brother Yang's appearance, he seems to be very familiar with my auntie. Auntie doesn't seem to regard him as an outsider at all. He is the emperor's confidant of grandmother's confidant of the emperor's confidant of the emperor. It is normal that he is familiar with my aunt. Although father has returned to the capital, it seems that the Wu family will not let him go. My family will need to rely on Brother Yang for many things in the future. Fortunately, I became his woman. This man, I really want to catch him. When Li Guerre thought of this, she suddenly remembered the beautiful scenery in the Wisteria Cave on the yellow bamboo ridge. She was still young and not very interested in the matters between men and women. She had been rushing about and was often in danger, so she did not have time to think about these things. Now that she suddenly thought of it, her pretty face could not help but blush. When she looked at Yang Fan again, her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Fortunately, Princess Taiping was attracted by Yang Fan's words and did not pay attention to her expression. Otherwise, with Princess Taiping's experience and cleverness, she might have seen some clues. You said that Wu Sanxi wants to hold a banquet to entertain my elder brother? Yes. I am afraid that it will not be a good banquet. What is there to be afraid of? Wu Sanxi's banquet is definitely a Hongmen banquet. No, we cannot let him have his way. Immediately give the order to prepare a few banquet tables. If he wants to drink, invite him over. Okay. Standing in front of this beautiful couple, Yang Fan really felt frightened. When he heard this, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and immediately said, I will go and arrange it. Princess Taiping nodded and said, Be careful in the kitchen. You must use reliable people and also some clever people to keep an eye on it. Yang Fan said, I know. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Princess Taiping turned around and held Li Guerre's little hand. She smiled and said, Let's go. Tonight your father is holding a banquet. There are many people coming to the banquet. You are my family's princess. It is not good to wear such clothes. Aunt has a palace in the Dragon's Gate. There are some clothes there. Go and pick some for you. When Li Guerrer saw Princess Taiping's incomparably gorgeous clothes, her eyes were already shining. When she heard this, she happily agreed. Princess Taiping held her hand and walked with a smile. Your body is not fully grown yet. The clothes may look a little big. It does not matter. Just make some changes and deal with today's situation. Young Fan, because of your past achievements, I have been lenient. I did not expect you to be so stubborn. I have already confided in you, but you still try to deceive me. That Princess Taiping is Li Xian's sister. She is Yang Fan's mistress. How could she not know the truth of your plan? How could she not recognize her own brother? She is willing to abandon the real Li Xian and come to this Dragon's Gate mountain. If I do not kill you, I am not a human. Wu Sanxi sat in the palace room that belonged to him. He angrily pounded the table. His face was black, and his hair was fluttering. He had already turned into a black-faced Zhang Fei. His henchmen stood on both sides. When they saw their lord was angry, they could not help but keep quiet out of fear. Wu Sanxi rolled his eyes and shouted, Ji Zubing, your subordinate is here. A tall and slender warrior with reclining silkworm eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, a square face, scarlet cheeks, a green turban on his head, and 5 locks of long beard on his chin, immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. Looking at his stalwart figure and appearance, he looked like the Marquis of Hanzhou Pavilion, Guan Yunchang. He had the nickname Duke of Beautiful Beard. Unfortunately, he did not use a saber but a sword. Wu Sanxi said, Tonight, this prince is holding a banquet to entertain the Prince of Luling. I order you to perform a sword dance in front of the hall to help with the wine. When the time comes, you, Ji Zubing, was greatly alarmed. Your Highness Princess Taiping and Master Yao are here. I am afraid it is inappropriate to do this in front of so many people. Wu Sanxi glared. Who said I want you to assassinate him? Ji Zubing let out a sigh of relief. With a face full of smiles, he said, It is only a sword dance. Why not? This subordinate swordsmanship has once received a few pointers from General Pei of Chang. And speaking of which, I can be considered half a disciple of General Pei. Back then, Wu Sanxi impatiently waved his hand and said, All right, don't talk about these useless things. When this prince orders you to perform a sword dance, pretend to let go of your sword and kill the Prince of Luling. Ji Zubing was shocked. Isn't that still an assassination? Wu Sanxi said, How can it be considered an assassination? A slip. You understand? This is a slip. This is his fate. He deserves to be unlucky. As long as the emperor has an excuse, a way out of this embarrassing situation, who cares if the world believes it or not? She will have to admit that it was a slip. Is she going to announce to the world that her nephew coveted the throne and killed her son? Ji Zubing mumbled. Then what happens after the slip? Wu Sanxi said, What afterwards? After the slip, he will die. Ji Zubing stammered. This subordinate is asking, what should this subordinate do? Wu Sanxi raised his hand and threw a wine cup over. Ji Zubing leaned to the side, and the wine cup flew past the tip of his nose. His skill was truly not bad. Wu Sanxi roared, Don't you have legs? After causing a great disaster by mistake, of course you have to escape. Once the matter is settled, won't you come back? When this prince becomes the emperor, will you still be short of your contributions? Ji Zubing's face was ashen as he said, The Prince of Luling probably won't fall for the method Lu Xiu used, right? Wu Sanxi angrily said, Bullshit, ignorant and incompetent thing. Is this the method Lu Xiu used? This is Lu Bang. This is Xiang Yu. This is Fanzeng. Why am I telling you all this, you cowardly thing? Seeing that the wine cup was gone, Wu Sanxi picked up the wine pot and threw it at Ji Zubing again. Ji Zubing leaned to the side and dodged it again. Chapter 8:20. Wu Sansi went crazy from anger and roared, "You dare to hide! You dare to hide!" Seeing how he was looking around, it seemed like he was going to throw the table away if he couldn't find something to throw. A thin and pale guard at the side couldn't stand it any longer and came forward to persuade, "Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness's plan is too obvious. After all, the Prince of Luling was ambushed earlier, and he also knows that those assassins were sent by Your Highness, so how could he not be on guard? Your Highness also said that he has many experts around him. As long as he is on guard, it will be impossible for the sword dance to succeed." This person's words were logical, and Wu Sansi's anger gradually subsided. He glanced at him and said, "Yin Chongqing, what kind of brilliant plan do you have? If it succeeds, this king will remember you as a great merit." Yin Chongqing sneered, "Use poison." This subordinate believes that rather than fighting with strength, why not use wits? Your Highness only needs to poison the cup and then offer it to the Prince of Luling. He won't dare to publicly fall out with Your Highness, so will he drink the wine or not? As long as Your Highness does it cleverly, he won't be able to see any suspicious points. Even if he has doubts, he will have to brace himself and drink it. At that time, Yin Chongsheng proudly said, "It's true that the wine is poisoned, but who saw that it was Your Highness who poisoned it? There must be an assassin framing Your Highness. In order to keep this matter a secret, the Emperor hasn't announced to the world that he has summoned the Prince of Luling back to the capital. This way, if the world has doubts, who will they suspect? The Emperor has never treated the Prince of Luling well." All the guards' eyes lit up. Ji Zubing said cheerfully, "Brilliant plan, brilliant plan. Brother Yin is truly worthy of being the little Zhuge. This is a brilliant plan. When the time comes, the Emperor won't be able to explain himself, and the world will think that the Emperor is worried about the Prince of Luling, so he summoned him back to the capital and ordered my nephew to bestow a cup of poisoned wine on his behalf. At that time, even if it's just for His Majesty's own reputation, His Majesty will do his best to clear Your Highness's name. Brilliant plan, brilliant plan, brilliant my ass. If this plan works, this prince might as well kill him with a fart." Wu Sansi was so angry that he trembled. It was precisely because he was so guarded against me that I had no choice but to assassinate him. When I failed to assassinate him, I tried to kill him with my sword in front of the banquet. Not to mention a toast. Even if this prince gave him a mouthful of food, he would definitely not eat it. If he wanted to refuse, there were many ways. Furthermore, what about the poison? Which one of you carries poison with you? The guards looked at each other in dismay. Wu Sansi cursed, "You're all a bunch of useless trash. You usually brag that you're omnipotent, but when this king really needs you," just as Wu Sansi was cursing with all his might, someone came in to report, "Your Highness, the Prince of Luling has sent someone with an invitation." Wu Sansi was stunned and asked curiously, "Invitation? What invitation did he send?" The guard presented the invitation with both hands and said, "Prince Luling and Princess Taiping are holding a banquet, inviting Your Highness to attend." Wu Sansi's eyes widened. Inside and outside the courtyard where the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, lived, lanterns were hung up, brightly illuminating the place. Li Xian, supported by two female sumo wrestlers, stood at the entrance with Princess Taiping to welcome Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi resentfully said, "Seventh Lang has returned from afar, so this king should be holding a banquet to welcome Seventh Lang. Why is Seventh Lang inviting me instead?" Princess Taiping replied with a smile, "We're all family, so why is there a need for such etiquette? Seventh Lang's return to the capital is a joyous occasion, and King Liang's coincidental meeting is another joyous occasion. Actually, Taiping is the host tonight." "Ha! The mountain is simple and crude, so King Liang should not find fault with Taiping. Wu Sansi put on a fake smile and said, "How could that be? It's inconvenient for the Prince of Luling to walk, so let's go in." "Ha ha ha, King Liang has gone ahead of you. Prince of Luling, Princess Taiping, this Yao pays his respects." Just as Wu Sansi was about to step forward, Yao Chong jumped out from some corner as if he had just arrived, beaming with joy as he bowed to them. Princess Taiping and Gu Zhuting hurriedly returned the greeting, while Wu Sansi stood to the side and looked at them impatiently. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone sat down in the hall and began chatting with some fresh fruits. After a while, someone came to report that King of Wei, Wu Qingxi, and Prime Minister Wei Zhigu had arrived. Li Xian and his sister came out to welcome them once more. Wu Sansi looked at Yao Chong and chuckled. "Prime Minister Yao, you really came at the right time today." Yao Chong smiled. Not only did this Yao come at the right time, King Liang also came at the right time. King of Wei and Duke of Wei have come as well. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens for us to meet here. Wu Sansi snorted coldly. Just as he was about to reply, a heart-wrenching cough came from the courtyard. The two of them turned their heads and saw Li Xian and Princess Taiping accompanying Wu Qingxi and Wei Zhigu through the doorway. Wu Qingxi was being supported by an imperial guard, coughing while covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Wu Sansi and Yao Chong stood up and exchanged pleasantries. Wei Zhigu very naturally sat next to Yao Chong. Both of them were prime ministers, but he was slightly older. Yao Chong hurriedly gave way and invited him to take the seat of honor. Wu Qingxi was supported to Wu Sansi's side. Wu Sansi sat there without moving. Wu Qingxi thought that he was Wu Sansi's older cousin, yet Wu Sansi insisted on sitting above him. He was very displeased. However, the two of them now had a common enemy, so it was not convenient for him to express his thoughts. Everyone chatted for a while more before Princess Taiping ordered for the banquet to begin. Since the banquet was attended by either the princes or the prime ministers, they were all elders. Li Tang's imperial family did not have that many strict rules, so Li Xian ordered for Li Guo to come out and accompany him. Li Guo had already changed into a set of Princess Taiping's clothes. It was indeed a little too big. Even with the skillful sewing and adjusting it in time, it was still not very fitting. However, such a bright and beautiful set of clothes was very different from the civilian girl's attire. Guo could not bear to change back. Fortunately, her beauty and radiance were unparalleled, not to mention that this set of clothes was only slightly too big. Even if she was draped in a gunny sack, it would not be able to conceal her dazzling radiance. When such a beauty sat next to Li Xian, everyone's eyes brightened, and the room was filled with a sense of radiance. Guo bowed to each of the elders. Her cute and obedient manner earned the compliments of the two princes and the two prime ministers. Guo had never received so many compliments from so many important people, especially Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong, who were both prime ministers with a belly full of knowledge. Their words and sentences were elegant and elegant. Guo had never heard anyone appraise her in such a way before. She was overjoyed, and her face blushed. When she obediently returned to her father's side and sat down, it was the three princes, the two prime ministers, and the princess's turn. Wu Qingxi had just arrived and had not had the time to communicate with Wu Sansi. He wanted to test the waters and ascertain whether this Li Xian was real or not. However, when he saw that Taiping, Wei Zhigu, and Yao Chong were all standing guard here, he was 70% sure in his heart. With Taiping and Guo, the pair of big and small demons who were familiar with everything about Li Xian, there was no way Gu Zhuting would reveal any flaws. Wu Qingxi resisted the urge to cough as he probed for a while, but he did not notice any abnormalities. After 3 rounds of drinking, someone suddenly came to report that Di Renjia had come up the mountain. When Li Xian heard this, he quickly led his sister and daughter out to welcome him. While they were out, Wu Qingxi turned sideways and whispered to Wu Sanxi, "How is it?" Wu Sanxi said gloomily, "You don't have to try anymore. This Li Xian is the real one." Oh, Wu Qingxi did not have the time to ask for the reason. Wu Qingxi had already determined that this person was Li Xian. Since Wu Sanxi said so, he was even more certain of his belief. Wu Qingxi said, "Since Taiping is here, I'm afraid the emperor will know about it." Wu Sanxi said fiercely, "This little wench, she married into the Wu family, but she is siding with an outsider." Wu Qingxi said calmly, "What's the point of saying all this now? Since the emperor knows about it, he will probably send someone to pick them up tomorrow morning. When that time comes, the world will know. Returning from Luling to the city will be protected by these 100 cavalry, internal guards, and Princess Taiping's people. Outside, there will be a guard of honor sent by the palace. The journey is short and time is tight. Even if there are people among them, they will not have a chance to act." Wu Sanxi said, "That's right. If we want to act, we can only do it tonight." Wu Qingxi said, "Do you have an idea?" Wu Sanxi shook his head. Wu Qingxi frowned and stroked his beard in deep thought. On the opposite side, Yao Chong also whispered to Wei Zhigu, "The princess has already reported to the emperor about Luling coming to the capital. The emperor will send someone over immediately, but it is impossible for them to return to the city now. Not to mention the fact that the city is under curfew. Even if they make an exception to open the gates for Luling, it will be more dangerous to travel at night. Secondly, the princes are already at the foot of the imperial city, yet they still want to enter the city at night. The imperial court cannot afford to lose face. I think they will have to spend the night on Dragon's Gate Mountain." Wei Zhigu laughed coldly. Not only is the emperor more suspicious and vain, from this point of view, her control over the imperial court has already— Yao Chong smiled slightly. "Isn't this a good thing for us? However, let's not talk about it. Tonight, if I wait here, they will have some misgivings. I am afraid they will take the risk and follow Ban Chao's example. Let's not talk about the future. The change in Xuanwu Gate has already become an established fact. What can the emperor do?" Wei Zhigu frowned. "We can't possibly hold this banquet for the whole night, can we?" Yao Chong said, "It's useless even if we hold it for the whole night. If they send assassins, they can just say that it has nothing to do with us. If we hold a banquet like this, it will be easier for their people to sneak in." The princess said that she has already made arrangements. The princess is wise, and a woman is not inferior to a man. Let's follow the princess's plan. As long as we get through tonight, we will escort Luling back to the palace tomorrow morning. Our mission will be accomplished. Wei Zhigu felt uneasy, but he had no other good ideas. He could only nod. The benefits of assassination were direct and enormous. Without concrete and direct evidence, one could not do anything to the other party. The public opinion of the world could not break through the last layer of window paper. However, if you wanted to solve the problem through assassination, you had to have more power than the other party or have the confidence to win more support after the deed was done, or you could simply replace them and become the final controller. Otherwise, the backlash you would suffer would be 10 times the amount you gained. This was the fundamental reason why they could only fight back passively against Zhou Xing, Lai Junchen, and today's arrogant Wu clan. They could not be as unscrupulous as the other party. Wei Zhigu frowned and sighed to himself. This night will not be easy. Chapter 8:21. Di Renjia had arrived and had his body carried in. As guests, Wu Qingxi, Wu Sanxi, Wei Zhigu, and Yao Chong all came forward to pay their respects. after Wu Sansi paid his respects. He said in an enigmatic tone, "Elder D, you're already so sick. So why did you come to Dragon Gate? It's late at night and cold, so be careful that it won't be good for your body." Di Renjie ignored him. Yao Chong would give him a taste of his own medicine, saying that Elder D had been ill for a long time and wanted to use the hot spring water to treat his illness. Di Renjie just stared at the Prince of Luling with a smile, his face full of gratification. Although this Prince of Luling was Gu Zhuting in disguise, Gu Zhuting still felt deep respect for this loyal official who had toiled his entire life. She hurriedly had Di Renjie be carried to the seat of honor and solemnly bowed to him to express the respect in her heart. In the eyes of Wu Sansi and Wu Qingxi, her heartfelt actions naturally reinforced their belief that the Prince of Luling was the real one. Di Renjie's body was very weak, so he had someone put a cushion on his back to sit up. Speaking was still very strenuous, but he didn't need to say too much. As long as he still had a breath left, with his status as a senior statesman of 4 dynasties, no one would dare to be impudent in front of him. Perhaps relieved to see that the Prince of Luling was fine, Di Renjie actually spoke a few more words in delight. Although his voice was very soft, and he was only using the proper etiquette to greet the Prince of Luling, Di Guangyuan was still extremely excited. He thought that the good news of the Prince of Luling's safe return had made his old father overjoyed, and that his illness had somewhat improved. Today's banquet was quite grand. At that moment, there were already 3 princes, 3 prime ministers, a princess, and a princess. Dragon's Gate Mountain was truly filled with relatives of the emperor and powerful officials. They were all gathered together. However, everyone had come in a hurry, so there was neither singing nor dancing. Everyone in the hall had their own plans, while the guards in the corridor were at daggers drawn. It was said that the Prince of Luling's legs were swollen, and that it was difficult for him to walk. Wu Qingxi was suffering from tuberculosis and would cough from time to time. Di Renjie didn't even have the strength to cough. So how could the atmosphere of the banquet be good? Before Di Renjie had arrived, Wu Sansi and Wu Qingxi had already confirmed the Prince of Luling's identity. Now that even the most important figure in the Prince of Luling's faction, Di Renjie, had dragged his sick body up the mountain to escort the Prince of Luling, they no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Since they had achieved their goal, and there was no chance to make a move, they had no interest in continuing the banquet. Wu Qingxi only wanted to leave as soon as possible so that he could discuss a countermeasure with Wu Sansi. After suffering for half a day, Wu Qingxi coughed twice and said to the Prince of Luling and Princess Taiping, "Today's banquet is only to celebrate the return of the Prince of Luling. Now that the goal has been achieved, and the Prince of Luling, this prince, and Di Gualao are all unwell, I see that everyone is in a good mood to drink. Why don't we disperse early? Everyone can soak in the hot spring and rest early." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "I have the same intention, but I didn't expect Prince Wei to mention it. Elder brother, I see that you have traveled a long way, and you already look tired. You must not have had a good rest on the way. Why don't we disperse now?" The Prince of Luling, disguised by Gu Zhuting, hurriedly nodded and stroked his beard, saying, "Prince Wei and Taiping are right. Since everyone has had a good time, and the King of Wei and the Prince of Luling are not feeling well, why don't we," before Gu Zhuting could finish, she was interrupted by a burst of clear laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, the Dragon Gate Mountain is so lively tonight. Yes, Wulong, we are late. It doesn't matter if we are late. We should drink a cup of the Prince of Luling's welcoming wine first." 2 voices echoed from the front of the hall. Everyone looked down and saw 2 rows of lanterns as bright as day. 2 rows of guards stood like spears. In the middle, 2 people walked side by side. They were dressed in light robes that were as white as snow. Their figures were tall and slender like a jade tree. When the two walked side by side to the bottom of the stairs, the lights here were the brightest. The bright light reflected on their jade-like skin, and their beautiful faces actually reflected a faint halo. It turned out that Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi had arrived. The two of them came suddenly, and no one came in to announce their arrival, so everyone in the hall was stunned and did not notice Yang Fan walking behind them. What a beautiful pair of men! Li Guer looked at the pair of beautiful men and could not help but hold her breath. No matter if it was man or woman, they would instinctively arouse admiration towards beauty. These two beautiful young men had clear, watery eyes that were clear and pure, sharp and beautiful noses that seemed to have been carved by a blade, and they possessed a gentle appearance that was feminine to the point it didn't seem like a real person. Coupled with their fluttering attire, they possessed graceful bearings that made them seem like immortals. Who are they? What beautiful men! Li Guer secretly exclaimed in her heart, and in a blink of an eye she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was standing next to the pillar of the pavilion by the door. The shadow from the beam made more than half of his face hidden under the lantern light. He was looking at the Zhang brothers with a smile that was not a smile as they arrogantly walked into the hall. His smile was very mysterious. That kind of expression had a kind of indecipherable feeling, like a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds was shrouded in fog. One could understand its precipitousness because it showed you the part under the fog, and not the peak that pierced through the clouds. Different from these two high-spirited young men in white, Yang Fan's appearance might not be as elegant as theirs, but it had a kind of masculine flavor. Yang Fan's expression might not be as ostentatious as theirs, but it had a kind of calm and reserved reservation. If one were to look at it from a woman's point of view, Li Guer looked at Yang Fan, and then looked at the two elegant and beautiful young men. For a moment, there was a feeling that it was hard to tell who was better. Wu Sanxi stood up in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Fifth Lang, Sixth Lang, why are you here?" Wu Qingxi had already understood and couldn't help but stare fiercely at Princess Taiping. Zhang Changzong saw Li Guer standing next to Li Xian, and his eyes immediately brightened. He sighed in his heart. What a beautiful woman! Her appearance is so beautiful that it cannot be compared to others. I have seen many beauties from the royal palace, royal mansions, and noble families, but none of them can compare to her. If I call her the #1 beauty of our imperial court, I believe no one would object. Zhang Yizhi was much more mature than his younger brother, although Zhang Changzong was the most beautiful and was known as the sixth Lang of the Lotus, and was the favorite of Wu Zetian in terms of shrewdness. He was far inferior to his elder brother. That was why he always listened to Zhang Yizhi. While Zhang Changzong was shocked by Guer's beauty, Zhang Yizhi's gaze swept across the hall, and all the guests entered his eyes. When he saw these people, Zhang Yizhi understood in his heart, but his expression did not change. He only chuckled and pretended to be surprised, and said, "King Liang, King Wei, Prime Minister Yao, Your Highness, and this, oh my, it's actually Elder D. Elder D is actually here as well. Why? Are all of you here because of the Prince of Luling?" When Wu Qingxi heard Zhang Yizhi's words, his heart sank. The thing he feared the most had finally happened, and already knows that Luling has arrived at the Dragon Gate. Zhang Yizhi's expression did not fade. He suddenly looked left and right and asked in a clear voice, "Who is the Prince of Luling? Please come forward and meet him." Gu Zhuting quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. Zhang Yizhi immediately came forward with a face full of smiles and said, "So this is the Prince of Luling, your subject Zhang Yizhi. This is your subject's younger brother Changzong. Both of us work for the imperial censor in the palace. When the saint heard that your highness has arrived at the Dragon Gate, he was very happy and ordered us to come and greet you." Gu Zhuting said, "Thank you for your trouble. When can I follow you into the palace to meet the saint?" Zhang Yiji said. When the saint received the news, it was almost dusk, and the city gates are now closed. Your Highness is a prince. If you quietly return to the city in the middle of the night, it will be a disgrace to the imperial court, and to your Highness and the saint, it will inevitably be a breach of etiquette. May your Highness stay at the Dragon Gate for a night. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises in the east, us two brothers will accompany your Highness into the city. At this point, Zhang Yiji glanced at Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi with a smile and secretly said, Your Highness, rest assured, under the feet of the Emperor, in the territory of the imperial city, what can go wrong? But the saint is worried about your Highness and specially ordered us to bring a regiment of Yulin Royal Guards. Just a mere hot spring steward. I'm afraid it can't be guarded well. There were 300 people in a regiment, and 300 Yulin Royal Guards had to guard a hot spring mountain, and the focus was only on one hall, so it was indeed enough. Gu Shuting thought to herself, It's good that there is no hurry to enter the city. At first, we didn't expect to be able to smoothly break through the Dragon Gate, so we were intercepted, so we didn't dare to let your Highness follow us and take the risk. Right now, we don't know if your Highness has entered the city, but if we delay for another day, I can attract everyone's attention here, and Prince Luling can safely enter the city. Wu Qingxi was greatly disappointed, and Wu Sanxi also couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. After spending so much effort, in the end, it was all for naught. Finished speaking, Zhang Yiji said with a smile, Who is hosting today's banquet? Since the two of us are here, we must at least toast to Prince Luling to welcome your Highness's return to the capital. The real Prince of Luling had been trapped on the mountain all these years and knew nothing about the outside world, so he had no idea that his mother was raising pretty boys. Gu Shuting, however, knew that these two beautiful youths were the Empress's favorites and could be said to be the Prince of Luling's father. Her attitude was already very polite, and she quickly invited the two to take a seat. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi couldn't just leave as soon as they arrived, and the two of them usually did their best to curry favor and flatter Zhang Yiji. Helpless, they could only return to their seats and accompany Zhang Yiji for a while to talk nonsense. Only then did they bring up the old topic again, wanting to go back and rest. Zhang Yiji had no intention of making things difficult for them, so the banquet ended and everyone went back to rest. As soon as Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi left the Prince of Luling's residence, they hurriedly began a secret discussion. Wu Sanxi dejectedly said, In the end, it was all for naught. Wu Qingxi tightly clenched his fists and angrily said, I can't accept this. Finished speaking, he coughed violently again. Wu Sanxi rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder which regiment of Yulin Royal Guard Zhang Yiji brought. Wu Qingxi shot him a glance and said, What, you have people in the Yulin Royal Guard? Wu Sanxi suddenly realized that he had misspoken and couldn't help but laugh dryly. Does Prince Wei not have his own people in the Yulin Royal Guard? Wu Qingxi laughed bitterly and said, Forget it. With a great enemy in front of us, the two of us shouldn't keep trying. I'll be frank, I do. The problem is, I can't get in touch with them right now. Wu Sanxi said in disbelief, Can't get in touch? You can't get in touch with your people? Wu Qingxi coughed twice and said angrily, You can get in touch? Don't tell me that you, a grand prince, are going to personally bribe a pawn, personally meet with them? Wu Sanxi was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, That's right. For the time being, even if my people are in this regiment, I can't get in touch with them. Wu Qingxi fiercely cursed him, idiot in his heart, and slowed down his tone. This time, even though we can't make use of our spies, but it's not like we don't have a chance. A chance, at least one more time. As for whether we succeed or fail, that's up to fate. Wu Sanxi's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "You have a way?" Chapter 8:22. Wu Qingxi whispered a few words into Wu Sanxi's ear. Wu Sanxi hesitated before asking, "Will this plan work?" Wu Qingxi coughed a few times and said, "We have no choice but to give it a try no matter what. If it doesn't work, we can only send Luling back to the city. Aunt may be old, but she won't die anytime soon. We can take our time to plan." Wu Sanxi gritted his teeth and nodded. That's the only way. The two of them hurriedly left to make their own arrangements. As soon as the Wu brothers left, the banquet officially ended. It was getting late, and no one wanted to stay in the hot spring for too long. Everyone washed up and went to bed. At Wu Chengxi's residence, the two Wanya and their subordinates had not slept yet. The two of them went straight back to Wu Chengxi's residence and discussed the matter in detail for a while. Until the second watch of the night, Zhang Yu returned with his men. By the time he returned to the city under Wu Sanxi's orders, the city gates were already about to close. He specially instructed the gatekeeper to close the gates a little later. The gatekeeper was no fool. He didn't know what was going on, but he could guess that it was something big. The person who had instructed him was King Liang, so he didn't dare to disobey. In any case, the streets of the city had not been cleared yet. As long as the gates were blocked, there was no harm in closing the gates a little later. This delay coincided with Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong leading a group of Featherwood guards out of the city. The gatekeeper became even more nervous. He held on for less than an hour before Zhang Yu led the experts out of the city. Only then did the gatekeeper close the gates. By the time Zhang Yu and his men arrived at Dragon's Gate Mountain, it was already close to the second watch. Zhang Yu's residence was empty, and the prince was with King Wei. Zhang Yu hurried to King Wei's residence. When Wu Sanxi saw him, he asked anxiously, "Have you brought everyone?" Zhang Yu was about to reply when he saw that Wu Qingxi was sitting there. He couldn't help but hesitate. Wu Sanxi said, "You are not an outsider. There is no harm in speaking." Zhang Yu was secretly surprised. He didn't know when his Wangya and his sworn enemy had become on the same side. He could only say, "This subordinate has already brought the people. There are a total of 9 people. Although there are not many of them, they are all Jianghu people who know how to move high and low. They are the best at jumping onto roofs and vaulting over walls." Wu Sanxi was overjoyed. Good. With them around, the plan would be more feasible. "Come, I will tell you the plan that I discussed with Wei Wang just now." Wu Chengxi covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed incessantly. As night fell, he coughed more and more violently. It was difficult for him to speak, so he could only listen to Wu Sanxi's arrangements. Wu Sanxi stretched out his finger and ordered some wine. Then he drew a few lines on the table and said in a deep voice, "This is the residence of the Prince of Luling. It's of the same size and style as my residence. The main residence is here." Wu Sanxi's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke for almost an hour before he finally stopped and said, "Do you remember everything?" Zhang Yu nodded. Wu Qingxi, who had been silent for a long time, finally asked, "Those 9 people, do you recognize them?" Zhang Yu had already received Wu Sanxi's instructions, so he did not hide anything. He respectfully replied, "Your Highness, please do not worry. These people are all Jianghu people. Some of them were once great solitary bandits, while others were once gentlemen on the roof. Not only are they used to stealing like chickens and dogs, they are also either responsible for major crimes or have taken lives. They are all wanted criminals. King Liang cherishes their abilities and has recruited them into his residence as guest officials. Their identities are extremely secretive, and they normally do not interact with outsiders. Even if someone fails, there is no way to prove that they were sent by us." Wu Qingxi nodded and said, These people are still Jianghu people, a bunch of vicious people who only care about profit. They can only be used, not trusted. The truly important matters will still be left to you all. Tianjin. Someone immediately rushed in from outside the door and cupped his fist towards Wu Chengxi. This subordinate is here. Wu Chengxi said, "Go with this warrior Zheng. As long as you can complete the mission, both this king and King Liang will reward you. You will enjoy a life of endless riches and glory." Tianjin was overjoyed and hurriedly acknowledged. Several figures quietly left King Liang's residence in the middle of the night. Because the various buildings on the mountain were connected together, there wasn't much distance between them. Some of the people who were proficient in lightness kung fu decided to simply move through the roofs. They were as nimble as leopards. Soon after, the guards of King Liang and King Wei began to move in secret as well. They quietly assembled without saying a word, as if they were waiting for something. Lu Shidi was a refined thief who specialized in stealing from wealthy families. He wasn't a particularly vicious thief, and he would take as many treasures as he could get his hands on. He was too lazy to make a move on anything that didn't catch his eye. With his outstanding skills, it was very rare for him to leave behind any evidence. Moreover, he had the help of his cousin Lu Shangfei, whose skills weren't inferior to his own. However, this refined thief had another problem. He liked to steal fragrant flowers. When he was committing the crime in Yangzhou, he entered the residence of a senior official and coincidentally ended up in the room of a beauty. That beauty's thin quilt covered half of her body, revealing a pair of slender, pink thighs. Lu Shidi's lust flared, and he actually plucked this delicate flower. That beauty was one of the senior official's concubines, and she didn't dare to make a fuss even though she was taken advantage of. Lu Shidi couldn't forget the taste of this beauty. 2 days later, when the case was exposed, he only heard that the senior official's residence reported that something had been lost, but there was no mention of this beauty's chastity. Lu Shidi guessed that she didn't dare to make a fuss because she cherished her reputation. As a result, he became bold and paid a visit to the senior official's residence. This Lu Shidi's appearance was quite handsome, plus that Governor Yang's mansion had no less than a dozen wives and concubines. Under the constant rain and dew, for 3 to 5 months, she did not have a single time to have sex. Over time, the one who stole and the one who was stolen became the one who committed adultery. Lu Shidi fell in love with this beauty and told her everything about his background. He didn't expect that when the plot was exposed, this beauty would be frightened by her master and spill the beans, revealing everything she knew. This time, even Lu Shidi's lair was dug up. Helpless, he and his cousin Lu Shangfei fled to the north, where they were recruited by Wu Sanxi, whose ambition had been growing day by day in recent years. These two were originally gentlemen on the beam who stole chickens and dogs, and their skills were extremely high. They even had something special added to the soles of their boots, allowing them to walk on the smooth glazed roof tiles as if they were walking on flat ground. Unexpectedly, they managed to sneak their way to the top of the Prince of Luling's bedroom. Like snakes, the two slid down the eaves and climbed onto the pavilion pillars. After exchanging a glance, they suddenly flew toward the hall door. Bang! The hall door was bolted, and the arm-thick bolt was unexpectedly broken by the two men's kicks. Without waiting for the guards at the bottom of the steps to react, the two men flew in. Ah! A high-pitched scream came from behind the screen. Lu Shidi quickly thought, this old man of Luling is shameless. He's still hanging between life and death, yet he still has a woman to serve him in his bed. Unexpectedly, the two of them flashed past the screen and were dumbfounded. The candles in the room were still burning, illuminating only one person on the bed. It was a young girl as beautiful as a flower. The young girl's face was full of shock as she pulled the thin quilt tightly to cover her body, revealing only a trace of white and tender skin on her shoulder. The thin quilt was not much thicker than a single layer of bedding. There was no one else on the bed, so they could see everything clearly. Lu Shidi, whose face was covered with a green cloth, and only his eyes could be seen, exclaimed, "He changed rooms!" Lu Xiangfei fiercely said, "Kill her!" Lu Shidi pulled him back and said anxiously, "Go find the main character. How can I bear to kill such a beauty?" Finished speaking, Lu Shidi pulled Lu Xiangfei away. Lu Xiangfei said exasperatedly, "Big brother, with your lustful temperament, haven't you suffered enough?" As he spoke, the two of them brandished their weapons and began to fight against the 100 cavalry guards who were charging at them. In the courtyard, there were still soldiers from the Yulin Guard who also raised their weapons to attack. The two of them fought as they ran, kicking down the doors of the rooms one by one as they entered to search, causing a great commotion. In the Prince of Luling's bedroom, Li Guo pulled the thin quilt to cover her body. She thought that the two assassins were about to charge over, but unexpectedly, the two of them turned around and left. She couldn't help but be startled. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the other two female guards separately flew down from the pillar, the curtain, and the beam, looking at each other in dismay. If Lu Shidi took one more step forward, he would enter the ambush circle formed by the four of them. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually left. Lu Shidi also didn't expect that his tender heart would save his life today. But even though the two of them had escaped this calamity, they continued to break into every room they saw, and the number of Imperial guards chasing after them only increased. No matter how skilled the two of them were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of so many Imperial guards. Lu Shidi's shoulder was hit by a spear, and Lu Xiangfei's buttocks were kicked. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to escape if they continued to fight, the two of them could only leap onto the roof and rely on their ability to fly high to shake off their pursuers. Chen Shuyi and Li Qi were also a pair of experts recruited by Wu Sansi. The two of them were originally great solitary bandits who roamed Hebei, but after the Khitans and the Turks fought a series of fierce battles in Hebei, there weren't many fat sheep left, so the two of them could only head south to make a living. While passing through Luoyang, they ran into a friend who had already defected to King Liang's side. With his recommendation, they also joined King Liang. The two of them were attacking a side palace hall. These buildings all had one main building and two auxiliary buildings. The side palace hall that the two of them were staying in was either occupied by Li Guo or Princess Taiping. Wu Sansi and Wu Qingxi wanted to go all out and kill Princess Taiping during the chaos. In reality, the two of them were well versed in the principle of a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. They didn't believe that the Prince of Luling would still be sleeping peacefully in the main palace hall tonight. It would already be a miracle if he didn't change his residence in one night. The main palace hall definitely wasn't in Luling. They just wanted to use these assassins to create chaos, but they really hoped that the attack on the side palace hall would succeed. Chen Shui and Li Qi broke into the side palace hall. The hall was also brightly lit. When these nobles were resting, they would put down the curtains and sleep. For the sake of convenience, they rarely extinguished the candles, so the candles on the table burned all night long. The sound of the door being kicked had alerted the people in the tent. The two of them had just flashed past the screen with their sabers when they saw the curtain parting and a face poking out from inside. As soon as the face appeared, Qin Shuyi and Li Qixuan, who had rushed in aggressively, let out a strange cry and jumped back in fright. The face that came out of the tent was green. The corner of the red robe was faintly discernible. The skin was as white as snow, and the chest was flat. It was neither a man nor a woman, but the green face was as ferocious as a malicious ghost. When the malicious ghost saw them barging in with knives in hand, It also let out a shrill cry and retracted its head with a swoosh. The curtain closed and parted again. This time, two ghostly faces popped out. When the two ghostly faces saw the swords and sabers in their hands, they screamed in unison. Amidst the screams, the green faces horribly cracked open. The cracks made the faces even more terrifying, and the skin on the faces was still falling off. Chun Shui and Li Qi were scared out of their wits when they saw such a horrifying scene. They jumped back in unison, and with a bang, they knocked over the 8 curtains that had fallen to the ground. The 2 of them also fell to the ground on their backs. At this time, the bodyguards who had rushed in had already raised their swords and sabers and slashed at their heads. Chapter 8:23. Perhaps the pair of bandits, Qin Shui and Li Qi, had killed too many people and were guilty of too many crimes. When they suddenly saw a green ghost head, they shrunk their necks and turned back into a pair of ghost heads, scaring them out of their wits. They actually knocked over the screen and fell to the ground. Caught off guard, they were hacked to death by the guards who rushed in. After the imperial bodyguards killed the 2 assassins, they looked up and saw that there was no screen in front of them. As soon as they saw the 2 ghost heads, the imperial bodyguards jumped in fright. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't turn around and run away. When the 2 evil ghosts on the bed saw the guards raising their sabers and spears, one of them hurriedly shouted, "Don't attack! Look carefully. I am Zhang Changzong. I am Minister Fengqian Zhang Changzong." As he shouted, the green skin on his face fell off, revealing a bit of his appearance. Only then did everyone realize that he was indeed Zhang Changzong. They didn't know what he had smeared on his face, but it was so ugly that it was frightening. At this time, the other green-faced ghost rubbed his hands together and had already rubbed off more than half of the green skin on his face. Wearing a red nightgown, he jumped to the ground and angrily shouted, "There are actually assassins who dare to harm us. How audacious! First protect us brothers, then send someone to investigate in detail." This person who had rubbed off his green skin was actually Zhang Yizhi. It turned out that these 2 brothers' future of riches and honor depended on their pretty faces, so they cherished their faces very much. Other than when they were serving wuzetian, every night they would mix mung bean paste, egg white, vegetable juice, almonds, honey, and other ingredients into a kind of beauty paste and apply it to their faces. Every morning, they would wash their faces after waking up. Tonight, Yang Fan had already made all kinds of arrangements, but he didn't give these 2 brothers any special protection. In Yang Fan's view, if the Wu brothers were to make a move tonight and really break through the encirclement to kill their way into the inner chamber, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to kill the Zhang brothers with a single blade. Unexpectedly, these 2 brothers were so lucky that they actually used the beauty paste on their faces to save his life. Outside the Prince of Luling's residence, upon seeing the guards rushing in upon hearing the alarm, Tan Jin, who was hiding in the shadows, waved his hand down and shouted, "Move." Immediately, several guards ignited the objects in their hands and tossed them toward the King of Luling's residence and courtyard. Bows and arrows were usually kept in the armory for safekeeping. This was not a battlefield where 2 armies faced off against each other, so naturally bows and arrows could not be taken out. Even if they were taken out, it would be too conspicuous to carry them around. They made some incendiary bombs and wrapped them in pottery jars. As soon as they fell to the ground, they burst into flames. As soon as the fire was ignited, Zhang Yu let out a whistle and shouted, "Someone is plotting against the Prince of Luling. Protect the Prince of Luling." Finished speaking, he leaped out and led a group of cavalry to charge in. At the same time, Ji Zubing, Yin Changsheng, Tan Jin, and the others each led a sentry team and shouted their own slogans, such as "Protect the Prince of Luling," "Protect Princess Taiping," "Protect State Elder Di," "Protect Prime Minister Yao," "Protect Prime Minister Wei." Their slogans were different, but their actions were the same, charging in together. Prince Liang's men, Prince Wei's men, Di Renjia's men, Wei Zhigu's and Yao Chang's imperial guards from the south, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's imperial guards from the north, Princess Taiping's men, as well as 100 cavalrymen, internal guards, and assassins who could not escape in time. The small residence was immediately thrown into chaos like a hornet's nest. There were so many people from different backgrounds and factions, and they were not familiar with each other. If they did not introduce themselves, no one would know who they were, so it was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. This was Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi's plan. Sending assassins might not necessarily be able to kill the Prince of Luling, so as long as they could get close to him under the guise of protecting the Prince of Luling, they could take advantage of the chaos and make their move at night. It was a mess on the hilltop, but it was quiet on the hillside. In the residence of the hot spring soup supervisor, a black shadow quietly walked to the window and pushed it open with both hands. The battle cries on the hill immediately came into his ears. The faint moonlight shone on his body, which was actually naked. This was a perfect, strong, sunny male body with smooth and graceful lines of muscles. He had broad shoulders, strong chest muscles, a flat abdomen, a tucked-in waist, and a muscular buttocks. The Bodhi is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. There is nothing in the world. So where does the dust come from? Looking at the torches fluttering like fireflies on the hilltop from afar, the naked, beautiful man actually recited a famous Buddhist poem in a very Zen manner. Dead man, Qilong is not on the hill, so let them do whatever they want. Why don't you come? A charming and enchanting voice suddenly came from behind. The slightly panting tone and the charming and enchanting voice were especially attractive in this quiet night. The person standing in front of the window unconsciously turned around and saw the high and low of the bed, which was a beautiful landscape. The tall and straight jade chest, thin waist, plump buttocks, and slender thighs outlined an extremely attractive curve. The faint light, which clearly and secretly hid the mountains and rivers, made people want to explore it even more. The person standing in front of the window couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration and closed the window. The shouts and battle cries suddenly became distant again. The naked, muscular man gently walked to the side of the bed and sat down. He put his hand on her beautiful and firm calf and followed the warm and smooth curve all the way up, the slender and round thighs, the round and perky buttocks, the slender waist, and the beautiful back as smooth as jade. His exploration didn't last for too long. The person on the bed became more and more short of breath because of his caresses. She couldn't wait any longer. She suddenly stretched out a pair of jade arms and hooked them around the neck of her lover, who was sitting on the side of the bed. Then she pulled him down on the bed together. The man smiled mischievously and said, "Little greedy cat, you want to have a second taste?" The woman said coquettishly, "Are you giving it to me or not?" How could the man say no? So the battle began again. The woman knelt on the bed. Although the light was dim, one could still see her slender waist, which made the circumference of her buttocks look especially big. The shape of the honey peach made people want to pierce it, so this warrior raised his gun and rushed forward without hesitation. In the violent collision sounds, the tempting honey peach continued to move forward. Finally, with an "aya" sound, the woman's head hit the bed in front of her. She couldn't bear to let the warrior who was trying to break the fortress and try to release himself stop for a rest. She just gritted her teeth and grabbed a soft pillow to put on her head. The battle on the mountain was also fighting on the mountainside. The battle on the mountain was a battle that was destined to have no winner no matter who lost first. But the battle on the mountainside was a battle where the man lost first. So only one side could enjoy the fruits of victory. The woman lost first, so both sides could enjoy the fruits of victory. Who would win? The commotion on the mountain continued until dawn and still hadn't subsided. It was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, and it was difficult to distinguish factions. In the chaos, those who tried to protect the Prince of Luling suddenly felt that it was better to protect their master first. But after their master was found, he repeatedly asked them to protect the Prince of Luling, so they simply came to protect their master. And those who pretended to protect the Prince of Luling chased the assassins and the non-existent assassins everywhere. After searching every room, even the woodshed and the kitchen, they found that the Prince of Luling was nowhere to be found. So while covering the escape of the assassins, they expanded the search area. When the east was just beginning to brighten, everyone was sure of one fact: the Prince of Luling was gone, and so was the Princess Taiping. To be precise, since the banquet last night, no one had seen them again. Gu Zhuting, dressed in the military uniform of the Inner Guards, mingled in the ranks of the Inner Guards, together with Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing, pretending to look for the Prince of Luling. She almost laughed out loud. She felt that the sect master's plan was really wonderful. Who would have thought that this pretty Inner Guard was the Prince of Luling whom they had been searching for thousands of times? Just when everyone was at a loss, two female sumo wrestlers accompanied the Princess Taiping appeared in front of everyone. Looking at her radiant appearance, she should have won the battle last night. But looking at her ruddy face, which was like a red lotus that had absorbed enough dew, it seemed that the winner was someone else. Who knew? In any case, Yang Fan had appeared in the crowd at some point, looking a little tired, as if he had accompanied everyone for most of the night. Don't panic, everyone. The Prince of Luling is safe and sound. The moment the Princess Taiping arrived, she gave everyone a reassuring pill. She didn't want Elder Di to die of anxiety here. Standing on either side of Di Renjia, Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong couldn't help but tightly grasp Di Renjia's old and cold hands, while Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, who had been pretending to be anxious, felt a chill in their hearts. There's no need to ask. There are too many people here, and it's hard to say that there aren't people hiding here with ill intentions towards the Prince of Luling. It's really inconvenient for me to tell you right now. Last night, because I sensed that something was wrong, I first protected my seventh brother and didn't inform everyone in advance. Please forgive me. Prince Liang, Prince Wei, Prime Minister Di, Prime Minister Wei, and Prime Minister Yao, I thank you all for coming to the rescue in time. The Princess Taiping bowed to the people she mentioned, and everyone returned the gesture. Among them, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi returned the gesture with mixed feelings in their hearts. The Princess Taiping smiled at Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong and said, "It's really my elder brother's fault for causing the fifth and sixth brothers to be unable to rest. I'll have my elder brother hold a banquet to calm the fifth and sixth brothers down." Zhang Yizhi chuckled and deliberately glanced at Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, saying with a double meaning, "This wine to calm the fifth and sixth brothers should indeed be treated by someone else. There's no need for the princess to apologize. If not for the princess's wisdom in making preparations and allowing the Prince of Luling to be injured right under our noses, we really wouldn't be able to explain it to the sages. Speaking of which, we should be the ones thanking the princess." The princess smiled faintly and said, "It's still early. Why don't the two of you go back to your rooms and take a nap? When the sun rises, I'll invite the seventh brother to be escorted back to the city." Zhang Yizhi sighed and said, "It's been a rough night. How can I sleep? I'll go back to the palace and have a good sleep after handing over the task. I won't sleep now. Prince Wei, Prince Liang, the three prime ministers, why don't we sit in the main hall for a while and have a chat? After breakfast, we'll wait for the sun to rise. What do you think?" Di Renjia and the other two naturally wouldn't agree. At this juncture, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi knew that their plan had failed. they were dispirited and couldn't show it, so they could only force themselves to agree. The group then walked to the main hall. At this moment, no one noticed that the girls surnamed Gu had disappeared from the inner guards. Chapter 8:24. By the time the sky was bright, everyone had already had their breakfast and were packing up for the journey. At this time, Princess Taiping gave an order. Before long, everyone saw the Prince of Luling walking out of the inner chamber with the support of two of Princess Taiping's personal guards. Last night, several hundred people had fought in this small courtyard of the palace. Every room, including under the windows, in the cupboards, and even in every crevice and every brick, had been searched, but he was nowhere to be found. But now, Li Xian was leisurely walking out of the rear hall. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi looked as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. They simply couldn't imagine where he had hidden last night. As soon as Li Xian came out, he repeatedly cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. After all, everyone had come for him, but he had avoided them until now. After the chaos last night, no one would blame him. In fact, everyone present knew that the assassin from last night was definitely sent by Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, but the wonderful thing was that everyone pretended not to know. Even Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi pretended not to know. When everyone saw each other, they were still polite and courteous. Those who needed to be courteous, those who needed to be courteous, those who needed to be greeted. When the Prince of Luling arrived, the troops were ready to set off. Princess Taiping's 8 female guards guarded the innermost area, the 8 mountains of flesh surrounding the Prince of Luling impenetrable. Next came the 100 cavalry and internal guards led by Yang Fan, followed by the Imperial Guard led by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, followed by the Southern Guard led by Di Renjie, Yao Chong, and Wei Zhigu, and finally the family warriors of Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi. Princess Taiping had made it clear not because she didn't trust the 2 princes, but because the 2 princes had brought private troops. When the Prince of Luling returned to the capital, he naturally had to be surrounded and protected by the troops of the imperial court. There was no reason for him to borrow the private troops of Prince Liang and Prince Wei. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had already given up on the idea of assassinating the Prince of Luling, so they wouldn't argue with her over this matter. A majestic army left the Dragon's Gate. Early in the morning, there was news from the capital. The emperor heard that the Prince of Luling was ill in Fang County. Anxious to save his son, he had already ordered the minister-counselor Su Yanba to go to Fangzhou to summon the Prince of Luling, his consort, and his sons back to Luoyang for treatment. Today was the day the Prince of Luling would arrive in the capital. Wu Zetian had drafted this decree a long time ago, and it was only after the Prince of Luling safely arrived at the capital that it was announced to the world. However, that minister-counselor Su Yanba had only accompanied Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong on a trip. From beginning to end, he had never shown his face or spoken a word, and the imperial court had only borrowed his name. Of course, summoning the prince only required an edict and a messenger. The glorious Tang dynasty, the son of the Son of Heaven. What problem could there be if he wanted to return to the capital? The 100 cavalry, the internal guards, the assassinations along the way, the numerous dangers, the princes, the prime ministers, and even the emperor's personal bodyguard to ensure the safety of the Prince of Luling. These things had never happened before and had to be erased. When the procession was about to arrive at Luoyang, the 2 princes Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, as well as the 3 prime ministers, led their troops away. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong retreated behind the scenes. That minister-counselor Su, who had never shown his face, rode to the front on a large horse and became the messenger to welcome the Prince of Luling back to the capital. What needed to be clear was that he was the Prince of Luling, who had been escorted all the way back from Fangzhou. The Prince of Luling had never lived at the Dragon's Gate, so there had never been a riot like last night on Dragon's Gate Mountain. The common people of the capital had heard the news of the Prince of Luling's return to the capital announced by Basho early in the morning. When they saw such a grand procession entering the city, those who didn't know immediately knew that the Prince of Luling had returned. The common people immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. In fact, whether it was the Prince of Luling or the Crown Prince Li Dan, their influence among the common people had long been waning. As long as the common people had food to eat and clothes to wear, they didn't care who the emperor was. It was just that Wu Zetian's various actions of excluding dissidents and putting the Wu clansmen in important positions in the court were unpopular. His prestige among the common people had also been declining day by day due to the large-scale construction and the unfavorable war. In comparison, the common people were naturally very happy that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital. They hoped that this prince would one day inherit the throne and work hard to restore the grandeur of the Tang dynasty during the reign of Taizong and Gaozong, rebuilding a rich and powerful country. With the protection of Princess Taiping, Elder Di, Prime Minister Wei, and Prime Minister Yao, Wu Sanxi, and Wu Qingxi's confirmation, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong's personal welcome, and the emperor's procession, could this prince still be a fake? No one thought so. As a result, the secret scouts at the various city gates of Luoyang had already withdrawn with their tails between their legs. However, Huang Xuchang and Anu, who were still outside the city, were still unaware of this sudden change. When Yang Fan led the enemies to hide on Mount Longmen yesterday morning, Huang Xuchang had already taken a shortcut and rushed to Luoyang. However, he did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he followed Yang Fan's orders and hid in a small village nearby with Prince of Luling, Li Xian. This village was home to 3 brothers of the Ox clan. The eldest was a farmer, the second sold vegetables, and the third ran a small business. In the Ox village, they could be considered an above-average family. The father of these 3 brothers was the old steward of Yang Fan's estate. After hiding in the Ox village with Prince of Luling, Huang Xuchang soon arrived at the home of Steward Niu's second son. Soon, Niu Air entered the city carrying a basket of vegetables. He wandered around the various shops while shouting. When he arrived at Yang Fan's house in Fortune Kindness Square, a cook from the Yang clan came out and bought 2 bunches of chives, a dozen cucumbers, and 3 bundles of spinach. Then, Niu Air left with the basket. After less than an hour, old Steward Niu of the Yang family led a few young workers to Nan City. No one paid attention to them, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to tell that one of the young workers was Yang Fan's second wife, Anu disguised as a young worker. When it was almost evening, these young workers carried a few things back from their own shop in Nan City, but the old steward and Anu, who was disguised as a young worker, had already disappeared. Early the next morning, Anu escorted Prince of Luling back to the city. Because Huang Xuchang's appearance was too distinctive, even if he changed his appearance, it would be difficult to change his physique. Therefore, Anu sent him to the northern part of the city alone, leaving the important task of protecting Prince of Luling to Anu. Anu had dressed Prince of Luling up as a butcher. The wrinkles on his face had turned into ferocious scars, and his cheeks had also become fierce-looking. With an apron stained with oil tied around his waist, he sat on a greasy cart, reeking of the smell of lard and sheep. Anu, on the other hand, was dressed as a butcher, holding a whip and driving the 2 donkeys that were pulling the cart. Originally, Anu had prepared a few backup plans just in case, but unexpectedly, these countermeasures were not used at all. The procession that entered the city from the southern gate and traveled along the most prosperous Ding-Ding Street all the way to the palace had already attracted the attention of the entire city. Even though there were still a few people sent by Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi who hadn't withdrawn in time, they no longer had the interest to search the people entering the city. The process of Anu bringing Prince of Luling into the city, went very smoothly. The first wife of the Yang clan, Xiao Man, was also in disguise, leading a few of the Yang clan's workers to secretly support the procession at the southern gate. Originally, she had planned to create a mess if anything happened. Seeing them enter without a hitch, Xiao Man didn't make a sound and just followed them in the dark. Only when she saw the meat cart enter the southern city did she smile and return to her shop first. The Yang clan's business was getting bigger and bigger, and Xiaoman's management was very good. Her shop was very profitable, and now she had taken over a few poorly run shops. However, she also knew that a tall tree attracts the wind, so she went through 2 more procedures to prevent people from knowing that these shops had been annexed by the Yang clan. Now that Xiao Man had a lot of people at her disposal, she didn't need to personally take care of these shops. If she needed to check the accounts, she could send someone else, so for now, no one knew that these shops were also under the surname of the Yang clan. Although wealthy families never lacked for meat, and poultry, the slaughter prohibition only existed in name. As long as it existed, it was impossible to openly sell meat in Luoyang. If meat was sold secretly, the price would inevitably rise, and it was already very difficult for small families to sell meat. Now that the ban on slaughter had just been lifted, it was the time when the meat business in Luoyang was booming. There were millions of people in Luoyang, and the consumption of meat was astonishing. Xiao Man had converted one of the shops she had taken over into a meat shop, and the business was quite booming. The meat cart drove into the Yang clan's butcher shop and went straight to the backyard to unload the goods. When the empty cart left, the butcher and the assistant had all been replaced. Li Xian and Anu, who were disguised as the butcher and the assistant, had already become a middle-aged scribe dressed in green and a delicate and pretty attendant who was his study companion. They walked slowly in Luoyang, one in the front and one in the back. Luoyang had a population of millions, and the Son of Heaven's capital was far more prosperous than other places. In particular, scholars could be seen everywhere in Luoyang. The 2 people dressed like this, a master and a servant, were inconspicuous on the streets of Luoyang. The 2 slowly walked forward, passing by the Huihe and Inzhong workshops, and arrived at the Luo River. Anu paid 3 copper coins, rented a small boat, and helped Li Xian onto the boat. They rode on the waves and sailed all the way to the Tianjin Bridge. Only then did the master and servant abandon the boat and disembark. Standing at the Tianjin Bridge and gazing at the magnificent palaces and pavilions, Li Xian couldn't help but tear up. Anu said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we haven't entered the palace yet. We still need to be vigilant." Ah. Li Xian heard her warning and promptly turned to look at the river, taking the opportunity to quietly wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Huang Xuchang had driven a carriage to the Tianjin Bridge a long time ago. Anu had only agreed to meet him here, so he didn't know what appearance Anu and the Prince of Luling would take, what they would ride, or which direction they would come from. Thus, when he arrived at the Tianjin Bridge, he had been looking all around. Anu helped Li Xian disembark from the boat and disembark. They had already been standing at the bridgehead for a while when Huang Xuchang finally noticed them. Overjoyed, he hurriedly drove the carriage to their side. Anu and Li Xian saw Huang Xuchang as soon as the carriage moved. Thus, Huang Xuchang didn't say anything even when he drove the carriage up to them, only looking at them with an expression of uncontrollable excitement. Anu vigilantly scanned the surroundings before whispering to Li Xian, "Your Highness, please board the carriage." Anu didn't put down the pedal. Instead, she reached out to grab Li Xian's ribs and pulled him onto the carriage. Li Xian also knew that this was the final moment of success or failure. He was both nervous and excited, and his movements unexpectedly became nimble. He quickly crawled into the carriage and sat down. Huang Xuchang then cracked the horsewhip, and drove the carriage toward the palace. Within the boundaries of the palace, unauthorized people were not allowed to linger. Merchants were also not allowed to set up stalls, so the square was completely empty. Nu followed the carriage forward a few steps. Seeing that the carriage was flying away, knowing that there could no longer be any accidents here, she finally stopped. With a faint smile, she turned around and walked toward the bridgehead. In the distance, a guard of honor slowly appeared amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of heads. Chapter 8:25. The carriage stopped in front of the Zhuyi gate. It was not that it was forbidden to ride horses and carriages in front of the palace, but he had never seen someone like Huang Xuchang who could whip like rain and ride like flying. The guards in front of the Zhuyi gate had already tightened their grip on their spears. When the carriage arrived in front of the palace gates, the guards suddenly pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Huang Xuchang raised his eyes to look at the thick and lofty palace walls in front of him and felt a kind of dizziness. Only then did he realize that the clothes on his back were completely soaked and stuck to his body. He hadn't felt nervous during the bloody battles and battles of wits along the way. However, the last part of the road made him so nervous that he was drenched in sweat. Li Xian had already lifted the curtain of the carriage and stared in a daze at the tightly closed palace gates in front of him. The copper nails, as big as the mouth of a bull, sparkled in the sunlight. Li Xian's eyes couldn't help but moisten again. This is Commander Huang? An imperial soldier guarding the Zhuyi gate looked at Huang Xuchang with a face full of astonishment and didn't dare to recognize him. Huang Xuchang jumped off the carriage and felt his feet were floating. He looked back and saw that there was no one on the flat square of the palace. Nothing unexpected had happened, but his heart was still beating rapidly. Huang Xuchang swallowed and quickly walked to the palace gates. He took out his turtle seal from his belt and handed it to the general on guard with both hands. In a deep voice, he said, "Quickly report to the emperor that Commander Huang Xuchang of the 100 Cavalry Brigade has returned to the capital to reply to the edict. Right now, he has brought a person and wishes to enter the palace to see the emperor. Please allow him." He had the turtle seal of the 100 Cavalry Brigade and was a registered imperial guard of the palace. He could enter the palace at any time, but it was impossible for him to bring someone in. Right now, he didn't dare to trust Li Xian with anyone else. He had to watch Li Xian himself to be at ease, so he could only hand over his turtle seal. The general on guard saw that the person who had come was indeed Commander Huang of the 100 Cavalry Brigade. His expression was grave, and he was dressed in civilian clothing. He guessed that something big must have happened and didn't dare to tarry. He quickly took the turtle seal and said, "Commander Huang, please wait a moment." Then he flew into the palace. Huang Xuchang finally turned around and walked to the front of the carriage. He put down his foot and respectfully said, "Your Highness, please get off the carriage. We have arrived." Li Xian was so excited that his entire body was trembling. If not for Huang Xuchang supporting him, he might not even be able to get out of the car. Supported by Huang Xuchang, he shakily got out of the carriage. Looking around, other than the giant pillar in front of the palace that he had never seen before, the entire palace was exactly the same as when he left Luoyang. Before he left the capital, he was the emperor. He was a high-spirited, ambitious young son of heaven who intended to imitate his father and grandfather and create a great cause. Today, when he returned, his back was stooped and his temples were gray. He was already a cautious and ambitious old man in his 50s. Thinking of this, tears trickled down her cheeks. Wu Zetian did not attend court today. She sat in Wuching Hall, accompanied by Wan Er. She had come here early in the morning, dressed in splendid attire, waiting for her son, who had been under house arrest in Fangzhou for 16 years, to come and see her. "Your Majesty." The palace gatekeeper jogged to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. After catching his breath at the door, he reported in a loud voice, "The commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xuchang, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience. He has brought someone with him, asking for your Majesty's grace to enter the palace. The tortoise talisman is here. I have already verified it." "Huang Xuchang. Who is it?" The white-haired Wu Zetian, who was too lazy to hide in front of her son, looked at Wan, who was standing prettily to the side with her pair of old eyes. Wan was slightly startled. She bent down and said in a low voice, "Sage, this person is one of the 2 commanders of the 100 Cavalry Brigade you sent to Fangzhou to welcome back the Prince of Luling. The ceremonial procession has not arrived yet. Why has he returned first, and even brought someone with him? Could it be, when people get old, they tend to forget things." Wu Zetian only remembered after being reminded by Shangguan, although she was a little forgetful now, her mind and wisdom, which had been honed by years of life in the palace and the pressure of power, were not dull because of this. With just a thought, she realized something was wrong. She immediately ordered, "Allow him to bring someone into the palace. Let him see the emperor in Wuqing Hall." The palace gatekeeper received the emperor's verbal order and hurriedly agreed before retreating. Wu Zetian looked at the quiet doorway and thoughtfully thought for a while. Suddenly, she said, "Who do you think this person brought with him?" Shangguan-Er's eyes flashed. She quietly lowered her eyes and said, "Wan has no clue. I really have no way to guess." Wu Zetian lightly tapped the table with her fingers and muttered to herself, "Taiping told me that Xian-Er's return to the capital this time will not be peaceful." When the palace gatekeeper returned to Zhuyi Gate, Huang Xuchang was standing with Li Xian at the palace gate. Although he did not speak or move, his heart was burning with anxiety. When the palace gatekeeper passed on the edict, Huang Xuchang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Withdrawing the turtle talisman, he allowed the palace guards to search their bodies. Huang Xuchang supported Li Xian and walked through the palace gate. After passing through a long city gate, they once again appeared under the sunlight. Only then did they subconsciously relax. It was as if there had been an invisible demon chasing them from behind. Only now did they feel safe. Under the guidance of the palace attendants, Huang Xuchang supported Li Xian and walked forward. When they arrived in front of Wuqing Hall, Huang Xuchang gently let go of Li Xian and said in a clear voice, "Commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xuchang has received the imperial edict to go to Fangzhou to bring back the Prince of Luling. Today, I am bringing the Prince of Luling to see the emperor and present the edict to his Majesty." At the side, Li Xian's face trembled violently. It was hard to say whether it was joy or fear. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Mother! Son, Li Xian has returned. He requests to see Mother." Hearing the news, Wu Zetian unconsciously stood up. Hurriedly went forward to support him. Wu Zetian composed herself and waved her hand at her. Slowly sitting down again, she ordered in a low voice, "Call him in." Said in a clear and melodious voice, "The emperor has an edict. The Prince of Luling is invited to have an audience." Li Xian's back was bent. It was unknown whether it was because the threshold was too high that he tripped, or because his legs were too weak to stand, but he only took 3 steps over the threshold before he fell to his knees with a thud. Touching his forehead to the ground, he cried in a sorrowful voice, "Mother, Xian-Er has returned." As soon as he said this, tears fell like rain. As the procession to welcome the Prince of Luling crossed the Tianjin Bridge, Yang Fan sat on his horse, vigilantly sizing up the crowd. Although he had expected that since he was already here, it was unlikely that there would be any problems, but there was no harm in being careful. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he suddenly saw a pair of familiar eyes. In reality, it should be said that those eyes were looking at him, revealing a look of seeing an acquaintance. Yang Fan's gaze swept back and fixed on that person. It was an extremely delicate and pretty little attendant. His appearance was 50 to 60% similar to Anu's. Dressed in a man's attire, Anu smiled at him. It was a very charming smile, and Yang Fan couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, everyone's gazes were focused on the Prince of Luling's carriage. Otherwise, if people saw Yang Fan and an attendant looking at each other and smiling with affection, tomorrow in Luoyang City, there would be an elegant matter of cutting off sleeves and sharing peaches. The common people of the capital never minded this kind of gossip. The procession turned in the direction of the imperial palace, and it was not suitable for uninvolved people to follow. The crowd stopped at the Tianjin Bridge and gradually dispersed. The procession escorted the Prince of Luling all the way to the side gate, where Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi entered the imperial palace first to report to Wuqing Hall. After a moment, an edict was sent out from the imperial palace. The minister-counselor Su Yanba was going to lead the Prince of Luling into the imperial palace. Gu Zhuting, disguised as the Prince of Luling, looked to Yang Fan for help. Yang Fan nodded slightly, and Gu Zhuting forced herself to remain calm. Bracing herself, she followed Su Yanba into the imperial palace. She was a Jianghu person, and this was the first time she had been to the imperial palace. Seeing the majestic palace buildings that were like the gates of heaven, a sense of nervousness and awe involuntarily welled up in her heart. However, she believed that Yang Fan would not harm her. Since Yang Fan had nodded and agreed for her to enter the imperial palace, there would certainly be no problem. There would not be any crime of deceiving the ruler. Inside the Eastern Palace, Gao Lisher mysteriously said to Li Longji, "Your Highness, do you know what important matter is happening in court today?" Li Dan, who was sitting dazedly in the sun, was startled and involuntarily pricked up his ears. Recently, the court had become much more lax in their supervision of him. Ever since Shangguan Wanner and Fu Qingqing had taken control of the imperial palace, there was no longer a petty person like Wei Tuaner who would come to torment him from time to time. It was rare for him to have a few days of peace and quiet. Could it be that something was going to happen again? Li Longji had just finished a round of boxing with Gao Lisher in the courtyard. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, he said to Gao Lisher, "What happened?" Gao Lisher and Li Longji were about the same age, and he was the only person in Li Longji's life in the imperial palace who was very friendly to him and was not a blood brother. Moreover, it was precisely because of Gao Lisher's sympathy and help that their meals and even their clothing for the 4 seasons had greatly improved. Li Longji was now even closer to Gao Lisher than a blood brother. Gao Lisher said, "In the morning court, the emperor sent down an edict saying that the Prince of Luling has fallen ill in Fangzhou. He had already sent someone to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital to treat his illness. The Princess of Luling and the princes have all returned together and entered the capital today, so the morning court was adjourned. However, the emperor also said that the Prince of Luling is currently ill and that the officials are not to receive him. He said that he will only receive the officials after the Prince of Luling recovers." Oh! Hearing this, Li Longji couldn't help but look toward the palace gates, feeling lost. Gao Lisher continued, "I estimate that the Prince of Luling should have arrived at the palace by now. Perhaps tomorrow, Your Highness will meet with the princes of the Prince of Luling's estate." Li Longji was clever and clever. Upon hearing this news, he knew that his grandmother had already decided to remove his father from the position of crown prince. Even if his father became the emperor in the future, he would still be a prince, and the throne would have nothing to do with him. However, the son of an emperor and the son of a prince were still a level apart in status. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Gao Lisher appeared to be naive and casually mentioned this matter, but he was actually an extremely intelligent person. Moreover, there was no lack of eunuchs in the palace who were good at figuring out the intentions of their superiors. When this news came out, the eunuchs couldn't help but discuss it in private, knowing that the crown prince was going to be replaced. Gao Lisher was eunuch Gao's adopted son, so how could he not hear these words? Now that the news had been delivered and his goal had been achieved, Gao Lisher said, "Today, the Prince of Luling will return to court. The palace will certainly be busy. Perhaps Godfather still has something to tell him. This servant will take his leave first." Li Longji nodded and watched Gao Lisher leave. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, his expression full of regret. To the side, Crown Prince Li Dan leapt up, his entire body trembling, tears streaming down his face. Seventh Lang has returned to the capital. Seventh Lang has returned to the capital. The Queen Mother intends to change the heir apparent. Heavens! Li Dan, can finally escape this cage and see the heavens again. Chapter 8:26. Outside the palace walls, where Li Dan and his son were watching, Gu Zhuting, disguised as the Prince of Luling, braced herself and walked toward the hall of martial accomplishment under the guidance of Su Yanba and the eunuchs. Along the way, the eunuchs and palace maids made way for him, either bowing or greeting him. Although they still lacked the proper respect for this prince, they clearly understood that if nothing unexpected happened, this former son of heaven, today's prince, would one day be the master of this palace. The new heaven and hall of brightness were about to be completed, and the scaffolding attached to the tall building was still there. The craftsmen were busy finishing the final construction and decorating. The son of heaven was already old. Perhaps by the time the new Wanxiang Divine Palace was completed, the new master would already be this seemingly frail old man in his 50s. Who would dare to disrespect him? They arrived at the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. The first door was heavily guarded. The second door was heavily guarded. The third door, Gu Zhuting was somewhat flustered, but since Yang Fan had not followed her in and she could not receive any instructions, she could only brace herself and walk forward. Gu Zhuting had just stepped into the third door when an old eunuch suddenly appeared beside the door. With a beaming smile, he blocked her path and gestured for her to turn to the side. Gu Zhuting's eyes flashed and saw two pretty female officials gracefully standing in the corridor. They were smiling at her and nodding at her. Gu Zhuting subconsciously walked over. When she stood still, she saw that the two female officials were looking behind her. She couldn't help but turn around. She saw Li Xian, dressed in a green robe, flashing out from the other side of the door and standing next to the minister-counselor, Su Yanba. Su Yanba did not know that the prince he had been accompanying was a fake. Seeing this scene, he stood there with an astonished expression. He looked at the prince beside him, who looked 70 to 80% similar to the one from before. Of the two, one was dressed in the robes of a prince, the other in an azure robe. It seemed that the one who had walked away was the real one. However, the person in front of him was the steward eunuch of the palace, Eunuch Gao, and the person leading the Prince of Luling to the side was the emperor's most trusted female official, Shangguan Wana, and Fu Qingqing. Su Yanba, who was feeling a little dizzy, had no choice but to accompany the prince in green. The internal court guards standing there like spears did not look sideways and ignored everything that was happening in front of them. Shangguan Wana watched as Su Yanba accompanied the green-robed Li Xian to the front of the hall. She loudly announced her arrival and led Li Xian inside. Only then did she turn to the splendidly dressed Li Xian next to her with a faint smile. She grasped her hand and softly said, Miss Gu, right? My surname is Shangguan, and my given name is please follow me, Miss Shangguan Wanner. This young lady is the current Minister of Internal Affairs, Shangguan Wanner. Gu Zhuting was stunned by this name. Before she could understand, she had already involuntarily followed behind Shangguan Wanner. When they approached the city gate, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi deliberately slowed down to allow the Prince of Luling's guard of honor to enter the city. The two rested for a full 2 hours at the Sonli Pavilion outside the city before setting off to return to the city. Wu Sanxi did not return to his own residence. Instead, he followed Wu Qingxi's carriage all the way to the Prince of Wei's residence. The Prince of Luling had already returned to the capital, so it would be even more difficult to assassinate him. Moreover, to assassinate a prince in the capital, it would be fine if they failed, but if they succeeded, the political risk they would have to bear would be far too great. Wu Sanxi had no idea what to do, so he could only follow along and discuss the matter with his old rival, Wu Qingxi. When Wu Qingxi returned to the residence, he first drank a bowl of soup to soothe the lungs and stop coughing. Seeing that Wu Sanxi was still lonely and depressed, he said, "Don't be like this." Although Anne has brought back her own son and has made it seem like she wants to pass the throne to him, based on my understanding of Aunt, she definitely does not wish for the Wuzhou Empire that she single-handedly created to change its surname to Li Tang. Aunt is the founding monarch of the empire. She was born to be the Emperor of the 9-5, and even in death, she wants to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple. She hopes that she will be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple as the founding monarch of the empire and not leave her name in the annals of history as the daughter-in-law of the Li clan. Therefore, Aunt will definitely make arrangements for the future. You and I should wait patiently. It won't be too late to make plans after we understand Aunt's intentions. Wu Sanxi clenched his fists and lightly pounded the table, sighing, "This is the only thing we can do now." While the two of them were talking, someone else came in from outside. Wu Qingxi raised his head to take a look and saw the newcomer was tall and sturdy, with 5 locks of long beard, his appearance somewhat similar to the Marquis of Han Shouting in the Guandi Temple. He recognized him as one of Wu Sanxi's family warriors, so he did not say anything. When Ji Zubing entered the main hall, he glanced around and saw that his master was leaning on the table with both fists, looking depressed. He hurriedly ran over and went around to Wu Sanxi's side. He stroked his long beard and bent down, whispering a few words into Wu Sanxi's ear. Wu Sanxi had his eyes closed and was pretending to be in deep pain. After hearing a few words, his eyes suddenly opened. Ji Zubing whispered a few more words. Wu Sanxi screamed and heavily pounded the table with both hands. Then, with a loud shout, he flipped the table in front of him away. Wu Qingxi was startled and frowned unhappily. "Sanxi, why are you acting out now?" Wu Sanxi clenched his fists and trembled all over. He repeatedly said, "Wrong, wrong. I'm really wrong." Wu Qingxi was puzzled and widened his eyes. "What did you do wrong?" Wu Sanxi looked up at the sky and wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted, "He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. Why didn't I believe him? Why didn't I believe him? What's done is done. How can I reverse it?" Wu Qingxi's mind was still muddled, and he asked in bewilderment, "Who's telling the truth? Who didn't you believe?" Wu Sanxi suddenly jumped up and said with a pained heart, "Forget it. It's the will of the heavens. If it's the will of the heavens, there's nothing I can do." With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode out. When Ji Zubing saw that his lord had left, he hurriedly flung his long beard and chased after his lord in high spirits. In front of him, Wu Sanxi's face was full of pain, but he did not cry. He did not look like a big-eared thief. Behind him, Ji Zubing's posture and mannerisms were exactly like Guan Yunchang. Wu Qingxi stared at Wu Sanxi's back for a long time. He flicked his sleeves and scolded, "What a useless idiot!" Inside the Hall of History, Shanghai Wan Er's residence, Gu Zhuting sat cross-legged in front of an octagonal bronze mirror with cloud-patterned patterns. She used a wet handkerchief to gently wipe away the last wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Shanghai Wan and Fu Qingqing, who were standing opposite her, saw the whole process of removing her makeup and could not help but look at each other in amazement. Fu Qingqing could not help but praise, "The world is so big, and the skills of an extraordinary person are unimaginable and unimaginable." Shanghai Wan nodded and said, "Wan has really widened my horizons today. I did not think that there would be such a godly skill in the world." Gu Zhuting only smiled faintly at the two women's compliments. She then went to the copper basin and scooped up some clean water to wash her pretty and fair face. Wana handed over the silk handkerchief from the rack and smiled. "Miss Gu, please use it." "Thank you, Shangguan Wan Gu Zhuting felt a little flattered by Shanghai Wan attentiveness. Shanghai Wan smiled and did not correct her. Because the emperor's name was Zhao, pronounced the same as the imperial edict, her status as a waiting for an imperial edict had become a waiting system. Fu Qingqing waited for Gu Zhuting to wipe her face and took the silk handkerchief. She smiled and said, "The clothes have been prepared behind the screen. Miss Gu, please follow me." Gu Zhuting followed Fu Qingqing to the back of the screen. When she came out again, she had already changed into a light yellow palace gown, making her look more delicate and charming than a flower. Fu Qingqing happily praised, "Miss Gu is really pretty. With such a beautiful and charming appearance, when you are disguised as a man in his 50s, you actually have no flaws." Shanghai Wan was also smiling, but she couldn't help feeling a little jealous in her heart. That stinky man without a conscience. Even in the face of death, he didn't forget to bring a woman as beautiful as a flower and jade with him. Could it be that all the men with martial arts have died? In the hall of martial accomplishment, mother and son had finished their conversation and were facing each other in silence. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, had actually thought of many things along the way. When he saw his mother, how surprised, how excited, and how much he missed her. All these thoughts were like acting, and he had already thought of the steps. But he had already come here once. At that time, he only cared about explaining to Wu Zetian why he had followed Huang Xiuchang away from the main entourage and quietly entered the palace. At that time, he didn't have time to act, but this time he was really acting together with Wu Zetian. He had already met his mother once. At this time, it would be too fake for him to put on an appearance of revealing his true feelings. But he didn't have any quick thinking, so his original plan couldn't be used. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say, but he also couldn't bear to give up this opportunity to get closer to his mother. Thus, he could only stand there frozen, anxiously trying to find something to say. Unfortunately, the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't think of anything. Seeing that her son wanted to buy something good, yet appeared timid, Wu Zetian was also greatly disappointed. Although in her heart, power, status, and the imperial inheritance were far more important than her son, he was still her own son whom she hadn't seen for 16 years. She was already too old and had begun to value kinship. When she first saw Li Xian, she was still a little excited, but unfortunately, Li Xian's clumsy performance extinguished the little enthusiasm in her heart. Wu Zetian sighed, her heart full of bitterness. But wasn't all this because of her tireless pursuit of power? The indifference between mother and son was caused by her own hands. What else could she say? Wu Zetian thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that her son had mentioned that he had brought back a little granddaughter this time. She seemed to be the youngest granddaughter of the branch in Luling, and she had never seen her before. She couldn't help but feel a little interested. Her son's appearance was repulsive. That little granddaughter, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, should be able to comfort her old heart. Wu Zetian opened her mouth and called, "Xian, mother." Li Xian, who was racking his brains for a topic, hastily bowed. Wu Zetian slowly said, "I remember, this time you returned to the capital with another daughter?" Li Xian was delighted. He thought, "That's right. How could I have forgotten about Gua? This child is clever and quick-witted. She's the best with words. If I had remembered her earlier, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Li Xian hastily replied, "Yes, heir has brought mother's youngest granddaughter, Gua, back to the capital. She's now waiting outside the hall for the decree." Wu Zetian raised her brows and asked doubtfully, "Gua, why did you give her such a strange maiden name?" Li Xian hesitated. "Gua, heir was born on the way to Fangzhou. Because things happened in a hurry, I didn't have time to prepare swaddling clothes, so I used heir's clothes to wrap up the newborn. So I gave her this name." Wu Zetian's expression changed. After a moment of silence, she said to eunuch Gao, who was waiting in front of the hall, "Go, bring my little granddaughter here. I want to see her." Chapter 8:27. Li Gui'er stood outside the hall, nervously tugging at her dress that she had modified from Taiping. Even though she grew up in the mountains, she was different from the common village girls. She had often heard the terms emperor, empress dowager, and Wangya. Therefore, she did not feel the panic that a common village girl would feel when she saw an important person. However, she was in awe. Ever since she was young, she knew that her family was supposed to be high and mighty members of the royal family. It was all thanks to her grandmother that they ended up in this state. Just like that, Wu Zetian's supreme authority entered her young heart. This time, when she entered the palace and saw the magnificent palace with her own eyes, she felt an inexplicable admiration for the mistress of this heavenly palace. She knew that she was about to meet the most powerful woman in the world, her grandmother. However, she did not feel a sense of familiarity that a village girl would have when meeting her grandmother. She did not think that her grandmother would be a benevolent old lady. She could not imagine what this empress would be like, so she was especially nervous. "His Majesty has spoken. Princess Gui'er is summoned to see him." Eunuch Gao came to the door and announced gently. Li Gui'er stood there in a daze. Someone beside her reminded her. She answered in a panic, I'm here. I'm here." Li Gui'er lifted her dress and ran up the stairs. Eunuch Gao's eyes brightened. He looked in surprise at this beautiful young girl and smiled. "Princess, please follow me." Eunuch Gao saw that this young girl had a face that was pleasant to look at, and as he led her inside, he hurriedly introduced her to the etiquette required when meeting the emperor. Li Gui'er nodded her head repeatedly, remembering it in her heart. "Sage, Princess Gui'er is here." Eunuch Gao led Li Gui'er to the main hall and reported to Wu Zetian before stepping aside. Li Gui'er did not even dare to raise her head. She quickly took a step forward and knelt down on both knees. She kowtowed and said in a crisp voice, "Granddaughter Gui'er greets imperial grandmother." Wu Zetian was stunned. She was amused by this unique form of address. She showed a rare hint of kindness and said slowly, "Gui'er, get up." "Thank you, imperial grandmother." Li Gui'er kowtowed again and stood up obediently. She looked at her toes nervously. Wu Zetian saw that she was so restrained, and the love in her heart increased. Her voice became even more kind. "Don't be afraid. I am your grandmother, not an outsider. Come here, let grandmother take a good look at you." Li Guer agreed and slowly walked to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian held her hand and looked her up and down. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She said, "Raise your head." Li Guer raised her head, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Wu Zetian timidly. Wu Zetian said to Li Xian with fondness, "This granddaughter of mine has grown up to be truly beautiful." Li Xian smiled obsequiously and said, "Silly girl, what is there to be beautiful about? You dote on your granddaughter. Of course, you can look at her however you like." "Humph. If you're beautiful, then you're beautiful. If you're not beautiful, then you're not beautiful. Although my eyes are blurry, I can still clearly see beauty and ugliness," Wu Zetian said to her son with a smile. She felt a sense of familial joy. She looked Li Guer up and down and suddenly asked, "Guer, your father was sent to Fangzhou by me for more than 10 years. Even you were born on the way to Fangzhou. As a child of the royal family, you have suffered so much. You hate your grandmother?" Li Xian was shocked. When he was with Consort Wei, he often complained about his mother. If his daughter was immature and said a few words, wouldn't it make his mother unhappy? But he could not remind her now. Not only could he not even show a hint of nervousness on his face. Li Xian forced himself to be calm, but his thighs tensed up nervously under his robe. "Of course not," Li Guer answered without hesitation. "Although Guer grew up in the mountains, I know that there is no lack of parents in the world. Grandmother is father's birth mother. Father is Guer's birth father. If Guer does something wrong and father punishes me, should I hate father? My father treats you like my grandmother, and Guer treats you the same way. Without my grandmother, how would I have a father? Without my father, how would I have Guer? Besides, father did do something wrong. Although Guer was not born then, and I don't know what father did wrong. All these years, Guer often saw father repenting his mistakes." Guer's words were sincere, especially when it was said by a young girl in the prime of her youth. It was especially convincing. Wu Zetian was already beaming with joy. When Guer saw Wu Zetian's smiling face, the fear in his heart was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Wu Zetian's appearance, with a head full of white hair and layers of wrinkles, she had a kind face and did not look like a fiend or a fiend. Guer became even bolder. Guer held Wu Zetian's arm affectionately and said in a sweet voice, "Sometimes when Guer asks, father will tell Guer that grandmother is not only his mother, but also the ruler of the world. The ruler of the world cannot only care about the kinship between mother and son. So when he made a mistake for the sake of the country, grandmother must punish what should be punished. This is the only way to set an example for the world." Wu Zetian was overjoyed and nodded her head repeatedly. Li Guer continued, "Now that grandmother has forgiven father, father can return to the capital and serve grandmother. Grandmother, you're getting on in years, but father isn't young either. Surely you can't spank him like when Guer did something wrong, right? If father does something wrong in the future, grandmother, please forgive him." Good. Guer, you are such a filial and good child." Wu Zetian patted Li Guer's arm and praised her repeatedly. She remembered how she was when she first entered the palace, and also remembered the peaceful times when she was a young girl. As people grow up, they think more, and their hearts become more complicated. A young girl like her was better, beautiful and generous, lively and adorable, innocent and childish. Guer, you are my granddaughter, but you still don't have a title. Wu Zetian caressed Li Guer's little hand. She pondered for a moment and said joyfully, "I've got it. I shall bestow you the title of Princess Annal. I wish my precious granddaughter a lifetime of peace and happiness." Li Xian was overjoyed. Since he had returned to the capital, his daughter would have a title sooner or later. However, his daughter had received a title under such circumstances. This meant that his daughter had won his mother's favor. This was greatly beneficial to him. Li Xian hastily said, "Silly girl, kneel down and thank grandmother for her kindness." Li Guer had just met her grandmother for the first time, so she naturally paid her respects. However, Wu Zetian did not like it when the family was always so restrained. She preferred children like Taiping, who were natural and unrestrained when they saw her. The most annoying ones were her sons. When they saw her, it was as if they had seen a man-eating tiger. Wu Zetian was about to stop her when Li Guer did not kneel down and kowtow as her father had requested. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wu Zetian on the cheek. Li Xian turned pale with fright. He was about to scold her for her rudeness when unexpectedly Wu Zetian held her cheek and was stunned. Then she laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Xiener, you must let her enter the palace often to keep mother company. This granddaughter of mine, mother likes her very much." Outside the palace gates, Huang Xuchang grinned as he moved in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at his puffed-out chest and belly and couldn't help smiling. "You got promoted?" Huang Xuchang couldn't help but roar with laughter. His eyebrows danced as he said, "Thanks to you, I am now a colonel. Ha ha ha. Old Huang's luck is good. We also went through fire and water, but I was the one who escorted Wang Ye into the palace in the end. I was also the one who personally saw the emperor. When the emperor was happy, he immediately promoted me." Su Liang snorted with a dark expression. Huang Xuchang and he had been partners for many years and were like brothers. He didn't care about his expression and purposely patted his shoulder. He said proudly, "Little Su, don't worry. We have been brothers for many years. This colonel will take care of you in the future. However, you should also be more respectful to this colonel. This is not right. However, this colonel is a magnanimous person and won't argue with you, a villain intoxicated by success." Su Liang was so angry that he couldn't do anything. He flicked his sleeve and moved to the side. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Don't make him angry. Be careful that he doesn't get angry and fall out with you." Huang Xuchang lowered his voice and said in a small voice, "No, how could I forget my old friend? Of course, I haven't forgotten his contributions. I mentioned him several times in front of the emperor. I will definitely reward him when he returns." At this point, Huang Xuchang suddenly said excitedly, "Right, Colonel Yang, did I act well on the hilltop in Yi County?" Huang Xuchang slapped his thigh and said, "You don't know how proud I was when I closed my eyes and pretended to be dead and rolled down the hill. That kind of despair, anger, and grief was too real. Why didn't I think I could act so well before?" Su Liang had come over again at some point and heard everything. Hearing that he mentioned his contributions in front of the emperor, he was very happy, but seeing him show off, he couldn't help but attack him. "Like my ass. It's just that you have a sincere and honest appearance and can easily deceive others. In the future, I won't believe you anymore." While the two were bickering, Fu Qingqing accompanied Gu Zhuting out of the palace. Standing in front of the palace gate, she said in a clear voice, "Everyone has done a meritorious service in escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital. The saint will definitely reward you. But today the saint and his mother have met, and the family is in the midst of a family reunion. You can all go your separate ways." After Fu Qingqing finished speaking, she looked at Yang Fan and smiled. Yang Fan also smiled and returned her greeting. He then smiled and watched Gu Zhuting walk toward him. Yang Fan took the reins of the horse and said to Gu Zhuting with a smile, "My great hero, please get on the horse." Gu Zhuting was at a loss for what to do. She blushed and said, "How can I deserve such a courteous reception from Alang? It's too much for this servant." Yang Fan said, "Why not? If you don't get on the horse, I will always hold the horse and stand here." "Fine, fine. I'll go. Gu Zhuting could not bear it. She hastily stepped forward to hold the saddle. In her panic, her foot stepped on the stirrups, but she did not jump up. Seeing this, Yang Fan propped her waist from the back. This push was not serious, but Gu Zhuting felt as if the back of her waist was burned by a hot iron. She mounted the horse and almost slipped down again. Hastily she grabbed the saddle. Her face and ears were already red with embarrassment. Yang Fan smiled and turned around to mount his own horse. After bidding farewell to Huang Xiuchang, Su Liang, and the others, he walked side by side with Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting deliberately concealed her embarrassment. The warmth on her face faded a little. She smiled and said, "Commander Huang has been promoted. This time Alang has achieved great merit. The emperor will certainly give you a big promotion, right?" Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. "We will see tomorrow," he said. "I am too lazy to guess. But your merit is not small. Too bad you are not a member of the imperial court and cannot be rewarded. If the emperor does not reward me, I must not disappoint the meritorious subject." Gu Zhuting cast a sidelong glance at him and asked in surprise, "What does Alang want to reward me with?" Yang Fan winked at her and said, "Guess." Chapter 8:28. Yang Fan had a mysterious smile on his face. Gu Zhuting tilted her face and thought for a while. She said tentatively, "A set of new clothes?" Yang Fan burst into laughter and said, "Preposterous! You think I'm too petty." Gu Zhuting bit her lower lip with her white teeth. She thought for a moment and said, "Ah, I know. A set of jewelry?" Yang Fan still shook his head with a smile. Gu Zhuting thought for a while and said embarrassedly, "It can't be a set of 3 courtyards and 10 acres of fertile farmland in the countryside, right?" Yang Fan laughed and took out something from his arms. He handed it over and said, "You don't have to guess. Take it and see for yourself." Gu Zhuting thought for a while, and a very bold and exciting idea popped up in her mind. Take me as a concubine? But this idea was quickly thrown away. How could a man use such a condition as a reward? How narcissistic must he be to think that taking someone as a concubine was a kind of reward? With Gu Zhuting's status, if Yang Fan was willing to do this, she would indeed be a magpie on a high branch. She should go to the temple and burn a stick of incense. Yang Fan handed over a letter. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but feel curious. When she took out the letter and opened it, she couldn't help but be shocked. She was so excited that her face turned red, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. This was a letter, just a letter. It was a letter written by Yang Fan to the master of the Chui family in Qingha. In the letter, apart from those useless pleasantries, there was only one thing mentioned. He asked the Chui family to remove Gu Zhuting's parents and brothers from their status as untouchables and bring them into the household register. Although Gu Zhuting had excellent martial arts, it didn't help much in improving her status. She lived in this society and was bound by all kinds of restrictions. She was a slave. She was born as a slave. This couldn't be changed. What was a slave? Slaves could be bought and sold at will. They were bought and sold together with livestock. It was called horse trading. If the master raped the wife and daughter of his slaves, he was not guilty. If he beat the slave to death, as long as he reported it to the government, it would be fine. Because no one treated slaves as people. They were the private property of the master. Slaves did not have any right to sue. Not only could they not complain to the authorities if they were treated unfairly, even if their master committed a crime, as long as it was not a major crime such as rebellion, if they dared to complain to their master, they would be immediately sentenced to death by hanging. The status of slaves was hereditary. They could have their own families, but the law did not recognize or protect them. Their masters could break up their families at will. Their children were slaves from birth, and they were also part of their master's property. Moreover, once a slave's identity was determined, it could not be changed. Whether you had money or others were willing to help you, it was impossible to redeem your slave identity. During the Qin dynasty, one could still use their military exploits to get rid of their citizenship. During the Tang dynasty, this rule was also useless. If one wanted to change their status as a private slave, it had to be completely decided by their master. The master and his eldest son had to jointly write a document and submit it to the government for approval. Only then could their status be changed. Although the Cui family was a scholarly family and a 1,000-year-old family, they would not mistreat slaves. The Gu family had many strong men and was an important armed force under the Cui family. Because of this, they were treated more leniently, but they lived a better life within the Cui family. The blood and lives of the Gu family could not be exchanged for a change in status. In this world, they were always lowly people. Gu Zhuting felt the sorrow of this status, so she vowed since she was a child that she would rather end her life alone than marry and have children. She did not want her children to repeat the miserable status of their ancestors. But today, Yang Fan actually proposed to help her family get rid of their citizenship. This piece of paper weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Gu Zhuting's hand holding the letter involuntarily began to tremble. Yang Fan said apologetically, "I heard you mention it before, and know that the Gu family has a large population. So far, there are already 9 branches and hundreds of descendants who belong to different branches of the Cui family. If I want to get rid of all of them, I am afraid the Cui family will not give me face. For the sake of propriety, I only propose to get rid of your family's citizenship. This is all I can do. I hope you will not be disappointed." Gu Zhuting's tears flowed like a spring. She turned over and jumped up from the horse. She knelt in front of Yang Fan's horse. She only said half a sentence. "Lang's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Then she choked with sobs and could not speak anymore. She knew that no one would ask other families to release their slaves, especially a family like the Cui family. Others did not dare to ask, and the Cui family did not need to give other people face. The Gu family was of great use to the Cui family. Ordinary slaves could not be compared to them. They could easily be given away to others, or they could be asked to become a good man. Previously, she looked forward to becoming the sect master's concubine. She also had the thought of changing her skills. As a lowly commoner, she was not even qualified to become a good man's concubine. The Cui family would not embarrass the sect master just for her. When the time came, they would definitely release her slave status. Unexpectedly, the sect master gave her a huge favor today. Since Yang Fan said this, he naturally had confidence. However, if the Cui family agreed, Yang Fan would owe them a big favor. It was not easy to owe favors in the official circles. With the Cui family's ability, they could solve most things by themselves. If they needed the help of someone who owed them a favor, it would not be a light matter. This gift was indeed heavier than a mountain to Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan hurriedly jumped down from the horse and helped her up. He said sincerely, "You have made a great contribution this time. I am already ashamed that I cannot get rid of the Gu family's citizenship. You must not do this." Gu Zhuting's eyes were red. Her tears did not stop. At this moment, she would die 300 or 500 times for Yang Fan. Even if her body was smashed into pieces, she would not have a word of complaint. When Wu Zetian saw her granddaughter Li Gua, she finally broke the cold atmosphere of being alone with her son. After talking for a while, Wu Zetian was very fond of this clever, lively, and cute little granddaughter. When she was tired, the observant Li Xiankai came forward to urge his mother to rest. Wu Zetian used the excuse that the Prince of Luling's residence had failed for a long time and was in ruins. She ordered people to send them to the Eastern Palace and temporarily settle them there. At the same time, they could reunite with his brother Li Dan. As for the hidden meaning, she believed that her son, who had lived in the Eastern Palace for many years, would understand even if he was stupid. It was better to let Dan take the initiative to abdicate the position of crown prince. The modesty of a brother and the respect of a brother was also a beautiful story. It was not good to let her make the decision. When Wu Zetian returned to the rear palace, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong saw her tired expression and hurriedly came forward. One massaged her shoulders, and the other massaged her legs, attentively attentive. The other beautiful youths in Fengshan prison could not help, so they served fermented rice or peeled fruits. It was a mess. Wu Zetian impatiently waved her hand and shooed those beautiful youths away. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong saw that Wu Zetian did not seem to be in a good mood. Although they had always been favored by her, they did not dare to be arrogant. They became even more careful with their hands and only served her attentively, not daring to say a word. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and rested on the chair. After resting quietly for a while, she slowly asked, "Was the night at the Dragon Gate safe and sound?" Zhang Changzong only dared to speak after hearing her question. He pursed his lips, which were lightly smeared with rouge, and said coquettishly, "The saint also said that in the future you shouldn't ask us to do such tasks anymore. Last night we almost lost our lives. We can't serve the saint anymore." Wu Zetian lightly said, "Aren't you all fine? Tell me what happened last night." Zhang Changzong immediately narrated what happened last night with embellishment. He exaggerated the enemy by many times, and his brothers were also many times braver. Their ghost face to repel the enemy was described by him as a righteous shout to stop the assassin, and then the two brothers used their swords together. Zhang Changzong talked nonstop for a long time before Wu Zetian sighed softly. She ordered Zhang Yizhi, who had not spoken and was only quietly observing her, "Go and bring the two girls, Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. I have something to ask them." Zhang Yizhi quickly nodded and left. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Yizhi led a pair of beautiful young girls into the main hall. Wu Zetian waved her hand, and Zhang Yizhi understood. He quickly pulled Zhang Changzong, who still couldn't see clearly, away. Wu Zetian still had her eyes closed. After a while, she said, "From the day you left the capital, tell me in detail what happened on the way." Yes, Gao Ying narrated in full detail. When she talked about Gu Zhuding's disguise as Prince of Luling, Wu Zetian exclaimed, "Is there such a strange trick in the world? Can the fake be mistaken for the real one?" Lan Yiqing smiled and said, "Sage, it's possible to pass off the fake as the real one for a while, but it's impossible to pass off the fake as the real one completely. As long as someone gets close, they will know the real one with a little contact. When the princess went to the Dragon Gate, she saw through the fake one time, but it's easy to fool those assassins." Wu Zetian was slightly disappointed and said, "I see. It's just a camouflage like the old nun of Hanoi. It must have been tough on Yang Fan. How could he make use of such a strange and perverted trick? Go on." Gao Ying continued to narrate, and Wu Zetian listened very carefully. Because the process was too treacherous, full of twists and turns and climaxes, Wu Zetian, who was at an age where she loved to doze off, actually became more and more energetic as she listened. She did not feel tired at all. At this point, it can be seen that Yang Fan did not borrow the power of the Hall of Succession. If the Hall of Succession was involved in the process of welcoming the crown prince and fighting the large group of assassins sent by the Wu family, no matter how secretive their actions were, they could not hide from Wu Zetian's eyes. Once she knew that Yang Fan had a mysterious and powerful force, his death would come. On the contrary, Yang Fan only used one confidant, Gu Zhuting. The internal guards and the cavalry all knew that she was a slave bought by Yang Fan from Chang. And in addition, she used the telescopic dagger on Yi County Hill, so Wu Zetian and the internal guards all believed that she was a Jianghu person who had learned the art of illusion and did not take it seriously. The more Wu Zetian listened, the more moved she became. When Gowing talked about them moving to the Dragon Gate, it was still fake. It was not until the next day, when they left for the palace, that Wu Zetian knew what happened next and waved her hand to stop. Wu Zetian carefully thought about what Gowing said and praised. Brave and resourceful, unparalleled. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing quickly bowed, and Wu Zetian happily said, "My old eyes are not blurry. If I did not choose this person, how could Xian return to the capital safely?" Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing quickly said, "Sage is wise." Wu Zetian happily said, "You can leave and pass on an oral order. After tomorrow's morning court, let Yang Fan see the emperor at Wuqing Hall." Chapter 8:29. Dad. Yang Nianzu jumped around in the flower bushes in open crotch pants, laughing and fooling around. With his appearance, he couldn't even catch a butterfly. Fortunately, Tao Mei and third sister helped him. The two girls caught a butterfly and threw it on the petals for him to catch. Young Master Yang, who had caught the butterfly, felt very good about himself and had a strong desire to show off. When he got the butterfly, he immediately turned around to report to his father. He shouted loudly and clearly, and after Buchi repeatedly corrected him, he finally knew how to call his father Daddy. "Well, Nianzu, good job. You're amazing." Yang Fan lay on the rocking chair and gave his son a thumbs up when he was outside. He was full of energy, but when he returned home, he was like someone had pulled out all of his bones. He liked to lie down lazily. His sweet little cotton-padded jacket was dressing up her father with great interest. Yang Fan's lips had been painted red by her, and there were 2 purplish red marks on his cheeks. Si Rong had crushed red petals and applied the juice on his face. There were also 4 or 5 different kinds of flowers on his head. Some were as big as bowls, and some were as small as wine cups. They were all randomly inserted by his precious daughter. At this time, Yang Fan was dressed up like a matchmaker. Si Rong didn't stop there. She picked some flowers and continued to dress up his father, trying to make him look beautiful. Beside the curved pond, beside the rockery, and under the long corridor, Xiao Man and Anu, one in dark red and the other in green, were leaning against the railing, sprinkling fish food into the pond from time to time, causing the koi to jump up and down, splashing water, while looking at the father and son in the flowers. Buchi said, "Lang Jun will definitely be promoted after doing such a big thing, right? It's time for him to go to the palace. Look at him. He doesn't care at all." Anu said, "What's so special about it? From what I see, Lang Jun really doesn't care about the official position given by the imperial court. Now that he's restricted by this official position, there are some things he can't do and some things he can't do. Otherwise, wouldn't he be happier than he is now?" As Anu spoke, she unconsciously thought of young Master Jiang. Today, Lang Jun had replaced young Master Jiang's former position. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now an official and needed to be careful in everything, wouldn't his extravagance be better than that of a noble? Furthermore, he didn't need to serve a king like a tiger. How free and unfettered was that? Xiao Man shook her head and said, Lang Jun has always had great ambitions. You can't lose your position now. By the way, Xiao Man threw away the last handful of fish food, clapped her hands, and asked Anu, "Did you notice anything wrong with Miss Gu?" Anu asked curiously, "What's wrong with Master Gu?" Xiao Man said, "Ever since she went out with Lang Jun this time, I noticed that the way she looked at Lang Jun wasn't right. She looked like she wanted to swallow Lang Jun whole." Anu blushed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You make Master Gu sound like a resentful wife. That's not the case. Don't let your imagination run wild. In fact, this is what happened. This time, Master Gu made a great contribution, and Lang Jun had no way to repay her, so he agreed to propose to the Chui family on her behalf to free her family from slavery. Master Gu was so grateful that she shed tears. That's why she was acting strangely." "Is that so?" Xiao Man rolled her eyes and said, "I'm afraid that this gratitude won't be repaid clearly and will finally be repaid in bed." Anu giggled and teased, "Are you talking about yourself?" Hearing this, Xiao Man also blushed and hurriedly explained, "No, I'm your childhood sweetheart, 2 childhood friends." Anu still wanted to tease a few more words, but suddenly saw a figure flash at the end of the long corridor. She hurriedly said, all right, stop fooling around. Master Gu is coming." The 2 little women hurriedly stopped fooling around and put on a serious look. Gu Zhuting walked to their side and curiously looked at their strange pretending to be serious. She said, "Denyang, Nyang, it's almost time. Shouldn't we call Lang to change his clothes and prepare to enter the palace to see the emperor?" After tidying up, Yang Fan entered the palace and arrived outside Wu Chung Hall. Before he entered the door, he saw Wu Sansi coming out from inside. Yang Fan hurriedly moved to the side and bowed in greeting, saying, "Yang Fan greets Prince Liang." When Wu Sansi saw him, he couldn't help but recall how Li Xian had chased after him at the Dragon Gate to defend himself, insisting that the Prince of Luling at the Dragon Gate was indeed in disguise. It just so happened that he had thought himself clever at the time, and the result was that Li Xian had easily entered the palace. He had already forgiven Yang Fan. Just now, when he entered the palace, his aunt had warned him in front of his face, saying that it was her idea to send Yang Fan to fetch the Prince of Luling. Moreover, she had tied Yang Fan's life and death to the Prince of Luling's. Under the Emperor's orders, unless Yang Fan was determined to die, it would be impossible for him to inform him. However, no matter what, Yang Fan had, in the end, wronged him. Later on, even though he had told him the truth, Wu Sansi did not believe him. This loss of face was too great, and he really could not put down his pride and calmly talk to Yang Fan. As a result, he could only snort heavily and leave with a flick of his sleeve. He was a prince of the Wu clan. Regardless of whether he had done wrong or misunderstood Yang Fan, it was impossible for him to lower his head to Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at Wu Sansi's departing figure with a bitter smile, then walked into the Martial Achievement Hall. He naturally did not have extravagant hopes of repairing his relationship with Wu Sansi right now. However, with what he had done at the Dragon Gate, his relationship with Wu Sansi would at least not worsen. As for how to repair it, he would have to take his time. As long as the Wu clan did not fall, there would still be value in hugging this thigh. When Yang Fan arrived at the Martial Achievement Hall, he swept his gaze around and saw Wanner standing at Wu Zetian's side. He couldn't help but feel relieved. No matter what, he wouldn't have to put on a killing display like last time. "This subject, Yang Fan, pays his respects to your majesty." Wu Zetian replied indifferently, then asked, "Did you run into King Liang?" "Yes. This subject just met with King Liang outside the hall." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "I summoned King Liang just now and explained to him how I sent you to bring him back to Luling. I told him not to blame you and that he would invite you to the King Liang clan's banquet on another day. When the time comes, you can offer him a cup of water and wine as an apology. That way, he won't be too upset. Don't worry, I will uphold justice for you." Yang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wu Zetian said, "However, speaking of which, this matter really needs to be clarified. Yang Fan, this subject is here. King Liang has shown you great kindness, and you should naturally repay him. However, you are also my subject, so you should be loyal to me. If there is a conflict between the orders of the two, whose orders should you listen to?" Yang Fan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately replied, "Those who lead the land are the subjects of the king. This subject should be loyal to the emperor." Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed. She continued to ask, "What if the emperor is no longer me in the future?" Yang Fan was startled. He vaguely sensed that it might be inappropriate to answer that he was the new emperor. However, if he said that he wasn't loyal to the new emperor, then it would overturn the theory that subjects should be loyal to their ruler. There seemed to be a hole that couldn't be filled in here, and he couldn't answer it. As such, he hurriedly put on a frightened expression and said, "Your Majesty is healthy and has a boundless lifespan. Why do you say such a thing?" Wu Zetian didn't pursue the matter any further. She only chuckled and said, "You shouldn't have to answer this question in the first place, so I won't make things difficult for you. However, you must remember, Wu Zetian's expression became solemn. She said word by word, "As long as I am alive, you will only be loyal to me. If you can do it, you will enjoy riches and glory. If you can't, you will die." Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty's teachings will be engraved in my heart." Wu Zetian suddenly said thoughtfully, "I heard from the cavalry and the internal guards that you all experienced hardships and dangers along the way back from Fangzhou, and there was even a traitor." Yang Fan knew that she must have understood what happened from the cavalry and the internal guards, so he didn't explain further. He only said, "Yes." Wu Zetian sighed and said, "I have tied your life and death to the life and death of Luling. I didn't expect that under such circumstances there would still be people who dare to betray me. Money, silk, and fame have blinded your mind. What loyalty and righteousness is there to speak of? What respect is there in your heart?" She let out a long sigh and suddenly asked, "If I now authorize you to start anew and recruit a troop of 1,000 people, can you ensure that all of them are loyal and there are no traitors?" Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Seeing that Wu Zetian was staring at him, he didn't have time to think and immediately answered, "I can't." This answer was out of Wu Zetian's expectation. Wu Zetian frowned and said, "I can't." One also glanced at him with concern, afraid that his answer would offend the emperor. Yang Fan said with certainty, "Yes, I can't. I believe that no one in the world can do it." Wu Zetian was very unhappy and said lightly, "Tell me the reason." Yang Fan said, "If it is 3 people, I can. 5 people, I can also. 20 people, I can barely do it. 100 people, that is impossible. As the saying goes, people come in all shapes and sizes. Everyone has their own thoughts, their own pursuits, their own wishes, and their interests and personalities are all different. To have everyone work together in the face of any temptation and not be moved is an impossible thing, not to mention 1,000 people." Wu Zetian's expression became uglier and uglier. Since Yang Fan had already spoken, she couldn't care less and continued to say, "When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When a person is too observant, there will be no disciples. Your Majesty is a great strategist and the founder of the country. I believe that you understand the truth of these words 100 times better than I do. if your majesty orders me to form a new army of 1,000 people, I cannot guarantee that every single one of them will be absolutely loyal. And there is no need to guarantee that every single one of them will be absolutely loyal. It is enough as long as the majority of them are loyal. Just like this time, when we protected the Prince of Luling back to the capital, there was a traitor among them, but he couldn't do anything to the Prince of Luling. In the end, he was used by us. Wu Zetian was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. Looking back at Wan, she said self-deprecatingly, I actually understood this truth a long time ago. But when I get old, my heart becomes naive, and I actually want to do something that I can't do. She shook her head and said to Yang Fan, I am very happy that you can be frank with me and not beat around the bush. I had originally planned for you to start from scratch and train a new army. Now that I think about it, it really was an unnecessary move. Soldiers are recruited from the people. Can't those who have the heart recruit one or two? On the other hand, the new army needs to be trained from the beginning, and it is hard to guarantee their battle power. How about this? I will give you 100 cavalry. You can use 100 cavalry as the base and then recruit and expand. You can change 100 cavalry to 1,000 cavalry and be my 1,000 cavalry general.